We start with the stark findings of an international team of scientists led by the UK Met Office.
Today's report is yet more evidence that the growing concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is changing our climate. The reduction of Arctic sea ice cover and melting of the permafrost has accelerated during this year's heat wave.
Terrifying signs of things to come, according to tonight's dire new assessment from 13 federal agencies,
with potentially disastrous consequences for the planet. However, the last 3 months have seen some significant changes.
And this is the very last moment when we have in which we can actually hope to stem some of these disasters.
The vision for Mobilityways is to make zero carbon commuting a reality. And I created Mobilityways because it's just become really clear that unless we decarbonise the commute, we will fail our net zero goals. The commute is one of the least efficient journeys any of us ever make, and the commute has become the single largest source of emissions in the UK. It now accounts for 18 billion kilos of carbon every year. 90% of us travel alone to work every morning. 40% of us could cycle to work, but don't. 40% of us could go by public transport, but don't. 10 million of us could share a lift with someone who lives within walking distance of our house, but we don't share a lift. And yet we face a climate crisis. We need to decarbonise our commute, and there are solutions there right now that are not only better for the environment, but better for us, better for our pockets, better for our health. We need to change how we travel, and we've seen through the success of our sister brand LiftShare over the last 22 years that there are ways that we can shift behaviours, and it's proven to work, and we need to do it fast, because in reality we've only got 10 years to really start shifting the dial on this, and we've got to make a move now. If we fail to make zero carbon commuting a reality, we will fail our net zero goals. And if we fail our net zero goals, our children will not forgive us. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the very first Zero Carbon Commuting Conference. I'm absolutely delighted to be hosting today. My name is Ali Clabburn. I'm the CEO and founder at Mobilityways and LiftShare, a social enterprise that I started 22 years ago to help people to share cars to get to work, to save money and to cut carbon. So far, we've worked with over 700 major employers and saved over 1 billion car miles. My wonderful team of commutologists are now on a mission to help make zero carbon commuting a reality. It's a really, really big challenge. The commute accounts for 18 million tonnes of CO2 each year in the UK alone. That's 5% of all our emissions. But the biggest concern is that whilst emissions from the energy sector have fallen by 60% in recent decades, total emissions from the commute haven't fallen at all. In fact, pre-COVID, they were going up. But COVID happened, and commuting habits changed at a scale never seen before. At the peak of lockdown, in 2020, commuting emissions were 50% down on the year before. 50% down. Earlier this year, the UK government set into law the most ambitious climate change target, aiming to cut emissions by 78% by 2035. To be on track to hit this, we need to cut commuting emissions to be back down to as low as they were during the peak of the first lockdown. That's the scale of the change that we need. Fortunately, there are now an ever-growing number of people working across this in the UK and globally, and we're absolutely delighted to have some of the best of them from government, academia, public and private sector with us virtually here today to talk about their inspiring work and to share the challenges they've discovered and the lessons they've learned. I'm absolutely thrilled that from a standing start just a couple of months ago, we've now got 460 people logging on today to take part from right across the sector. Putting together an event like this is challenging in normal times, but I'm so incredibly grateful to my team, especially Ava, Erin and Basil, for the huge amount of work they've done to put it all together in record time. Thank you guys so much. It's amazing. I also want to say a heartfelt thank you to our amazing lineup of speakers. I'm so very grateful to them all. They've kindly given their time to take part in this conversation today. And this is just the start of the conversation. We hope it gets you all thinking, we get everyone talking. Throughout today, I'd encourage you to interact live. Please go to Slido, where using your phone, and type in ZC3 to participate in all the Q&A and the polls. During many of our sessions, the panelists will respond to the questions that have the most votes on Slido. So please make sure you get involved. And any questions that can't be answered today, we will get back to you as soon as we can after the event. Support for the concept of zero carbon commuting needs to come from everyone, but especially from the top, which is why we're absolutely delighted to see the Commute Zero goal appear in the Transport Decarbonisation Plan, published earlier in the year. And we're absolutely delighted to be joined by several of the DFT team who are responsible for putting together this amazing plan. And a special welcome to their newest member, Alex, who I gather is taking on the lead at Commute Zero at the DFT. We all look forward to supporting you in your work. And it is with great pleasure that I'm now able to introduce the Minister who was in fact responsible for championing the creation of the TDP in the first place at the DFT, and who is now the Minister of Science, Research and Innovation at the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, George Freeman MP, who is very kindly giving today's keynote. Over to you, Minister.
Well, it's a great pleasure to be able to join this ZC3 conference for several reasons. Firstly, as former Minister for Future of Transport, Decarbonisation, Digitalisation and Disconnection, it's just wonderful to see the Transport Decarbonisation Plan that I kicked off taking place. Now, as Minister for Science, Research and Innovation across government at BAES, Department of Business, to be supporting it. And as former Minister for Life Science, having been pushing the message that cleaner and healthier growth go hand in hand, this is a wonderful example of joined up government. So can I first of all just say what a privilege it is to join you as Minister for Science, Research and Innovation, and to congratulate you all for the work you're doing, and particularly support and thank the innovators and the entrepreneurs in the audience today, because we're here to help you create new models of sustainable growth, both locally here in the UK, so that we can achieve clean growth net zero, but also as a major export internationally. Leadership in this sector is good business. It's a win-win for the UK in terms of carbon and in terms of economic growth. You don't need me to tell you, we've set a very ambitious target of net zero emissions by 2050, and you don't need me to tell you that energy was the highest emitting sector. We've cleaned up the energy sector. Now it's transport and agriculture, and science, technology and innovation are going to be fundamental to that. Transport still responsible for 27% of all domestic emissions. This has obviously been a landmark year with the Transport Decarbonisation Plan and the Net Zero Strategy and COP26. So huge progress, and we're going to have to go further and faster. Now, of course, ZC3 is so important because we all know that, yes, investment in hydrogen and investment in batteries and gigafactories and the technology of low net zero is key, but we're going to have to change the daily practices of people, families, communities around the country. And as a constituency MP, as well as a minister, I see in my rural Norfolk constituency, 5 towns, 115 villages, net zero, people are really interested in what they can do to get on to the journey. And we're going to have to take this down to ground level. And the single biggest thing that most families, communities can do is change commuting habits. We all know that if we could reduce single occupancy commuting by 10%, that would save us 500,000 tonnes of CO2 a year. That is a huge figure. Small changes, if we can make them easy for people, they will deliver huge decarbonisation in the economy. And I'm proud to say that the biggest company in the UK leading in taking avoidable car miles off the road is LiftShare, and they're based in Norfolk and actually came out of my constituency. So creating a framework where we can support innovative companies to empower families, communities and businesses to reduce car occupancy and single car commuting is absolutely on the arrowhead of decarbonisation of transport. So that's why we've committed through the Transport Decarb Plan to car clubs, car sharing, occupancy rates and incentives and rewards, microfinance, and working on those nudge economic signals that change behaviours. And fundamental to that is the Commute Zero programme that will be building on all of that work and help and encourage long-term changes to employee travel habits and support the take-up of low-carbon commuting. Research and development are going to be fundamental to that, not just in the big science, but in the behavioural science, in nudge economics, in how we harness tools like Citymapper and develop apps on phones that can help people make choices, little choices every day that drive big changes across society. And that's why we've put the money we have in the CSR into this area. I mean, I'm delighted and proud that we've put a 30% increase in R&D across the whole of government. But in transport, the R&D budget now is over £1.5 billion for decarbonisation measures over the next few years. And in fact, I've just come from a meeting on the Automotive Transformation Fund, a really substantial transformational commitment to help the automotive industry make the big move. Key to all of this will be working private and public partnerships. You know, we've announced government R&D across government is going from 15 billion a year to 20, but industrial R&D has also got to go up to get to the 2.4% of GDP, the OECD average. That's going to require major global investment. We're confident we can attract it because of the quality of our science and our technology, but also our policy framework. And crucial to that is the test beds for innovation. And I'm so pleased, having led the charge on that as Minister for Decarbonisation at DfT, that £92 million for 4 future transport zones, so we can become the global test bed for new technologies much more quickly, smart regulation, using data to drive the right policy and regulatory environment. The truth is, this sector is moving really fast, and that's why we're helping to support those clusters around the country. And the decarbonisation of industrial clusters work led by UKRI, creating 6 research projects in Teesside, Scotland, Humber, the Northwest, Wales and the Black Country to help decarbonise industries is fundamental, as is IDRIC, the Industrial Decarbonisation Research and Innovation Centre. So I hope you can see the level of commitment from us. The truth is that transport is changing very fast. And for 50, 60 years, we've had a model based on very high car dependency commuting, quite low car occupancy. In cities, we're going to have to move very fast to a model of much more innovative, smart, digital, integrated public transport and new models of mobility. And in rural areas, we're going to have to invest in a new generation of smart buses, smart mobility solutions, but most importantly, car sharing, short term, reduces costs for families, reduces carbon for the country. So thank you for all you're doing. It's brilliant work. We're right behind you. And I really look forward to a readout from the day. And I'm sorry I can't be there with you all in presence, but I look forward to supporting you in the months and years ahead.
Thank you, Minister. Well, what a way to kick off. I just feel so encouraged that at long last, the environment is so high on the agenda, but also I feel that not only is it the ministers talk about it, but the Department for Transport now has an amazing bunch of people who are really passionate about this too. So I'm super excited that we can really drive this forward now. So before we kick off with the first sessions, I just wanted to paint a picture. I wanted to paint a picture where we work out how to start on this journey. How do we start on making zero carbon commuting a reality? We've got the TDP, we've got the Commute Zero, but where should we focus? And my suggestion is that we should focus first of all on what is possible right now. Let's not look 5-10 years ahead to start off with. Let's look at what's possible right now. What level of change could we do right now on the commute to start decarbonising? And we've done some work in our C-Lab team that I just wanted to share with you briefly to start kicking the conversation off. So, how far do commuters travel? Well, we've worked with a lot of clients. We've scoped over 217,000 commuting journeys. And this graph shows how far those commuters travel to work. So in this case, you can very clearly see that most journeys, most commutes are short, typically under 12 kilometers. But there's also a very long tail. So you can understand why policies and attention focuses on the vast majority of journeys which are shorter journeys, which possibly could be travelled by walking, cycling, or local buses. However, the long tail is also really important, because can we have the next slide, please? When you look at the emissions that come from those distances, clearly, if you're not going anywhere, you don't emit much CO2. If you're only travelling a kilometre, it's still very low CO2. So actually, the emissions line does not follow the number of people commuting line. It's kind of the longer journey. So if you're going 100 miles or 100 kilometres, you're going to be emitting quite a lot of CO2. And this is really, really important, because then when you start looking at the modes, if we have the next slide, please. Not this one, the following one. Perfect. Okay, so now let's look at cycling. So cycling is clearly a brilliant option for journeys that are typically like commutes under half an hour. So here you see the black line is the total number of commuting journeys. The light blue turquoise line is the number of people who could cycle of the people who are commuting. And clearly it drops off very steeply at about 12 kilometres. If everyone who could cycle does cycle, you would save the amount of carbon highlighted in purple. So clearly a lot of carbon can be saved, but that's only 8% of the total emissions. The rest of the emissions, however much cycling you've got, you do not touch it with cycling. So cycling is important, but so are the other modes. Can we have the next slide, please? So now let's look at buses. Well, of the 217,000 commutes we looked at, 117,000 of them had a good bus option. 117,000, that's 54%. However, if all of those people who could go by bus did go by bus, then you'd save around 13% of the total emissions, highlighted in the purple here. The reason it's not all of the pinky purple, the reason it's not all the way down to the bottom, there's that grey area, is because buses still emit carbon. If all the buses could be EV buses, then you'd basically take out all of that grey bit too, and you'd start to save a significant amount of carbon. But still, if everyone who could travel by bus at the moment did, we would only save 13% of the carbon from cars. Can we have the next slide, please? Now looking at trains. Now this is a really interesting graph too, because actually only 21,000 of the 217,000 commutes we looked at had a train option available to them. This is notably not focusing on, we didn't do many commutes in central London. So it is generally looking at big employment sites outside London. So this is a slightly not general for the UK, but it's typically of where major employers were working. So the blue line shows how many people, the light blue line shows how many people could travel by train. And then the purple line shows how much CO2 they'd save. Interestingly, even though that's not very many, they would still save 8% of the CO2 if everyone who could travel by train did travel by train. The challenge is, for many people, the train is a very expensive way to commute. So clearly prices need to come down to maximise this opportunity. And can we have the next slide, please? No, is there another one? Oh, hang on. We're missing a slide. Okay, I'll have to explain it. I've got it here in front of me. Okay, if we go back to the previous slide. Okay, so then if we look at lift sharing, well, lift sharing is really interesting because 95% of commuters have someone that they could share a lift with to work. So that was when we did the research. 206,000 of the 217,000 people had someone that they could lift share with. If all of those did, then they would save 38% of the total emissions. They wouldn't save all of the emissions because clearly you're still coming by car and those cars still emit carbon. But lift sharing could save 38% of all total emissions. Now, clearly, when you combine all of these options, you've got walking, cycling, bus, train. Given the services available right now, we think it's possible to cut CO2 from commuting by 50%. Without any extra EVs, any new services, anything. We just need to shift behaviours to encourage people to use the most sustainable mode available. With that remaining 50%, that's when we need to start looking at new innovations. We need to start shifting from ICE cars to EV cars. We need EV buses. We need to get working from home, all sorts of those things. But the potential is right there right now today to shift behaviours across to
more sustainable commuting. And when the Minister very kindly talks about all the R&D investment that's going into it, I would really encourage them to look at the R&D investment that needs to go into behavioural science to shifting behaviours. Because it's all well and good having highly efficient vehicles, but we need to shift how people use those vehicles, not just having better vehicles. Can we have the next slide, please? And also today, there are various topics coming up, covering everything from rural mobility, MAAS, data, large employers, case studies, all sorts of things. But I think it's important to think not just about mode, but about place. Place is really important when it comes down to commuting. The work we've done looking at emissions from different areas shows that there's vast differences in how people commute in, say, central London to here we are in rural Norfolk. But interestingly, it's not that different. So driving alone is clearly the most popular way to commute, whether you're in a city centre or if you're in an urban area. Even in urban areas, typically 50% of commuters drive alone to work. That's crazy. What's also interesting here is just how many people in rural areas commute by foot and even by bicycle. So there's perception of how people travel, but it doesn't often match reality. So it's really important, I think, that we start with the data. And with that, I hope that gives you fuel for thought. I think it's really important moving forward that we don't just assume that everyone can walk and cycle and use public transport to commute to work. They clearly have a massive role to play. But if we're really to tackle commuting and to tackle the 80% of journeys that currently are too far to walk or cycle or have public transport, then we need to think of how we can shift those behaviours, particularly of long single occupancy car journeys moving forward. Can we have the next slide, please? So today, what is the time? The time is 9:55. Oh, we're there. Perfect. We're bang on time to kick off with the next session, which is focusing in on Scope 3 emissions and should commuting emissions be mandatory. And with that, I very much look forward to seeing you throughout the day. Please, if you've got any questions, use Slido or use the comments box, and we'll be back in touch in a moment. Many thanks. Hello all.
Hi.
Are we live?
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Seamless. There we go. Big warm welcome to my panel for this next session. We are focusing in, as just said, on commuting emissions, and are they and should they be mandatory alongside all the other official mandatory reporting that businesses have to do. So, brief introduction to this. Commuting emissions make up 18 billion kilos of CO2 every year. And with an increasing number of organisations returning to their office, I say that as of Monday, we won't be returning to office, but maybe come spring we'll be allowed back to office. But as people return to the office, it's absolutely critical that we measure and manage these emissions if we're to achieve our net zero goals. Today in this session, we will be addressing whether Scope 3 commuting emissions should be mandatory, like their Scope 1 and Scope 2 counterparts, and what this could mean for employers and commuting emissions. We are joined today by a wonderful lineup. I'll just run through them. So we have Mark Lee, who is the legal director at Anstey, an environmentally led law firm that feeds into policymaking in Parliament, government, and local authorities. Mark and his colleagues support clients across the energy sector to deliver renewable energy and sustainable mobility projects. We also have Clare Wharmby, who is the Carbon Innovation Manager at the Edinburgh Climate Change Institute. She is responsible for developing tools and training for the public and private sectors to implement their net zero targets. She's currently working on a commuting data project assessing climate risk and inputting this into future estate strategy. And Jonathan Withey, who is the head of business development at PlanetMark, a sustainable certification that's for all businesses of all size for real estate and for products. Jonathan has spent the last 8 years working closely with businesses, including ours, to unlock their potential for the transformation and sustainable change. I'm absolutely delighted that they've been able to join us today. If you have any questions as we're going through, please don't forget, you can join the conversation using Slido, and we'll hopefully get some time to address them as we go through. So, to start things off, many employers across public and private sector are required to report on their emissions, and they have been for several years. But it's quite a complex picture with many different kinds of reporting and different standards. And some of them include some things and some don't include others. More often than not, in our experience, commuting hasn't been included as a mandatory requirement in most of these reports, and therefore has been overlooked when creating net zero strategies and plans. I would like to start by asking this wonderful panel, for each of you, what trends are you seeing in your area of work in terms of what is being measured and reported on, and whether commuting is currently featured in it? And I'd like to start by asking Clare, who covers mostly, I believe most of your work is in Scotland and more recently some in Wales, but to understand what can you paint us a picture of what's going on in Scotland in terms of reporting emissions?
Well, we've got, I think, like everybody else, the kind of combined storm of net zero and COVID, which has really kind of like shone a light on commuting emissions. One of those, obviously, the net zero is it's kind of got rid of the idea that we've got kind of areas that we can ignore and areas that we need to concentrate on. It's basically said it's like everything's in there, and therefore it's kind of like everything you do, every carbon you emit or have a control or influence over is really part of the job you've got to do to reduce it. And for a lot of smaller companies and public sector organisations, commuting is actually really quite a key part of their emissions, and we're starting to realise that. The other thing that's influenced kind of what we want to do is obviously COVID has made organisations realise that they've kind of won on the swings in terms of commuting, and they've reduced those commuting emissions, and therefore it's in their interest to kind of capture that to show that they're reducing their emissions. So those two things together have really sort of started to influence, you know, people going, actually, this is an area that we are interested in. The third thing is obviously it's in terms of the kind of coincidence. A lot of these emissions appear in the territorial footprints of area-wide emissions pots, and therefore it's kind of organisations are going, we're not reducing our own estate emissions, but we are helping the local authority or whoever the council is to reduce the emissions of the local authority boundary. So that's also a good thing.
Brilliant. And do you see differences in the different territories you're operating in? So you're doing quite a lot of work with, I believe, public sector in Scotland and some in Wales.
Wales has just issued guidance about how the public sector needs to report. I wouldn't say it's mandatory, but it is. They've been asked to do it, and they have included quite specifically employee commuting emissions in that boundary. In Scotland, it's a bit more piecemeal because we've been doing mandatory reporting for longer, so therefore it's taking us, you know, we started off with a fairly loose boundary on what organisations had to report, but I would say that probably, you know, every year there's another organisation that's got that in their boundary. So yeah, it's changing, and it's changing gradually, but I think that we're going to find in the next couple of years that this is really going to take a bit of an uptick, and we'll need tools to do that effectively.
Brilliant, thank you. Mark, over to you.
Well, I think it's interesting because I'd agree that effectively the whole attitude to commuting and recording emissions has changed. It is that coincidence of, you know, the drive towards net zero and also COVID, but there is also a drive with all sort of organisations around ESG, and there's a real commitment now from all organisations, be they public or private sector, to move towards net zero. And what we're seeing from a legal perspective is that whilst, for example, you know, Scope 3 emissions, particularly commuting ones, aren't necessarily being mandated to be reported on, the markets are moving, and so you've got procurement and investor sentiment in sort of the private sector that's requiring organisations to report. So it's not necessarily mandatory in terms of regulation and policy, but it's mandatory in terms of actually commercially that is what is required in order to be awarded tenders and so on. And what we're seeing as well in the legal context is that there are documents now being drawn up that are proposing green terms, and some of those relate to supplier agreements where the supply chain is mandated within those commercial agreements to provide reports on commuting emissions.
And are there standards for that, or are people just tasked with coming up with their own?
There is a mix. The industry is moving towards standardization. There is a group called the Chancery Lane Project, which is a collaborative group of many lawyers all around the globe who are preparing standard form sort of contractual arrangements that can be dropped in as boilerplate provisions into existing commercial arrangements. It's interesting in that it's effectively a free resource. It's the provisions are designed to sort of deal with climate solutions, and in the context of commuter emissions and supply chain, there are particular provisions which are named after the children of the lawyers who have produced them. I think it's I've got them here now. It's Zoe and B's clause, and they have specific provisions that essentially ensure that suppliers have to report on their commuting emissions and actually get subcontractors in further down the supply chain to also report upwards. So the legal market is moving towards providing those solutions. That sounds great. And Jonathan, good morning.
Good morning, Addy. And Mark and Claire. So yeah, I think there's a couple of things here that certainly that we've experienced at the PlanetMark is. One is the availability of robust data in order to measure commuting. I think there's companies are busily trying to wrap their heads around and get a really good handle of Scope 1 and Scope 2 and elements of Scope 3 where other forms of travel, such as business travel, there is the data available to measure relatively easily through expense claims and things like that, where there's financial drivers where that data is already being captured, and then you can translate that into carbon. And obviously Mobilityways are playing a huge role in helping measure and create better readily available data to build the carbon around commuting. And then I think there's a piece in here around purpose where organisations now have a more of a responsibility to for want of a better way, is take care of the staff who work for them. And that's helping them live more sustainably. So being able to measure how staff are getting to work, and I think there was an assumption, right? Everyone's got to get to work, so we don't have much of an influence over that, and they'll get there by however means they can and they want to. But now we want to support staff in living more sustainably where they can, because that gives them a greater sense of purpose in what they do and where they work. And so I have now a vested interest in how they're going to work, and is there anything I can do to support them getting here in a more sustainable manner. So I think there's a couple of pieces in here that are driving the expansion of and the interest in measuring commuting more, becoming more relevant.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the momentum starting to build behind it, but there are clearly some challenges, as you just talked about a bit, Jonathan. So what do we think the challenges are in reporting commuting emissions, and are there any lessons we can learn from other sectors to help us overcome them? What other sectors have done really well in terms of emissions reporting? Mark?
Well, I think the interesting thing about learning lessons is that reporting is only one part of the solution. The guidelines are there, even where it's sort of mandatory in scope 1 and 2. The guidelines only go so far, and then you then have sort of an additional layer of sort of encouragement of organisations to actually look at the data that's produced by these reports and actually take initiative. So I think the big thing for me to sort of make a point on in this is that the collection of data and the reporting. I think Jonathan and Claire will probably be in a better position than I to talk about the practicalities and the issues that surround that in terms of collecting the data. But the big thing for me is that once the report is out there, it's verified and it's used as a benchmarking exercise. It just doesn't sit on someone's desk as a we've done our job. It's about then taking that information and actually sort of setting reduction targets for your own organisation, and then putting in place a strategy and initiative to meet that. So, you know, the importance of the data is around, well, how are my employees commuting? What can I do to change that behaviour shift? So rather than all being in a single occupancy car, they are lift sharing, or can I provide a dedicated shuttle bus, or what provision can I do? What incentives can I give in terms of sort of bike schemes or whatever? So I think that's the big lesson I think that can be learned, is that it's not just about the reporting, it's about what action you take after you produce that report.
Yeah, definitely. Totally agree with that. And I know Jonathan's got some solutions to challenge. So I'll jump to Claire. What challenges do you see?
Well, I totally agree with Mark is in that this is, you know, we have to kind of start valuing data that we collect. This data tells us an awful lot. It's potentially really valuable to businesses. It tells them about their staff. It tells them about what they should look for in estate, the location of future buildings. You know, if they're leasing a building and they want to change that location, how are staff traveling at the moment? Are they going to make that better or worse? You have to feed the data back to staff. You have to kind of explain, you know, if you're going to collect stuff and get people to spend their time inputting into a spreadsheet or into an online tool, it's like you need to feed it back and explain to people what you're doing with it. And then you need to work out how to kind of use the carrots and sticks that are available to you as a business to change that. So, you know, for example, it's, you know, if you're putting in bike parking services, prioritize the bike parking over car parking, so that the people who've got the bikes have got the easier route into the office. You know, think about kind of like, do you have really good spaces for people who are lift sharing? Do you have, you know, have you put in showers and lockers, and are you rewarding staff for like the behaviours that you want? And also understanding the challenges that some staff experience in terms of their commute, and trying to kind of make those easier for them. So a lot of people have accessibility issues. A lot of people have caring responsibilities that makes their commute doubly difficult. And it's kind of, what can you do as a business to make that easier for people and lower carbon?
And so I've typically got Jonathan, what can people do?
So there's a few different things that people can do. I think one thing that Claire has alluded to here around, you know, data and what we do with data, and data is, you know, the most sexy, valuable commodity now that businesses have, and what they do with it, I think, is quite cool. And the same said for carbon, right? Well, I think anyway, I'm a bit biased, but I think if we can play carbon footprints back into an organization in a way that's accessible and people in a way that people can understand, no matter how carbon literate you are, and actually give staff a bit of ownership by using a carbon intensity metric such as, you know, carbon per employee, to say, you know, of our 1,000 tons of carbon, actually per employee we're about 2.5 tons. So actually you Mr. Staff Member or Mrs. Staff Member, you've got a role to play here, and you can start to wrap your head around it. And some of my favorite conversations and presentations that we do at the PlanetMark is when we actually play back into a board a carbon footprint, where board members are seeing the carbon footprint associated of their organization for the first time. And you're looking at travel in a broad sense, you know, whether it's commuting or business travel, and say that company, you know, is an investment bank or something, and they fly all the time, or they're used to anyway. I think, you know, COVID has done some favors around that, but they're they're aware, you know, they're like, oh, I had no idea, you know, us traveling is this much of our carbon footprint, and actually I have control over that, and my activities and the change in my behaviors can cause that to reduce, and the same is said for commuting. So just thinking differently about these things, and giving helping people understand that they have control over the carbon, you know, the carbon transition and the change that needs to take place in order to hit our net zero targets, I think resonates with people. And I think we live and breathe this stuff every day. And I think sometimes we don't recognize that. Not most people don't. Right. So don't take for granted the level of awareness that people have over these things. And if we can simplify it, make it easy to understand, then, as Claire and Mark have talked about, is, you know, make it easy for them to make those decisions that will affect their ability to decarbonise, then we're onto a bit more of a winning formula. So yeah, that's what I would say. Make it accessible for people to understand.
I think that's a really, really good point. The using averages per person is something we've definitely found with the creation of ACEL. Companies shouldn't be discriminated for growing and therefore potentially their emissions going up. But if their average emissions per employee are going down, that's got to be the goal. And Jonathan, could you talk about how certification helps not just give you a baseline, but actually really encourages action?
Absolutely. So I think, as well as setting you a baseline to understand where you are, and I'm a person of many phrases, right? And I was going to say one, that I say to everyone in terms of the sectors that are leading in this, which I think, construction, real estate are, because there's a cost driver here. And I'll say, like, there's carbon, there's cost, and they're measuring well. So there's an opportunity to reduce costs. But the other phrase that I use regularly is you can't manage what you don't measure. So if you're measuring really, really well, and then taking that measurement and setting that baseline, and then having an organization like PlanetMark independently verify all of those numbers through an evidence-based process. So everything that when we help Mobilityways and LiftShare measure your carbon footprint, we're not only, taking the numbers you're putting into a spreadsheet, we're looking at all the evidence associated with those numbers to ensure robustness and credibility of those numbers, and then helping you put that in the public domain with confidence and transparency, because I think trust is a bit of an element here, and then incentivizing you to reduce by setting you meaningful, ambitious, but achievable targets to reduce every year. It's quite relentless, this continual carbon reduction. And then incentivizing you in a way saying, actually, we're going to take the PlanetMark away from you if you don't hit your reduction targets. That can be a really good driver because people don't want to lose badges, which we've found, which is quite interesting, which is great. So that's a big incentive because there's reputational risk associated with that. And actually there's internal risk because companies want to work for companies that are doing more good, right? We want to be, more meaning in what we do. We want to be able to hire and retain the best talent, and this is what they're looking for. So, if you're not doing the right thing and meeting the commitments that you've made and put in the public domain, there's an awful lot of risk out there for not doing it. So it can be a useful tool. It's not the only tool by any means, but it can be a useful tool to help drive the change that we need to see.
And what kind of, how much do we need to cut our average carbon per person per year to hit proper net zero goals?
Average carbon per person per year. I don't know that figure. What I do know is, to reduce in line to reach net zero is, we need to see about a 7 to 10% reduction in our overall annual carbon footprint every year from now until 2050, in line with Science Based Targets Initiative. And to put that into context, in 2020, with everything that happened as the results of the forced change of trying to manage a pandemic, we saw about a 7 to 10% reduction over the course of the year on average. And we actually need to see that every year from now on if we've got any hope of keeping the climate to 1.5 degrees or well below 2 degrees. So, I think that alludes to the scale of the challenge that we're facing. So we need as much ambition as possible.
Yeah, it absolutely does. So looking back at mandatory reporting, what impact do you think that mandatory reporting would have on commute emissions? So just recently there was a consultation, the ESOS consultation, the energy savings, whatever, I can't even think what it stands for, but the ESOS consultation where it happens every 4 years. They've just reviewed it. And it's all about large companies reporting on their emissions every 4 years. And in there, it made one mention that maybe companies could look at commuting, very much optional. It's up to them. And even though commuting for many companies is 5, 10, 15, 20% of their total emissions, it only got one word in one paragraph in a 78-page document. A few people responded that consultation, hopefully commuting will be made a bit more mandatory, but what impact do you think it would would have. Has mandatory reporting had an impact on other sectors, and would it have an impact on the attention given specifically to commuting? Because all of this momentum now is great, but it's still at the edges. People are still focusing on other areas. We've spoken to clients who totally, having seen how much emissions is coming from their commute, want to do something about it, but their bosses are saying, no, don't focus effort on that. Focus effort on the areas where we have to report it. And that seems a bit scandalous to me. Hopefully some people are getting a bit more savvy, particularly some of the bigger private sector companies are getting it. But do you think it would make a difference if commuting reporting was made mandatory? Mark?
I think it would actually. I have to admit I've sort of flip-flopped on this a bit as a point, because I think we've discussed earlier about how actually with the current climate in terms of net zero, etc., and as you've just mentioned, the savvier private organisations will actually do more than they need to do, and I think actually it's very clear that in terms of scope 1 and 2 reporting, going back to the point I made at the very start, that the savvy companies who want to differentiate themselves, want to retain staff, want to put a marker in the sand and benchmark themselves against competitors, will go beyond just the simple reporting requirements and do more and implement various things to reduce emissions. In terms of the sort of the mandatory side of it, I think what it does do for those organisations that perhaps aren't as enlightened, it sort of makes them bring skeletons out of the closet, as it were, and wash their dirty linen in public. That in itself is a very big stick to hit organisations with, and it will bring along those organisations that aren't as enlightened and as savvy as others. I suppose with it being mandatory, it would be remiss of me as a lawyer not to talk about enforcement. In terms of enforcement of reporting, it's actually pretty light touch. So it's enforced by the Financial Reporting Council rather than the Environment Agency under the old CRC regime, and they have powers of investigation. They can apply to courts if they want to require an organisation to prepare a revised report, but that's about it. They don't really have sort of huge teeth to require enforcement. But what they do though is they tend to be cooperative in nature, and they will talk to organisations to effectively try and get compliance. I think actually this is the point about sort of public shaming, as it were. That is very much sort of the black letter law requirements. But ultimately, if you have the reporting requirements there, they're not complied with. I think actually that the bigger stick that organisations will look at will be around the fact that it will affect investor sentiment around ESG and failing to meet ESG targets. There'll be sort of shareholder activism. Similarly, there'll be NGOs and activist groups who will be looking at organisations saying actually haven't complied. So an example of that is Client Earth, who very recently on a slightly different topic but related to climate risk, they've actually reported the FCA, Just Eat and Carnival for not meeting their requirements. Now, it's that reputational damage that I think will actually be more of a driver than the sort of the legal framework.
Yeah, agreed. Claire.
Well, once again, I kind of agree with Mark. The government have always been, well, particularly in the UK, have been notoriously light touch about carbon reporting, and I think that in actual fact, it's the markets that will start to kind of steer this. A lot of this stems from the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, which was set up really around thinking about a company that had very, very dense scope 1, potentially scope 2 emissions, and scope 3 were really a bit of a kind of add-on. So in a sense, all scope 3 are slightly discretionary under the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, and most of the kind of reporting requirements that we have kind of have originated from that protocol. So that's why we're starting to see this sort of fuzziness at the edges that's coming in. But I think as we're starting to, as more and more companies are doing this, it's about being credible. So, in Scotland, we're starting to look at the procurement of, public sector procurement. There is an awful lot of money that comes out of the public sector into the private sector in terms of procured goods and services. And we're starting to kind of look at how do we make sure that money does the right thing by saying to people, right, in order to be, procured by the public sector, you need to have a credible net zero plan. And hopefully in the future, we're going to be starting to say, right, a credible net zero plan means that you have to include the emissions that matter, and these are the emissions that matter, and therefore we start to bring this in. It's still going to take a while to do this because, at the moment, every time that we change the boundary, organisations who've set targets and who've got a kind of, reporting protocol and a plan have to go, oh, look, the edges have moved again. And it's like, yeah, the edges are constantly moving on this. We're constantly pushing out into the kind of like, what can we influence? How can we influence it? Where is our biggest effort reward ratio? And we're starting to realise that a lot of the time for organisations, that's not necessarily in the scope 1, scope 2 pot. It's probably in the scope 3 pot. And therefore, that's where you need to be concentrating your efforts. It doesn't matter really, from the planet's point of view, whether we win on our own emissions, our direct emissions, or we win on indirect emissions, or we win on society's emissions, or wherever we win, it's a win. So it's kind of actually companies should be looking at kind of what does credible really look like? And I think that's starting to change. It's starting to be, a bit more, you have to look really deeply at what you do. What are you as an organisation? What is your pattern of emissions and how can you best reduce them? So yeah, I think, and that's a difficult thing for the government to mandate, to manage, to enforce. It's a much easier thing in some ways for markets to enforce and probably more effective for markets to enforce, but they do have to enforce it. And I think, for certainly in Scotland, the public sector is starting to realise that, look at where the money's going and look at how we can make that money spent better, because we're not going to achieve net zero without spending properly.
Yeah, it was really interesting. Actually, as you talk, I was reflecting back to when scope 1, scope 2 and scope 3 got introduced. And before that, we were working with lots of sustainability teams and lots of corporates on lift sharing and that kind of thing, because they realised it was important. Suddenly scope 1 gets brought in and all the teams focused on energy and electricity and that side. And we pretty much lost all of our contacts at those companies. Now they're coming back at some of them, but there's still a bias towards those areas that they have to officially report. So I think we just need to be wary that it does actually make a difference what they have to stand up and do. And there is always a danger that if some areas get hardened up in, say, like the ESOS changes to encourage more companies to be on board, but it doesn't include things like commute, then again, we'll face the same issue for the next 4 or 5 years. The other thing on that is, in terms of government, the government's greening government guidance, even though the government agencies have to encourage their suppliers to be green, their own greening government guidance didn't include anything about business travel or commuting, which is slightly crazy. So we need to make sure that things like that get changed, so that groups like that definitely cut their commuting emissions. Jonathan, over to you.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. We work with both ESOS and SCCR, which we've talked about, right? And ESOS, I love ESOS, and we've seen that it's going to improve its robustness and reporting and requirements. And actually, the environment agencies are really, really good at following up on non-compliance and non-reporting, and also working collaboratively if your report isn't quite there. I worked on a big corporate report back in 2019, and they followed up, and there was a very much a set of questions around it. So I think it's a way to improve, but it's also that all the environment agency can do is fine a company. And the thing that when Lord Rupert Riesdow introduced ACCR as a piece of legislation, he was very proud of the fact it went through certain loopholes. And I'm going to contradict Mark slightly here in terms, and it doesn't have much teeth, but when you throw in things like there's a corporate manslaughter element to non-compliance when you need to disclose your carbon reporting through Companies House with your annual financial reports, I think that is something that can help drive the change, because board level members who were not traditionally engaged in the carbon agenda will all of a sudden become more engaged when we start floating these terms like, I don't really know what corporate manslaughter actually means, but it sounds, it sounds juicy, and it sounds like, I'd certainly pay attention to it for non-compliance to make sure that it got done. So I think there's bits in there, and I do think legislation has a huge role to play. And we missed an opportunity at COP to advance legislation in a way to help drive change. I think we need all hands to the pump, and anything we can do to help incentivize this thing, we need it, right? There's market drivers, there's ESG, So, you know, there's many drivers, but we need all of them, in my opinion, you know, given the state of where we are and the timeframes in which we have to change. So, you know, market's doing, you know, an okay job, and it will continue to do it. But we need as many levers as possible to be pulled.
Perfect. Well, with that rallying cry, I'm going to take an executive decision. The next session starts at 10:30, and I want to give people time to stand up, have a quick stretch, grab a cup of tea, and come back in, because the next session is a fascinating one. There's a lot of great work going on in the NHS, and it's worth coming back for. So I want to say a personal thank you to Mark, Claire, and Jonathan. Thank you all for joining. I've seen some questions have come through, but I'm sorry, the conversation just, I didn't want to cut it off because it was all really good stuff. If there's anything specific in there, we will definitely come back to you or pass the questions on to the panel. But thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you for the rest of the day. Thank you, team.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everybody, and welcome to this short session that's going to be focused on the NHS. We've got 15 minutes to give you a short case study, an example of real-world action taking place now in terms of reducing emissions within some trusts in the northwest of England. This is a short session, so if you have questions or you want a more bespoke conversation afterwards, please do use slido.com, just put in ZC3 and put in your questions into that. I'd like to introduce first of all Barry Waterhouse, who's the Group Travel and Access Manager at the Northern Care Alliance. Barry's going to talk about the work that he's doing, and I'm just going to provide you a little bit of context ahead of that, so that what Barry covers actually makes some sense. Next slide, please. And on to the next slide too. Okay, so there's just a little bit of context, and I think quite important to understand what's happening in terms of general population and feelings around climate change at the moment. So a couple of examples. One, that back in January, the United Nations did a survey around the globe of 1.2 million people. They asked one question as to whether climate change was considered to be a global emergency. And around the world, the response was a 64% yes. In the UK, that figure was 84%, and that was the highest on the planet. Since then, that sort of sentiment has been backed up with other polls, such as the Ipsos Mori, which showed that 85% of Britons are now concerned about climate change, and the majority very concerned. This was pre-COP, so not surprising those numbers would have changed again. And the more recent poll that showed that half the population want to do something about climate change, but don't know what to do. Now, that is crying out for leadership, which is being displayed now from government and also from local government, and also large employers, including, of course, the NHS, where 98% of those that work for the NHS have expressed the fact that they want to see that organisation be more sustainable. Next slide, please. Now, this has been picked up by government, and many of you will be now familiar with the decarbonisation of transport plan. In there, they included this new terminology called Commute Zero, which is a focus on employers reducing their commute emissions. Next slide, please. And the government have gone further than that, and they've started to say that they want to support large employers, both in private and public sectors, to measure and report on their total and average commuting emissions. And they flagged up a tool, which is one that's been mentioned several times today already, called ACEL, or the Average Commuter Emissions Level, as a tool that helps organisations to achieve this very simply and in a very straightforward way. They also flagged up the need for us to be increasing average vehicle occupancy levels, including cars and other forms of transport. So the Minister earlier on today, if you missed it, mentioned the fact that if we could increase average car occupancy, for example, by 10%, we would remove the same amount of emissions as the entire bus network. Similarly, we want to see average bus occupancy increase as well, because if we've got a bus trundling around with 8 people on it, it's no better for the environment than you or I travelling to work alone in a petrol car. Next slide, please. So just to provide some very high level background that I say will help make more sense then of what Barry will go through as a case study, I just wanted to explain the Mobilityways framework to you and our approach. This works on the basis, first of all, of data. And that word's come up loads of times already this morning, just the first hour and a half or so. So we start off by undertaking travel surveys with staff to understand the ways in which they currently commute. How many people actually walk, cycle, take public transport, and so on. I'm aware we're in a pandemic, of course, and we've undertaken this exercise for a number of organisations, asking 3 questions. How were you travelling pre-lockdown? How are you travelling today? How do you anticipate travelling perhaps March, April next year? That gives us a really good benchmark, but it also allows us to convert that data using this ACEL tool that we've created to understand what the emissions are that are being generated from that commuting behaviour. So those 2 things together give us a good benchmark, but what we really want to understand is what is the art of the possible. And by taking anonymous postcodes of employees and using the software at the top right of your screen now called Scoping Smart Mobility, we can understand 3 things very quickly from analysing those postcodes. How could staff currently commute to work as opposed to how they do? What gaps exist? Where are there large clusters of staff that have no choice at the moment than to drive alone in a petrol or diesel car? And what is the impact of starting to change that behaviour? Not just in terms of CO2e or nitrogen reductions, but from a health and well-being perspective, from a financial saving perspective for the individual or indeed for the organisation. Now, having accrued all that data and understanding the changes that we need to start to make to better align service to need, we can then, on the left-hand side of this circle, start to engage with staff. And using personal travel plans, we can communicate that quality of information about choices available to individuals. Not just in terms of what could you do, but what's the impact of your decision. And then there's a period of time where we will engage personally with staff to understand what the barriers are. So if 5% of people within the survey say they are cycling, and the scoping report shows 30% could, then what are the barriers that are stopping that 25% actually engaging in cycling? What are the incentives that are needed to change the behaviour? What actions do we need to take? And we need to be constantly measuring and seeing how our campaigns are working before we start this whole process again. Okay, that's the background framework, and I'll just ask you to move on to the next slide and ask Barry to give an understanding of what he's doing with the Northern Care Alliance.
Thanks very much, Mark. Morning, everybody. Thanks for the introduction. We are working in partnership with Mobilityways. So as Mark's just described about all the functions and the options that are there, we're currently at the early stage of our partnership and relationship with them. So I'll just give you a quick practical overview of how we're operating currently. My first slide is just a little bit of a quick introduction about Northern Care Alliance. The information there, we've got 4 hospitals, 1 in each of those boroughs there. A little bit additional information that's missing on there, that little clear blob that you can see in the middle is actually Manchester city centre. Just to give you an idea of our operating territory as well, we've got between 5 and 12 miles commuting distance between our hospital sites, and we have the benefits of Manchester being that blob in the middle, as well as some of the disincentives, because we're all around the edge of that. Next slide, please. So when we signed up to our Mobilityways partnership, our business case and how we approached it, we divided it up into these 4 aspects. And what I'm just going to quickly do in the next slides is just go through those, what we were looking and what we've started to obtain from that information and the surveys so far. So there's the 4 headings there: consistency, data, impact. It'll be the first one. If we could just move to the next slide, please. So what we were looking for when we signed up with Mobilityways is to develop a standard method and reporting for a format, a review against a national measure. So we see the ACEL survey as being a national measure that we're able to monitor our performance against. We also look to sign up for a longer term period. We took a strategic decision to have a 5-year process with Mobilityways to give us time to collect the data, to analyze the data, and then actually undertake the actions and actually see what the results were after that period. Previously, Northern Care Alliance were a merging of 2 NHS trusts. So there was also a need for us to get a little bit more consistent. We've got different approaches at our hospital sites, and it also allowed us to pull together and be more consistent. The other heading that I've got there with data, we're looking to improve our data collection. We're looking for it to all be in one place. We're looking at the surveys and all the information to be collected and analysed in one place. We've also, within our partnership, we're looking at impact. So the scoping analysis that Mark just referred to, and we'll come on to in the next slides, we've analysed 14 of our main work locations. We're using that scoping analysis report then as to be what is. It is the art of the possible, as Mark said. This is possible and simple points. And then where we got the 4 divides on the previous slide, we're then having the conversations of how do we deliver that at each of our local care organisations. Next slide, please. So we've got the first one is the scoping smart and mobility analysis. That is the art of the possible. That just gives you a little snapshot of the report and the information that we've got there. We're using that as our start conversation at the care organisations and with our wider stakeholders. Next slide, please. Active travel. This was the information that we've pulled out of the mapping and the scoping. So this is our Salford Royal Hospital site. Initially, it's suggesting 57% of people could walk or cycle. It is giving us the numbers. Now, we know as a 24/7 acute hospital site, we're never going to fully achieve that, but it's giving us the conversation starter, and it's looking at what we can do. We know that 57% of our staff, if the conditions are right, could walk or cycle. Next slide, please. Public transport, again, similar percentages we have there with Go Northwest. We can have conversations with our transport operators and our transport authority. It's giving us the information for what we have the potential to do if the infrastructure and the support is there. Next slide, please. Lift share, again, as Ali was saying earlier, 97% of our staff at Salford Royal we've identified as a potential lift share option. So we're working now with how do we develop our lift share package and our offer to staff to encourage them to use it more frequently. And that's part of the work that we'll be doing ongoing. Next slide, please. Again, complement. We've already been doing measures to promote active and sustainable travel, but it's been a little bit of a hit and miss piecemeal approach. We have our 1 day a week where we're trying to encourage people to travel less, which is the mural on the left. We've got an e-bike hire scheme, and we're improving our bike facilities, but we need to tie them together and we need to make the better interventions. So we're looking at the data and the Mobilityways partnership, allowing us to have those conversations, the mapping to highlight the detail, and then use our travel surveys and ACEL calculations to refine it further. Next slide, please. Their Mobilityways travel survey is our next aspect. That's allowing us to collect more detailed information from our staff about their commuting. What can we do better? What are we already doing well on? And then we're using that then for the ACEL calculation to actually report against a national measure for how we're performing. Next slide, please. ACEL, as we said there, a rating system with a certification. That's what we were looking at, our average commuter emissions level. Our scoping reports have already given us a potential idea of where we could be if we really pursued our zero commuting. Next slide, please. Well, again, health, well-being and supporting. We're using the MyPTP travel plan option to then offer support to staff to provide a travel plan option for them, to give them the information that they need to change their journeys gradually, not straight away. We're not looking at doing that straight away. It's being guided, being able to make the right choice and feel good about it. And for us as an organisation to develop a transport hierarchy. Next slide, please. So again, personalised travel plans, we've created those for each of our care organisation. We've put the information into the template, so we're giving our staff as much information as possible for when they plan the journeys, and then we're delivering that and doing a post monitoring after that. We're trying to give them the information. If they've chosen to look at that personal travel plan, we're giving them as much positive information as possible to get them to try out that alternative travel option. Next slide, please. So Trailblazers was our last option. Certainly being on the conference call this morning, I do not feel in any way that we are a trailblazer. We are in some ways in that we signed up with Mobilityways quite early, but we're not a full trailblazer. We've still got a long way to go, and we've got things from there. But we're looking at Mobilityways being part of our honest, open partnership of expertise and idea sharing. It's not going to be the total solution. It's still going to need a lot of hard work from us. But we've already got our previous partners, which are listed under there. We've got 1 day a week, a travel behaviour change. We've got Manchester Bike Hire, our e-bike hire scheme. We have Transport for Greater Manchester. We see Mobilityways and the data and the partnership as being the fire engine that is then delivering our firefighters to the best location in the fastest possible time, because as everybody's mentioned in the conversations earlier, we're at the stage where we now need to do a little bit of everything and a little bit of everything faster. So we're seeing this as a partnership to help us do that a little bit faster. I think that's the last slide, isn't it, Mark?
I think it is. Barry, thank you very much. I know you say you're not a trailblazer, but I would beg to differ. I think it's amazing what you've already taken on and started. I know you're doing a bit of work now about embedding personal travel plans within parking permit processes, which is very groundbreaking and really exciting, some of the early results. And that's very much part of this process. You know, we're working with circa 30 trusts now, and all the time we're learning things that are being tried and tested, that are being picked up through this process of data collection. And what Barry's been amazing at is being willing to come on to sessions like this several times now to share what he's doing, and to try and help other trusts to come on board too. So just a quick reminder, if you've got any questions, please go to slido.com, just put in ZC3, pop your questions in, and if you want any other conversations with us about this, then please pop that in too, and we'll come back to you. Thanks very much for listening.
Ooh. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so I'm hoping you can all hear me, and I'm not sure who's got the microphone on, but obviously, are you able to mute it, please? Yeah, I think someone may or may not have to have a couple of tabs open, or there's come a little bit of background noise, such as the challenges with technology, isn't it? Okay, so we're just kind of waiting for one more person to come into the session. So, okay, in that case, we'll kind of kickstart with things. So, good morning, everybody. For those of you who don't know me, my name is James Gleave. I'm the founder and director of Mobility Lab, and what we are going to discuss now is, well, kind of as it says here on the screen, public and private sector collaborators, and kind of how we can work together in order to alleviate and to be able to tackle carbon challenges associated with commuting and commuting trips. So I probably don't need to tell everybody here that climate change and tackling emissions, whether it be emissions of NOx, emissions of CO2, emissions of frankly everything, is a big challenge. And whilst it all would be in like a nice perfect world in which, you know, somebody like take on this challenge and be able to solve it all for us, we don't live in a perfect world. We have to be able to work together in order to in order to tackle this problem. And so what we got here is we've got a great panel of speakers who are be able to come talk to us and be able to come share some expertise, share their experience in how to do collaboration with others, kind of effectively and kind of in a good way. So I've kind of introduced myself a little bit, but I was just going to want to come back to go through kind of some of my esteemed panel members, and they'll be able to introduce themselves. Just come do a little quick intro for everybody. I'm going to do it on the list on the order of my screen. So Dawn, you are first. So if you'd like to introduce yourself, please. I believe you're on mute, Dawn.
No, I'm unmuted now. Technology is working. Hi, I'm Dawn Blanton. I'm the England director at Bus Users UK. Bus Users UK is a charity with a unique mission to campaign for inclusive and accessible transport. And to achieve this, we work with operators, industry bodies, regulators, non-profit groups, campaign bodies, government, centrally and locally. And essentially our role is that we want to make sure that communities have a voice. So I kind of think that we've been invited here today because we're trying to bridge that public and private sector of collaborators to make sure that the people that are actually using public transport are able to understand the challenges and what they can do to contribute.
Thank you very much, Dawn. And by the way, my dog Jasper also says hi. He's a great fan of yours, clearly. So yeah, thank you for that, Dawn. Jamie, you'd like to introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, hi there. Thanks, James. Thanks for having me, and thanks to Mobilityways also for having me. So I'm the CEO of Dash. We are an electric bike subscription company that works in conjunction with the UK Cycle to Work scheme. So we work with employers of all sizes, from small coffee shops all the way through to some of the largest employers in the country, like the NHS, which is clearly why I've been invited on here. But we provide an all-inclusive subscription service that starts at £29 a month for one of our premium brand e-bikes. We've got likes of Brompton, Van Move, Cowboy, Rad Power bikes. And included in that price is absolutely everything you need to get cycling. So it's your helmet, your lock, insurance that covers you, the rider, your bike, and any third-party liability. So, if the unfortunate happens and you knock into anyone or anything, you're covered. Anything goes wrong with the bike, we're there to sort of fix it for you and get you on your way again. If it can't fix it, we give you a new one. So we think we're a one-stop shop to help employers and their employees get cycling and realise the benefits associated.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Okay, so the way this session is going to run is kind of going to be simple. We're just going to have a bit of a panel discussion about this whole area, and I'm sure we could probably fill 2 hours with talking about collaboration, kind of what makes a good thing. Joe, you came in an absolutely perfect time. We were just finishing the introduction, so I was just about to launch into things. That's no problem, Joe. If you'd like to just kind of quickly introduce yourself, if that's okay. Rest of the panel have, please introduce yourself, Joe.
Oh, thank you, James. I'm really sorry I'm late. We've had a few technical issues. My name's Jo Ward. I'm the Transport Strategy and Policy Manager at Kirklees Council. I'm a board member of the Transport Planning Society and an active member of Women in Transport.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joe. And don't we kind of all know the kind of issues with technology over the last couple of years? Perhaps if the public and private sector can collaborate to make things like this run seamlessly, that would be absolutely perfect. Things like ensuring like security standards are similar to one another. That'd be great. Okay, so I'm just going to open with this really simple question. But always kind of simple questions I find are the most difficult ones. And it's just a very simple one of what the essential elements of a good public and private partnership, what sort of best practice look like, and then how do we then understand kind of the impact of those of that successful partnership in terms of reducing emissions. I'm going to start with Jamie, if that's okay. If you can, you listed your experience there, so you kind of asked for it in some respect. So go on.
Walked into that one. Do you know what? So I'm going to talk very, very much from my own personal experience, and I think what makes a successful public and private partnership is very, very similar to what makes a successful private-to-private partnership. So we've approached our conversations with the NHS in no different way to how we would talk to any of our sort of corporate customers. And that's, from understanding who the stakeholders are, who's got a vested interest in this, who's got a vested interest potentially against it. Bring them all around the table, finding who are your sort of your evangelists, the people who are going to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, and getting them all sort of in on the journey very, very early on. And I'd say before you even start to get into any of the real detail, that's how we found it successful. Don't get to the nuts and bolts of what you're going to do. Just try and get the big picture sorted. Make sure you all agree on that, and then go forward with that. The one thing I think people who are approaching public and private partnerships, certainly from my experience, need to bear in mind is the roles and the number of people involved and what everyone's sort of called and things like this is quite different between the corporate world, in my experience, and the public world. There were a whole load of job titles which I'd never heard of before when we started working with the NHS, which, fantastic learning experience. But you just have to sort of bear that in mind, that with the language you use needs to be a little bit fluid to not alienate people and make sure you're bringing in all the sort of relevant stakeholders.
Fantastic. I think for those of us who have worked in the public sector, I get lost, frankly, on different job roles and kind of different job titles. Perhaps that segues nicely into Joe. Again, what's your experience?
I think it's different in each organisation as well, isn't it? I've worked with a number of different organisations, so my career has been a real mix of working in public, private and the charity sector. And I think when engaging with each of those organisations, they're almost like a community in themselves, and maybe rightly so. But yeah, it varies from location to location as well, and some of it is very centred around that, depending on which region you're in, which country you're in terms of the countries of the British Isles, and just which county you're working in, or district or area. So I think it varies a lot. So I think that's a really good piece of advice from Jamie, just to be aware of that, and don't underestimate the number of people you're going to have to talk to, because it's all set up differently in different organisations, isn't it, in different departments and things.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think we've been through to get our project going. I think we went through probably 7 rounds of meetings, talking to maybe 20 plus people, each of them having to sort of individually sign off. So it is a process. The one caveat I'd say to that is that makes it sound daunting and challenging. It isn't. It's just longer. We found some fantastic people along the way in our journey who have been absolutely behind us and incredibly supportive at pushing things through and making life easier for us. So I certainly wouldn't want to discourage people from doing it. It's just you have to just know what you're getting in for and what the game is. But that's no reason you can't play it and you can't win at it.
Exactly so. Dawn, you seem to be nodding your head there.
Yeah, I definitely think that's key, is that, particularly if you're coming from a private commercial sector, is just recognising that the public sector is a slow moving animal. And just because you're still talking about it a year on doesn't mean they don't want to do it. It just means they're still jumping through the hoops of the various people they've got to get to agree on the matter. But from my point of view, just to kind of really go back to basics, it really is kind of very straightforward. You've got to build trust. You've got to have respect for each other and listen and communicate what your needs are and how that's going to benefit people, particularly towards the public sector, because they are representing the people and communities they work for. So, you've really got to sell that notion. And I think also, as you move on in that process, look for someone independent to play a pivotal role in those discussions as well, because, we all get very passionate about what we think is a great option. So, Jamie, obviously loves cycles and thinks it's great and it's going to clear up the atmosphere, etc. But, you'll have all your public sector people having a different view, and it's just trying to balance those. So if you have someone that can cross over all of those, I think you can keep everybody on the same page, and you're going to keep that kind of communication channel open.
And do you think, Dawn, that actually that then kind of chimes into almost like this role, like different personalities within different organisations. Obviously, I'm what I don't mean by that is, there are some people not being obstructive or anything like that, but in order to, it's almost like do you think like the dynamics of the partnership depend upon the personalities which are part of this partnership and driving this partnership, and also having a bit of a say on it, and just then how that varies? I don't know, what's everyone's experience of that?
I definitely think it does come down to personality. I think any great partnership is about developing rapport and understanding between the various parties. If you can't get that past that point, I think you will always struggle. But I think, like I say, you know, looking at it from a private and outside of the public sector, you have to recognise that, those representatives may have very, very focused views. They may believe that they're acting in the best interest of their communities, but actually, and they can't look outside of that. And so sometimes that makes that a tougher sell. So for me, primarily we work with buses, but across the public transport sector. But it is that thing of lots of politicians think the car is the solution, and they're very fearful of not having the car drivers vote. So sometimes when we start to talk about emissions and things like that, or alternative modes of transport, they get really nervous. And I think you just have to recognise where they're coming from and try to recognise their fears and alleviate them as you move forward with the conversation.
And Jamie, Joe, perhaps come build on that point a little bit, as it's actually kind of related to another question which I was going to ask of like who kind of needs to be part of this partnership. So obviously, if let's say you're a private business, whilst obviously there are people within the business or people within the organisation who may be interested and want to be part of this partnership. What role do your customers then play? And then it's like similar for the public sector. You got to represent the people who you represent the people of the area which you're serving. So what sort of role do they play? Do they play any role, or even come as Joe pointed out? Does the charity sector play sort of role in these partnerships? Also, who do you kind of then think really needs to be part of these partnerships? And what sort of roles do they then need to play in order to achieve this massive goal of achieving net zero? Either one of you can go first, frankly.
Shall I go? I think we need more people. We need more people to the table, don't we? We need to be having a discussion about the kind of things that we want to happen to make the it's going to sound a bit cheesy, but to make the built environment better for all of us. We need to all be involved in the discussion, and that's from the decision makers of public and private sector right down to members of the public, because otherwise we're only getting built environment that's designed by certain parts of the population, and that doesn't fit everybody's needs. So it's too late now as built environment professionals to be saying, oh, we can only please a certain number of people. We've got to be going for it. I think generally we all want the same thing. We all want things to be better. We want things to be, we can see the kind of bigger picture value in that, but we've got to come down onto what works for different people. So different drivers will work for private businesses than work for public sector than work for members of the public. So it's our responsibility and duty to be aware of all of those things and to make it work as quickly as possible. We're problem solvers, aren't we, in terms of what we do? And what a privilege that we have every day, that we get to influence the way people, where they live, where they work, how they get their services. And we have to have a bit of pride in what we do to make sure that we're really doing that the best we can for all of the people. So it's all of our responsibility.
I wholeheartedly agree. That's very well put, Joe. I think we've tried to bring as many people on board in our partnerships with the NHS. So we've asked to have conversations with the doctors' reps, the nurses' reps, which given the sort of timing of this, that's been a challenge. But to their credit, they've all put their hands up and got involved and stuff like that. We've had their estates managers, we've had their HR, their finance, their legal. We've brought in the entirety of our team to sort of bear and stuck into the project. And I think that's just, echoing Joe's words, it's just getting as many people involved building as many advocates that you can possibly build, because even if those people themselves, what you're pitching to them isn't relevant for them personally, the more people you can have understand your particular partnership and the proposition that presents, the more people that they can then share it with. And, it might be that they can share it with 10 people and 2 of them take it up. And then, you start that sort of chain reaction. And I think that's, absolutely what Joe was saying. We just need to get more people engaged, more people understanding what the options are, what the sort of small changes they can make to their life. Come back to the sort of general topic of this is what the small changes you can make to really make a big difference to your carbon emissions and also your lifestyle. I mean, I'm going to speak for my business personally. Obviously, we're a cycling business. The benefits you can gain from cycling to work are enormous. The amount of stress you'll relieve, the health and well-being, the effect on your community, not in terms of carbon emissions, but also particulate matter, which has massive repercussions, especially in urban environments. You can make such a difference for such a small change, and also you'll save money. So we need more people involved. We need more people talking about it, and anything we can do to that end is a positive action.
I think the language we use to do that is really important, isn't it? So that we're reaching people on their language, because we have all been working in this field for a very long time. So we almost get it, but we've got to take everybody else with us. And they're all starting at different points, aren't they? The politicians, the business owners, the local government, everybody's starting at a different point. So it's really important that language and communication about how we work with them to make it on their level so that they can make those small changes, as Jamie was talking about, is really important.
Oh, sorry, Dawn, go on.
I just wanted to add to that, and I think it's about us not working in silos. As individual transport people, it's too long we've kind of had this. Well, we're focusing on bikes this year, or we're focusing on pavements, or we need to stop that, and we need to look at how we're going to deal with carbon emissions and look at that as a whole package, because plenty of people can cycle to a park and ride and then jump on the bus to get into town, or to walk to the train station and then get the train somewhere. So we really have to start joining this up and stop separating ourselves out as well.
Fantastic, everybody. So obviously, just a very, very quick segue, obviously, for the audience. If you want to contribute to the discussion and you want to ask a question, all the details are on the screen. So it's at Slido. Log on to slido.com and enter the code #ZC3 in order to pose a question. I will, I've got another tab on my screen up here, so I'll kind of keep an eye on the questions. But it was almost like coming back to, I think it's kind of a point. I think it's kind of a point that Joe made, but it's more of the fact that almost like touching a little bit more on the dynamics of the partnerships. It's almost like, how do we then how's everybody like found the best partnerships have managed friction within them? Because obviously we agree, we kind of all want to achieve the same thing, but inevitably there's going to be some point where we're going to disagree on things. And I think Joe actually mentioned the example there of kind of members of the public may not necessarily be as far along the journey when it comes to zero carbon, and they think, well, actually, I just want to drive my blooming car everywhere, frankly. But it's almost like, how do the best partnerships in everyone's experience manage that sort of friction and overcome it? It's kind of an open question to whoever wants to field it, really.
I mean, it's a challenging topic. I think always overcoming friction is always difficult, especially when you're dealing with people's emotions and their sort of set way of behaving. We're very habitual as human beings, and trying to change that is hard. I think what we found works best is, again, it's having multiple stakeholders who are all sort of singing off the same hymn sheet, maybe not at the same time, but can chip in and add different points that all sort of achieve the common goal. We sort of always try and talk to people on a very emotional level. So we don't talk about the sort of nuts and bolts of what our subscriptions contain and things like that. We're always very much, this is the impact it's going to have on your life and your health and well-being. And I think that tends to be the best way to reach people. And you're never going to convert everyone, unfortunately. But I think you've got the best chance when you speak to someone's motivations and speak to them as a person who's empathise with their situation, put yourself in their shoes, and just tell them what the impacts of it are going to be, not the sort of detail of what it is.
Joe, Dawn, have you found that sort of approach works?
I think I agree with that. I think it's really important to reach people on the kind of what is it that appeals to them. So that people stuff is really important, because this is all about people, isn't it? Going about their everyday lives and where they need to get to and what they need to do. But just a kind of personal example of things, I'm completely convinced by riding my bike. I would never call myself a cyclist, but my main motivation for riding my bike was, one, I live in Nottingham and we had a lot of tram works for a long time, so I needed to know how quickly I could get to places, and two, I can't be bothered with going to the gym. So whilst it's lovely and completely agrees with my kind of ethics in life that I can help the world, make myself feel better, all of it, and it doesn't cost me loads of money and I don't have to have a car, and I know I'm very privileged that I don't have to have a car, actually that is probably one of the best modes for me, because it means I get all of those things and I just incorporate it in my everyday life. So that's kind of my personal thing as to why I do it. And so, you know, and if I went along to an event and somebody was telling me, I don't know, about, you know, what the environmental issue, that's kind of second to why I do it. It's important, but it's kind of second to my personal motivation. So I think kind of pulling it down into those personal stories about why people might change and do things, and whilst also recognizing that we aren't asking people to change something every day. We're asking people to try things and work out what's the best for them. So that choice that's accessible to everybody, so that they can work around to work out what are their best chances, is actually opening up more things for people. So it's about working with them and having those conversations as people.
Yeah, completely.
I think it's also about shifting the argument to understand that our default as a country's position shouldn't be car-based. You know, there are lots of other options out there, and sometimes people don't choose to use those other options because they don't know how to use them, or they're not healthy enough to use them, or they're fearful of what might happen, or it's a cost thing. You know, there is lots of belief that somehow our cars sit on our drive and they're free. We all pay out hundreds of pounds each month, you know, in insurances and rental and petrol and all that, and then parking fees on top. So I think it's just, I concur with what the others say, it is about understanding drivers, but I think it's just about moving the conversation forward a little bit as well.
I will find out where the unmute button is. Thanks very much for that, everybody. Okay, so I'm just going to pitch going to take a couple of questions from the audience, if that's okay. There's like a select sample which is going to put up here on the screen here. So again, members of the audience, if you want to ask a question, go to slido.com. Put in the access code #ZC3. I'll pick it up. This is actually one. It kind of touches on a little bit on Dawn, what you said, come around about cost, and it's actually directly related to buses, but I'll try and bring it out to like a more broader question, if that's okay. This anonymous kind of asks, you know, speaking to bus operators, government funding will be reduced next year, affecting services. How do we square this funding issue? So Dawn, is it okay? Perhaps you can answer that specific question first, but also I'd then like to broaden it out into a much bigger discussion on the role of funding in greasing the wheels of partnerships, and just for people's thoughts on it. That's okay.
Yeah, obviously, you know, operators have had major problems over the last 18 months, 20 months with the pandemic and people not using the buses. So that has been a real problem, and the government have put in lots of funding to kind of keep services on the road because people use them. They're a vital service. We do have a situation that from April onwards, the government have mentioned that they won't give operators the bus recovery grant that they have been given, but my understanding that conversations are still ongoing on that front, so it might not be the precipice we're expecting. We also have the National Bus Strategy coming online, which now amounts to about £1.2 billion being given out to areas across the country based on a bus service improvement plan. So there is some money sloshing around. It's much more than we perhaps have had in the past, but obviously it's still not enough. And I think when you start to look at the bigger picture, you have to start looking at all the money we have coming in from our use of cars and how that could perhaps be more equitably spent to support carbon emission reduction, and I think that is a big conversation that perhaps the government needs to start looking at how they're going to pay for things, because we're never going to hit our targets if we don't move people out of their cars. You know, electric cars will just cause us other types of congestion and pollution issues. We need to move people onto more sustainable transport.
Fantastic, Dawn. Joe, I don't know if you wanted to come in, obviously from the local authority standpoint, and we kind of always know in local authorities that funding is an issue. So yeah.
Yeah, and don't we know it? I think there's some very difficult decisions that local authorities are having to make at the moment in terms of their highways maintenance budgets and their new innovation things to get more people travelling sustainably, and that's almost an impossible decision for local government employees to be making. So we need the leadership at the top. We need more than just white papers saying certain things. We need funding behind that. We also need to work together as built environment professionals to get more people into the industry. There is a lot going on at the moment, and there is a real issue over finding the right and people across the country to be able to do this. So we need to work on that. We need to be working with the universities, colleges, perhaps apprenticeships, that kind of thing, and be really advocating for what a great career this is to get into. I mean, yeah, could look through it rosy tinted glasses and say it's great all the time, isn't it? We know it's not, because it's work, but genuinely I do believe it's a really interesting career to get into, or it wouldn't be one I'd be doing. Yeah, we need to work to get young people interested in the kind of world they want to live in, and so the work around more green jobs and that kind of thing, our industry can have a real impact on that, so that should be encouraging.
Well, James, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, I had to do it at least once, didn't I? Okay. I'd like to actually kind of tie in the new top question kind of there about certainly when it like comes to funding. Obviously, you know, the priorities of the public sector and the private sector are different. So I'm just kind of interested whether or not, you know, it's always like the role of financing, like the role of funding in partnerships is different for a private sector company compared to a public sector company, or are we just all like facing the same issue?
From my experience, I think they are subtly different. They're both definitely there in terms of, you know, trying to survive, and maybe in the public sector it's not literally, you know, the avoidance of bankruptcy. It's literally keeping people healthy and active, especially in the NHS, keeping people you know, being able to go to work, and they're looking after their mental health. And that in the public sector, my experience is that it's the sort of health and well-being and the carbon stuff that comes first, and then the finances have come afterwards, just to make sure that they're, you know, I mean, we don't cost employers anything unless they want it to. So that all the health and well-being stuff came first, and that was definitely the prime motivator, and then the financing came second. In the private sector, it has been a little bit different because of what's been going on, because of the challenges that businesses have been facing, and therefore the finances have definitely played much more of a role in the conversation up front in terms of how this works. Am I going to have to pay up front for the services or anything like that? But then it does, once you sort of, you know, you get over that hurdle, it comes back to, right, what's the impact going to be on our staff, on our carbon emissions and things like that. So they're both there in their way. They're just in slightly different order.
As somebody who's kind of worked in public and private sector, it's I very much kind of sympathise with that view. Basically, I'll also kind of do this question because, you know, basically it seems to become the most voted one. It's specifically for you, Jamie. It is about do your client employers have bike charging facilities on site, and are they green? So there you go.
Sure. So Douglas, it's a good question. I think this might be I don't know how familiar you are with e-bikes, but they're very, very different to electric cars. So there's no specific, you know, e-bike charging that you need. Most of the e-bikes that we have, the batteries are completely removable. You take them with you to your desk or wherever you're going, and you plug them into the mains like you would your iPhone. So it's very, very easy to charge them, is the first point. Secondly, are they green? Well, again, they use very, very little energy. They're incredibly efficient machines. So the question of whether they're green or not is again, it's probably a slight red herring, because we're talking about tiny volumes of electricity to power these things. And then something I didn't really want to mention, but it sort of does come to this point, is that as a business, what we do is we go and assume that none of our e-bikes are being charged with green electricity. We work out how much electricity they're using every day on the basis that the batteries are being fully charged once a day, and annually we go and carbon offset that amount. So it's not something we really, it's not that big a deal, but it sort of is our bit to ensure that question can't be levied at anyone, and they're made to feel bad for it. So I hope that answers your question.
Well, Anonymous, I hope it does answer you, and hope Anonymous does answer your question. Answer the question for me, so that's let's go on a positive thing. Okay, so we've got a couple of questions there now on kind of the links with kind of links between local authorities and private businesses in the region, but also how can central government come support local public sector, private sector partnerships? Now, obviously, central government, I know, for certain parts of the country, it kind of seems to be a little bit of a dirty word. I think it's probably fair to say, but I'm kind of, but actually, that question also kind of interests me is, what is kind of the role of the likes of DfT and other central government departments in helping local authorities and local businesses kind of develop these partnerships, or does it even play a role, because the local authorities actually have great links with their local businesses and with other businesses as well? It's a bit of an open question, that one, but I think logically it starts with Joe as the local authority person here.
I think there's a place for both. I think we need both. I think there's a difficulty in central government being overly involved in it, because obviously localities are very different and different setups in different places, and people want to work with local people. But I think that there's got to be this link, hasn't there, especially as we move into, let's hope in the spring, more recovery period in terms of the pandemic and looking towards a greener future. We've all got to be involved in that. But I think there is an underestimation of the resource it takes to jump through hoops in terms of funding criteria. It's the deadlines are tight, so that's great. But if you're going for multiple things and you're only a small team, that makes opportunity quite hard in terms of being able to give that the best shot for the people that you live within the community. I would say that we want to be working more with businesses. We're really open to doing that, of all sizes. It's about time and resources, and that again comes back to the having resources within the authority and within the business to be able to do that, but also having the right people within the industry. So just kind of full circling with the point I made earlier about getting more people in the industry.
Don, Jamie, I don't know if you wanted to add anything more.
I mean, not much for me. The point Joe made around applying for funding and things like that rings true very much to me. We've gone for numerous grants and things like that in the past, and for whatever reason not got them. And it doesn't make it. It's a very difficult choice you have to make when you're running a business, is to how much time and resource you want to commit to those applications, because they are incredibly time consuming and intellectually draining sometimes, because lots of the times I feel as though the grant funding is being completely misspent in the wrong area, and you try and pitch your view, but because the grant is such a narrow worded requirement and specification, you've got no ability to sway people's minds whatsoever. So actually it ends up being a little bit chasing good money after bad. So we tend to stay away. I mean, my personal view is, certainly for my sector around cycling and e-bikes, I don't think the government needs to do anything more than they're currently doing in terms of subsidisation or grants or anything like that. I think there is plenty of innovation and support already within our industry that should more than suffice in terms of getting people on to e-bikes and then letting them have access to them. And I'd far prefer they spend the money on the infrastructure that means that people feel safe when they're on the road, because that is by far and away the largest concern that people have when considering to cycle.
Just to add to that, I think following on from Joe and from work that I've been doing with B6 and enhanced partnerships, it's the time factor. Government are great in that they're now talking about carbon emissions and what they can do and the bus service improvement plans, etc. but they're doing that without enough time for people to respond. And the approach of competitive funding, whilst I understand the principle, it's not easy, and really take on board that some of the work that I've seen done around the country, around the national bus strategy, there's just no capacity in those local authorities. They have the knowledge and the expertise of who they work with in their communities, but they don't have the bodies to deliver it. And I just think if government were to do anything, it's to pay attention to that and not have this 3-year turnaround of funding, invest in our communities. And the other point as well is, again, move out of those silos, because while you're given some money to do new cycle infrastructure, you're giving money to planning and you're not looking at housing developments and how that's going to integrate. We need to look at how funding is given across the departments so that we can actually get a really, really cohesive package to address this problem.
Fantastic. Thanks everybody. So obviously I've got one eye on the clock, a little bit. It's just amazing how come around this 45 minutes is really rattling through. I want to try and get through as many questions as we possibly can. So I'm just going to take the next question, but I'm going to ask you to ask a little bit of a challenge. Can you give an answer in one sentence? That will be kind of a challenge for you. So it's obviously it's kind of this question here. It's got a couple of upvotes on how can we increasingly bring SMEs into the equation on zero carbon commuting, given resources and costs for monitoring, for behaviour change monitoring and reporting. Jamie, as the SME, it makes sense for you to go first. One sentence.
I would say make the procurement process less onerous for the SMEs.
Absolutely 100% agree. And also less onerous for public sector people as well. That'd be great. Anyway, go on, Dawn. I'll go for you next.
You said that with such a defeatist voice. Have I spoke too much?
No, not at all. Not at all.
What I would say is, on the monitoring and reporting, just simplify KPIs and make them really easy to understand and monitor. Don't do all this kind of, I've spoke too much, sorry. Make KPIs easier.
There we go. Brilliant. Thank you, Dawn. And Joe, go on.
And collaboration, making it easier to report, etc. All those things.
Fantastic. I think you all kept to one sentence. That was great. So, well, and if you didn't, then we'll just kind of overlook it. That's fine. Okay, so we've got 5 minutes or so left. Kind of the final question, which I kind of really wanted to ask, was kind of a little bit more of kind of a fundamental one. Is kind of what are the biggest barriers do you find to collaboration for projects which encourage sustainable commuting, and also in your experience, how can these barriers be overcome? Because I think we're all kind of quite practical people here, and we want to, we've got a big challenge ahead of us. We want to get on with it and we want to sort it. So what are the biggest challenges? How do we overcome them? I'll start with you, Joe.
I think you touched on this earlier when you were talking about people having different opinions, but actually we all wanted the bigger picture thing. I don't think you can underestimate the value of putting in place the governance and the work it takes to set these things up at the beginning. I think it seems like hard work at the beginning, but actually it gets you the results and gets everybody on the same page, knowing where they're going. So just picking up on points that Jamie and Dawn have both made, I just think that collaboration and governance is really important.
Go on, Jamie. You go next.
I mean, I was very much similar to Joe. I think it's the biggest challenge we've faced is, especially when you're talking to larger organisation, there's no one person who's got a direct motivation to tackle this problem. It's sometimes in the very, very large organisations, you've got someone who is specifically employed to look at greener, transport or sustainability, but invariably that role doesn't really exist to tackle commuting. So it's bringing together all the people that have a sort of a stake in that, slice of that pie, and getting them to coalesce on what they think the solutions could be and are. That's when you're, unfortunately, people love them or loathe them, but they are the biggest challenge to deal with in anything. And therefore, yeah, that's what I would say.
And Dawn?
You want me to speak? I'll try and be quick. I think it's about engagement with everybody from top to bottom. I think Joe made that comment earlier, and it is about it's bringing new people to the table, because we can get trapped in that kind of built environment, public transport kind of conversation, and we're all talking in our lingos, and then we put those things out there and the public go, what? I think if we bring new people to the table, with new ideas and new conversations, and really just kind of open this conversation up, that will help us get some more independent views and views where people will buy into what we're trying to achieve.
Thank you, everybody. I think that's actually been a really good discussion, really broad ranging. And firstly, I apologise to the members of the audience that we didn't manage to get to your questions. We just had so many. We had so many of them. It was kind of inevitable, and I do apologise. Thank you, very much for submitting your questions. I suppose, obviously we covered a lot in this. We covered almost like the dynamics of partnership, the roles of funding, the roles of different personalities, the roles of, and all the way down to like the real practical issues, jumping through hoops, getting approvals, getting governance right, getting almost like all like the basic stuff in place so we can actually forge like some really successful partnerships in order for us to, come tackle this huge issue which we kind of got ahead of us, because we're all in this together, frankly, aren't we? So obviously, it only leaves me to say, obviously, thank you very much to all of panel members. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you all, and obviously, it's been a pleasure, come to facilitate kind of a really positive, really wide-ranging, really engaging discussion from my perspective. So next up, we've got an Innovator Spotlight. So please come stick around for that. You'll be happy to hear I won't be presenting it, so that's fine. That'll be great. But yeah, thank you all very much, and speak to you again soon. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I think we're just waiting for one more person on the panel. Jonathan. Okay, I've been told to start. So, morning, everybody. Good to see you all. Welcome to today's Innovator Spotlight session. I'm Charlotte Albert, and I'm a Senior Account and Partnerships Manager here at Mobilityways. As the title suggests, the purpose of this session is to put into the spotlight some innovative movers and shakers in the zero carbon commuting space. The format of the session will follow that one by one. I will give a brief introduction to each speaker and their organisation, and then they will each have 4 minutes max to give us an elevator pitch about their company and solution and how they are making positive strides to decarbonise the commute and beyond, I'm sure. As with all our sessions today, we're super tight on time. So I'm going to be really strict with you speakers. I'm sorry, I've got a timer on my phone. So I'm going to give you a warning at 3 minutes 30, and then you will be stopped at 4 minutes. So I hope you're feeling punchy and bright this morning. So if anybody attending has any questions, thoughts, or feelings they'd like to share during the session, as with our other sessions today, please do let us know via our stream on slido.com. With the hashtag ZC3. There's some really lively conversation on there already, which is great to see. And then obviously, if you want to connect with our speakers after, there is a networking feature on the conference today. So we'd really love you to do that. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker today, Ben from Connected Curb. So Ben is Chief Digital Officer at Connected Curb, one of the UK's fastest growing on-street EV charging networks. Ben's background is in automotive, mobility and infrastructure, and is working to provide next generation digital services for government and consumers in the EV sector. Over to you, Ben.
Thank you very much, Charlotte, and a pleasure to be on the forum. It already looks like a great event, and many of you have already reached out via LinkedIn and other means as well, so looking forward to connecting afterwards. I'm really delighted to present Connected Curb this morning. I know Chris has some other activities in the day's agenda, our CEO. Very quickly here, Connected Curb is an on-street provision, primarily an on-street EV charge point provider with a hardware that is made of two principal components. We have a node box that we bury under the street, and to that we connect both power and potentially a data connection, a fiber backbone. And then on top of that, you can see what's pictured here as the sort of charge point manifests itself at the surface. I've recently joined the business to take it on to a digital journey that enables us to engage our infrastructure, our physical infrastructure, with a whole raft of brand new use cases. And what I'm really looking forward to engaging with new partners here today is talking about how do we create better placemaking through an EV infrastructure backbone that enables all sorts of new use cases in front of a local authority, but also enables us to capture digitally some of the social value that our larger state can deploy. You may well have seen at COP26, we've put out some very significant numbers that we're enjoying through the order books around how our estate will grow across the UK up to 2030. What we're looking to do is, as our estates proliferate with hardware, is how we can build a digital infrastructure that is inclusive for as many partners as possible to share different insights. And one of the graphics I'm showing here in particular shows the current site selection capability we have within the business, which takes the physical place insights that are available nationally around is there power, what are the road widths, pavement widths, proximity to road junctions, all the physical insights that are important to our business putting out hardware in this way, but also is increasingly sympathetic to the local socio and demographic data sets that are available. What are the average incomes? What's the likelihood of buying an EV? What are the employment categories in the local area? Do people have driveways or not? What are their habits in terms of movement for access to employment, access to leisure activities? A whole raft of sort of different people insights. We're at the very early stage, but what we're able to do is augment this through a series of AI functions that enable us to put out an estate over a long-term period. Keep in mind our contracts are typically over 10 years, where we can put out an estate today that serves a local EV community, but also then scales, adapts and evolves as EV uptake changes in the region. Through different partners, Mobilityways included, there's a lot of data that we can start to harness, but what we're really thinking about here is how an EV charge point can work with a local authority to change behaviours at place. And that could obviously be sympathetic to improving air quality by inviting a EV demographic into an area. But you could also hold that up against congestion and consider, do you actually want EVs there creating long dwell time and charging their vehicles in areas of existing congestion? So it's making a trade-off, a data-driven trade-off between congestion KPIs, the air quality KPIs, and the other things that are important for local authority, while also thinking about the social factors. We have to dispel this myth, as is built into the DNA of our business, around we will put charge points where the Tesla drivers reside. By including the social and demographic information, we can understand people who are using vehicles and other modes to access employment, access education, but thinking about the areas they reside.
Got 30 seconds, Ben.
Thanks, Charlotte. Where they rest and where they may be charging this asset, and whether that asset is used for business use, other people in the household who may share the same asset, all of the changing implications around where people reside and charge their vehicles, and thinking about how we support them best. Key for us is to create an accessible, available EV network, putting in enough charge points to serve a local community with always accessible and price guaranteed EV charge point infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. I think, yeah, accessible and equitable EV charging is definitely going to be important in the race to get to zero carbon commuting. So thank you so much for that. So next we have David Bothwell, don't know if I pronounced that right, David, who's the founder and director of Otter. So Otter challenges modes of travel today in pursuit of a greener, less polluted tomorrow. Connect the complex with an integrated and inclusive form of micromobility so your people can get more out of their time and do it all while spreading the joy that only an otter can bring. Fascinating. David, over to you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. So I'll be honest, I was aiming at 3 minutes, so I thank you very much for the extra minute. So I'm the founder and director of Otter. Now, before I jump into all the cool stuff that I feel that we do, I'd like to tell you a little bit more around why we exist. So some of the very many topical and political issues that we face at the moment coming out of a global pandemic, quite obviously climate change, but mental and physical health issues, the great resignation as it's been coined, and fundamentally what will be a huge deficit is going to be felt by taxpayers, local authorities and employers beyond. Now, Otter is quite obviously no silver bullet for many of these issues. Our services are one of many offerings that can engage employees, win hearts and minds, and I feel truly provide value to employers, all whilst contributing positively towards net zero. Now, Otter is a startup. We're based out of Nottingham, and I feel that if you need to understand Otter and what we stand for, you probably need to understand a little bit more about me. So, as I said, we're Nottingham based. Me and the family, we are Nottingham waste champions and proud to be that. We'll be out on the weekends with our wonderful gloves, high-vis and beautiful purple bags that we fill. I'm a regular cyclist and scooter enthusiast, but more importantly, I've spent the last 12 years working in fairly senior safety and sustainability roles in different parts of the world, for very large organisations. And what I found is that being perceived to do the right thing more often than not is more important than actually doing the right thing. And it just didn't sit well with me, to be honest. So as a result of that, I'm generally a firm believer in acting locally whilst thinking globally. So if I just ever so quickly touch on some of the products and services that we supply. We supply electric vehicles. So we supply e-scooters and e-bikes. But what we really supply is change, positive change and sensible fun by the bucket load. We offer our sensible and sustainable packages of joy via our project management service or fully managed end-to-end mobility programs for employers. Now, this all comes together using a white label offering, meaning your branding, your configuration, your look, your feel. So before I just finally move on to my final point, which is around employer and employee benefits, what I believe to be the big wins, the big ticks in the big boxes are this. Reclaim back larger areas of land which are currently used for personal vehicles, all whilst working towards compliance with Scope 3 emissions, as was covered this morning in the session chaired by Ali. Reduced occupational health interventions, again going right back to that mental and physical health issue piece. Reduced attrition rates, improved employee retention and that unique employer USP, and most importantly of all, doing the right thing when it counts, because as again I've seen mentioned many times this morning, employees do expect more, and that's what we're aiming to give. Thank you. If you can hear me, Charlotte, I can't hear you.
They muted me. They weren't happy with my alarm that I put on the last one. So none of you are going to have that now. To say I was about to stop you, but you finished on the mark. So thank you, David. I love the sound of packages of joy for businesses. I think everyone could do with a bit of that. So next we have David Watkins, founder and COO of Dash Rides. Dash Rides is an e-bike subscription business that is reinventing the cycle to work scheme. David, over to you.
Thanks, Charlotte. And yeah, if anyone's been listening to the previous session, they would have heard a bit about Dash from my co-founder, Jamie. Hopefully this will be slightly different and enlighten everyone a little bit more. So at Dash, we believe that everyone that cycles, it's better for the individual person themselves, it's better for the society as a whole, and it's better for the planet. And we're going about delivering this sort of mission by taking a whole new approach to cycle to work. And we're doing that through our e-bike subscription work perk. So we offer a range of premium e-bikes to choose from, and included in the subscription is on-demand repairs, theft insurance, a helmet, lock, and bike deliveries to people's doors. We have commitments from as low as 1 month for people to try out the subscription, because one of the things that we find regularly is that people aren't really familiar with e-bikes. They don't know what they are, and they're looking to try them. They're looking to try a commute using a different mode. We have prices starting from as little as £30 a month. And what we're trying to do ultimately is make it as easy as possible to get as many people cycling as we can by removing all of the barriers, or as many of the barriers as we can. But it gets better. So we're trying to make things easier for the companies as well. So we recognize there's the benefit for the employees, the users of the bikes, but we also want to make it easier for the companies. So it costs nothing for the companies to offer Dash to their employees. There's not even a working capital commitment, which there is common with many traditional cycle to work schemes. And this being said, there are a lot of employers out there that we work with that actually subsidize the cost of the subscriptions. So something as little as £30 a month per employee can actually triple or quadruple the sign-up rate, which I think is quite powerful, especially when you're talking from a corporate perspective, that £30 really isn't that much per employee per month. So why would they do this? Well, of course, there is the emissions benefit, and that's why we're all here today. But there's also the air quality benefit, and that's something that I'm particularly passionate about. There's health and well-being, and as has been mentioned many times on today already, but the stress and anxiety, even reducing the number of sick days for staff. Right now, I think particularly prevalent around avoiding public transport, a lot of nervousness around using public transport, offers just another option for people. And then, of course, there's talent attraction and retention, sort of overarching all of that. So what I'm trying to say really is that it's in companies' interests to promote schemes like Dash. And I want to finish, hopefully still well within the 3-4 minutes, but I want to finish on employees and really sort of solidify the benefit to the end user, because that's what this is all about. So what we find is that those that commit for somewhere between 1 and 3 months invariably end up committing for longer. So they start on a small sort of trial basis for themselves, they try it out, and what we find is they like it and they use it for longer. And speaking to users directly, we know that our service changes their commuting patterns, and it enables a lower carbon, healthier and cheaper commute. Thank you.
Thank you, David. That was on the dot, about 30 seconds to go as well. So I don't like to interrupt you. So that's great. Next, we have Hannah Bick, who's the Partnerships Manager at Better Points. So Better Points combines technology and data to motivate and measure behaviour change in health and well-being, transport, mobility and climate change. To date, their app has recorded almost 11 million walking and running activities, almost 3 million cycling activities, which have resulted in over 1 billion calories being burnt and an estimated 7.8 million kilos of CO2 emissions being avoided. Hannah manages the key strategic partnerships with Better Points and has experience in delivering, designing, implementing and evaluating travel and health behaviour change interventions. Hannah, over to you.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. I think everyone should have had the stripy top memo today, I feel. So I think now more than ever, with the net zero goal commitment really, fast approaching, and with the scope 3 emissions being so high on the agenda, I'm going to really quickly talk to you about kind of who we are and what we do in our quest to reduce carbon and increase kind of active and sustainable travel as a whole. And our business really is behaviour change. And to explain what we do in really simple terms, Better Points is a free to download rewards app, and we promote positive behaviour change, and rewards in the form of Better Points, hence the name, are financially backed digital currencies that are earned by users by completing active and sustainable activities, in a nutshell. And those Better Points can then be exchanged for high street vouchers, really local rewards, so supporting that local economy, or donated to charities and good causes, and the choice of which is down to the individual users. Our programs are built around kind of 4 key components, and that's tracking, messaging, gamification and rewards. And these the user experience is designed to ensure that these 4 elements are combined really effectively to deliver the best measurable outcomes. The number of different gamification techniques that can be used vary between programs, and these can range from simple prize draws, leveling up, you have to achieve things week on week, to really more complex techniques such as workplace challenges and treasure hunts. And throughout a challenge, users are messaged via various different methods, and this kind of encourages and promotes information sharing and really gives simple reminders about people's behaviour. And I think it's been talked about on earlier sessions today about kind of nudging people towards certain behaviours. So then the tracking, the users kind of use a smartphone, and using the motion sensor that's built within it, algorithms are cleverly used to determine what modes have been used, along with really important information and calculations around CO2 mitigation and calories burnt. And then using, in addition to that, using APIs, including the one that we've got with LiftShare Mobilityways, car sharing and journey planning can also be facilitated as part of that wider offering. And as I've mentioned, the app then gathers huge amounts of data, which is supported by quantitative research and qualitative research. So in terms of surveys, we gather real insights and attitudes into the behaviour of the individuals and groups. Charlotte, I'm not sure how much time I've got left. I've got a little bit more. So
got a minute.
Oh, that's good then. I can give some examples. Great, thank you. So within workplaces, I think that's specifically what we're wanting to talk about today. We've got some really good examples. We had a programme in Bath and North East Somerset called Spring Into Action. We had almost 2,000 users in there. They mitigated nearly 61 tonnes of CO2 during their programme. We recorded 82,000 activities. Nearly 250,000 miles were travelled and recorded via the app. So it's just to demonstrate kind of the scope and kind of how far reaching our programmes go. And I'll wrap up there, Charlotte. Thank you, because I could go on forever. So I will stop.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, I know some of the programmes you've done across the world are really broad. One of my favourites was the one in, one where people were getting rewarded ice cream and beer for cycling.
Oh, in Bologna. Yeah, that's the one.
We should definitely do that in Norwich. Thanks, Hannah. So our final speaker of the day is Jonathan Withey. He was the head of business development at PlanetMark, a sustainability certification for businesses of all sizes, for real estate and for products. Jonathan has spent the past 8 years working closely with businesses to unlock their... Oh, sorry, that was your time, Hannah. Jonathan has spent the past 8 years working closely with businesses to unlock their potential for transformational and sustainable change. He has been awarded a fellowship to the Royal Society for the Arts, Manufacturers and Commerce, which recognises outstanding achievements to social progress and development.
Thank you.
Over to you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Charlotte. I don't know who sent over that bio. I always get slightly embarrassed by things like that. I'm Jonathan. I'm head of business development at PlanetMark. We describe ourselves, or can be interpreted as a sustainability certification in a way that, people just get a certificate that they stick on the wall and no one really knows what that thing is or does when they walk past it. And we're trying actively to avoid that. So what we try and focus on is helping embed that, culture of sustainability into organizations and make sustainability as accessible as possible for everyone in an organization, no matter what walk of life you're from, and no matter how carbon, literate you are, which I think is how we're going to change the dial on this change business that we're all talking about, and with different themes such as net zero. And we sit on 3 core pillars. We sit on measurement, and really, really robust measurement, independent verification of a company's environmental impacts and also social value that they generate. And then we set, on an annual basis, and we set targets for companies to reduce annually. And if they don't hit those minimum reduction targets for carbon specifically, we do actually decertify them, because we want, the mark itself to be that symbol of progress. And we're here on our mission, right? We're here to help companies cut carbon. If we're not doing that, then what's the point in us existing? And then we maximize the benefit of measuring carbon and communicating it in a really meaningful way by engaging staff on that journey, and helping them play an active part in it, and actually take their passions from outside of the workplace and bring them in, and upskill them so they can take ownership of the journey, and that gives them a greater sense of purpose around what they do. And it's actually really exciting, and I think it's where transformation takes place. And then the other third pillar of what we do is helping companies communicate those sustainability and carbon achievements in a way that resonates, and you don't have to do a 100-page sustainability report in order to talk about what you're doing. And it's actually creating these sound bites and telling stories and narratives in a way that helps others to change, and helps people believe in what you're doing, and want to be part of that, right? And so talk about it in a way that helps you win and retain business. We're a profitable business, and I think we have to a for-profit private business, and I think we have to make sustainability profitable to get everyone on the journey with us. Easy and profitable are one of my two mantras, and so we have over 450 organizations in the PlanetMark program. And in 2019, those companies cut their carbon by 12% on average, and in absolute terms. We've got our 2020 numbers. They've been a little bit skewed, shall we say, by the forced change of not being allowed to go out and about. So business travel and commuting specifically, which is what we're talking about today, has skewed it. So we're seeing about a 30% reduction, and we're trying to analyze now, what's significant around that. So people are cutting, which is what we want, and it's really cool. And I have no idea how much time I've got left, but if I just, and we're also helping companies set credible net zero long-term targets. How do you do that with the right level of ambition and also realism based on your company's structure? And then most importantly, a plan and a strategy in order to get there, which is really exciting. And I'll stop there. So yeah, Charlotte, was that okay? I don't know how much time I've got.
You are on. You would have had 20 seconds left, but it sounded like you were wrapping up, which you were, which is great. So I'm going to cancel this alarm so it doesn't go off again. Thank you so much, everyone. I think you all did very successfully in your elevator pitches. I learned a lot as well. We've got about 5 minutes before the session wraps to lunch. So I'm going to ask sort of an open question for you all to chip in and give some of your thoughts and answers. I don't know if really this is a thought question. It's quite specific. But do any of you have any headline metrics on behaviour change and CO2 reduction success? Obviously, if it can be around commuting, that would be great. But just anything on behaviour change and CO2 reduction.
Yeah.
I see your hand raised. Yeah. David, do you want to go first, Hannah?
Sorry, did you say Hannah, Charlotte? It just broke up slightly.
I did, yeah.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, so in all our programs, we measure that specifically. We ask users, have they directly replaced car journeys with an active or another sustainable travel option? In a couple of the recent programs that I've recently just reported on, between the two, we've affected around 50% of the journeys that we've asked have been changed from single occupancy car journeys, which is fabulous. But the direct kind of replacement and the estimated CO2 mitigation that we've got across two of those programs is around 20 tonnes within 5 months. And these aren't, millions of people. This is a smaller samples, but certainly, yeah, we measure that in every single program. So yes is the answer from a Better Points perspective, certainly.
Okay, David, you look like you had something to say as well.
I did, yes, thank you. I'm going to ever so quickly start by stealing Jonathan's statement, but a very different take on it earlier. Having worked in manufacturing for many years, what gets measured gets done, which is a slight tweak on yours earlier. But when we're measuring behavioural change, and metrics are key, I think there's two really important elements to this. The first is lagging indicators versus leading indicators. So for me, if we're talking about lagging, unfortunately, that generally means attrition rates. It generally means occupational health interventions. By that point, you're really, you could argue that you're not necessarily measuring the presence. You're measuring not necessarily the presence of change, but where it's not going so well. So if you flip that on its head and then look at leading indicators, this helps you measure the level of change that's currently taking place within your organization. in this case, specifically mobility. So miles travelled is a really cool one. It's fairly obvious, but it's still there. But actually showing that data for a personal individual as well as the collective and making it more relatable to specific areas that impact their lives. And even for us, simple stuff like employee surveys, what we call our joy measurement. So if employees are coming back and they're feeling good, they're feeling happy, you can balance that off with the miles. In theory, the joy goes up, the mile goes up, or the miles go up, the joy go up. That's typically the sort of the leading indicators that we would also use.
Thanks, David. Ben, I think you've got something to add as well.
Yeah, thank you. And no sort of direct numbers in this, but we're enjoying via the provision of an available, accessible and affordable EV network for on-street chargers, real uplift even in the last 6 months. We're seeing a real step change now in utilisation of EV vehicles and on-street EV charging, which is great. I can tell you that the last 6 months have been more powerful than maybe the previous 18 months. So the uptake is now, and we're starting to see more and more adoption and infiltration of EVs across all sorts of different communities. I think what I wanted to touch on as a wider point is for the UK power network area, which are an energy provider across southern eastern England from Norfolk via London all the way down to West Sussex. We know there are about 750,000 mobility impaired vehicle users over that territory. And what's really interesting is range anxiety is widely discussed across the sort of mainstream industry, but obviously range anxiety means something very different for accessibility in our network for those mobility impaired users. So we're directly addressing via the sort of KPIs in our business how we can target that sector to remove that range of 750,000 people. Nearly 80% see range due to the medical challenges that it could also create for them as a massive barrier to entry for EV. So this is a huge one for us to address. The second piece, and around 70% of that audience, again in the UKPN network, see the lack of access to on-street charging. So the sort of customer indicators are there that we're doing the right thing with our approach around the network, but also for our business internally, as the KPIs are really starting to turn on, the EV adoption is great. So we've not done the math to flip that back in CO2, but we can start to demonstrate within the local authority how adoption is taking CO2 into the network.
Great. Thank you, Ben. I think we are about to get kicked out of this session. So thank you so much, everyone on the panel today. It's been really interesting to hear from you. Thanks for keeping within the time. I know it's not easy. And everyone who attended, thanks for attending. Do keep the chat going on Slido and stay with us this afternoon for more sessions. So thanks, everybody. Bye.
We're in Cheshire, and this is our headquarters. We have 1,754 people who are registered to work in this building, but we only have 840 car parking spaces, and we only actually have 800 desks. So the management of our commuters is really important to us. We already worked with a car share scheme, and we invited Mobilityways in to do some scoping across our options around public transport and around parking. Surprisingly, only 9% of colleagues could utilise public transport, and only 6% live within walking distance of the site. With car parking issues and the need to reduce our CO2, the scoping gave us a toolbox that we can utilise in the future to really maximise our travel policy and our choices for our colleagues on site.
The vision for Mobilityways is to make zero carbon commuting a reality. And I created Mobilityways because it's just become really clear that unless we decarbonise the commute, we will fail our net zero goals.
Riva's sustainability goals are working with a number of local and national stakeholders on promoting all forms of public transport as well as active travel. We're working with local authorities, working with Mobilityways, and what we're trying to do is show the impact of those goals and the impact it's making on the people within those businesses in their daily lives.
It's become really clear over the last 10 years that when it's easy to measure something, it's easy to reduce it. As has been shown with energy supplies for companies. Companies have done an amazing job of reducing their emissions from energy. They've moved across to renewable energy, they've reduced their overall demand. we want to do the same for commuting. Commuting now accounts for so much of our carbon that we've got to reduce it.
The work that we've done with Cheshire Constabulary has been crucial in reviewing our bus networks as a whole in the area. So for example, working with Mobilityways on the scoping exercises that have been carried out has been absolutely brilliant in terms of looking at the potential demand, the potential changes that we can make, and then carrying through those changes for the future to better meet the needs of the customers in the area.
We found as part of the scoping study that most of the public transport and the infrastructure was not very joined up. And this project that we've been doing has really moved to this joined up focus that will work for the commuter and work for the client, and has been a great benefit, or will be a great benefit to us, to Arriva, to North West Trains, but more importantly to the local community, because the systems will become joined up, and at the moment they're so fragmented they won't work for anybody, whether it be private or public. In Cheshire Police, we have reduced our carbon footprint by 19% so far, and in Cheshire Fire by 41%. As with national targets, we are now setting policies and strategies in place that will take us to net zero by 2050. So the management of transport and commuting in the future will be a key focus for organisations such as us.
Hello everybody, I hope you can hear me. My name is Hilberg. I'm really pleased to be with you all today, really inspired actually to see so many people not only involved in the conversation but just doing incredible things around low carbon communities like the ones we've just seen. So I was asked to get involved and talk to you today about what sustainability is and why it matters. So I'm not specifically going to talk about commuting, but hopefully I'm going to talk about where commuting fits in a much bigger picture and the much bigger benefits that it can bring. As a bit of background, I am a social change communications specialist. So I've been doing that work for the last 20 years, and I specialise in actually devising strategies and communication plans that are around social change, social justice and climate justice. And I've been really lucky because I've been able to do that all over the world. Most recently, I've been working with the Iceland supermarket business to devise and lead its sustainability strategy. So I'm going to pull out some learnings from that today. Some of you may have seen the activism campaigns that the business has run on palm oil and plastic, but there's a lot more to the strategy behind the scenes. So I'll share some of that with you. Before that job, I was Director of Communications and Marketing at Alderhay Children's Hospital, and also worked with a carbon collective within the NHS. And across my career prior to that, and in fact now, I've worked with all kinds of people in different sectors and at community level. So hopefully I'll be able to pull together some thinking that just might be useful in terms of your own planning, whatever kind of organisation you're from. So if we just jump onto the next slide, what I wanted specifically to do was to take a step back and just breathe for a moment when thinking about this agenda, because what I find is not only the people I'm working with, but lots and lots of people I'm talking to actually are under enormous pressure to take action. And that pressure might be coming internally, so it might be morally driven and driven by kind of community interest, or quite often it's externally driven as well. So it can be driven by employees, but it can be driven by customers, and more, particularly in the world of business, it's being driven by funders and investors. So there's this huge imperative to act, but actually the need for speed means that people very often jump into a conversation where they're kind of saying, what's our purpose? Certainly at business level, what's our purpose? Or we've got to be net zero, how are we going to do it? And they start to talk about carbon first, when actually, from my experience, it's really, really helpful to be able to take a step back and just think about the why. And to do that, then you have to define what sustainability is. And sustainability simply means the capacity to keep on going. It is as simple as that. So by being the champion inside an organisation for sustainability, you're not the kind of mad hippie environmentalist tree hugger, the very opposite. You're the person who's actually driving for the long-term success of the organisation. And that means for your people, so for the people that you employ, for colleagues to be able to do the best job and have the most fulfilling time they possibly can, but also the communities you serve, particularly in the public sector. How are you going to really empower those communities to be able to change for the better, to drive change? For the organisation, how do you stay healthy and maintain services and maintain trust and keep going for the next 50 years? And obviously for the planet and for future generations, which is the thing that we all care about so much. So sustainability is simply about keeping on going. And that's really the root of everybody's sustainability plan, or it should be. If I jump onto the next slide, then the next thing when you're taking a breather is to actually think about why you're doing this. And what really, really helps inside the organisation and outside with your stakeholders is to create a collective consciousness about why you're doing this and why it's really important. Why is it so critical? Because we're sitting here facing a perfect storm of wicked problems. And by wicked problems, I'm meaning the academic sense of wicked problems, as in they don't seem to be solvable. And there are lots and lots of them now. So the oceans are warming, the ice sheets are melting. You know, we're seeing daily news about the environmental disaster that's unfolding. In about 2 months ago, the United Nations declared a code red for humanity. Whoever thought in our lives we would hear those words, a code red for humanity, for the future of the human race on our watch. And so we're heading for this huge disaster if we don't take action. We've got environmental issues. We've got plastic pollution now, which is the UN think it's probably at a tipping point where it will become, you know, irretrievable as a problem in terms of ocean plastic pollution. But it's not just that. COVID has really shown us that social and climate justice are two sides of the same coin. So if you look at the impact of COVID on people who are poorer and more vulnerable, it's very extreme. And before COVID even started, in the UK, 4.3 million children were living in poverty, which will be a bigger number now. So by last Christmas, 500,000 of those children were destitute. That's something like 1 in 4 of all of our children in the UK are already in poverty. So we've got these really big issues to deal with. And we've also got incredible action happening. We've got kids striking from school, and we've got Extinction Rebellion and arrestable elders and all kinds of things that we just never thought we would see as public reaction to this. The scale of it is really too fantastic to comprehend, I think. So I was very lucky to work in Borneo a short while ago, and today in Borneo, 1,700 football fields of primary forests will be burnt down for palm oil, which the devastation attached to that is kind of off the scale. It's really hard to comprehend. If you've got a teenager, you know, in your family, then 91% of all teenagers have got bisphenol A in their blood. And bisphenol A is an additive used in plastic production. It's an endocrine disruptor. Babies are being fed breast milk with plastic in it. Sussex University have recently discovered that microplastic is in pretty much all supermarket produce. You know, so these are really huge and complicated problems we need to solve. And there's a brilliant thing in psychology, which is called hyperbolic discounting. And it means the further something is away, then the easier it is to forget about it. And in fact, pension's a really great example of that, because when you're 25, it's so far away in the future, you know, you don't really care. It's the same with this issue, but it caught up with us. So not long ago, we thought our great-great-great-grandchildren were going to have to deal with this. The horror of where we are now is it's the children you put to bed every night. It is literally them. So those kids that you have your tea with every night and put to bed and read a story to are the ones who are going to have their futures just massively and radically limited in terms of their health and their jobs and their freedom if we don't do something now. Chris Packham, the naturalist, who's really interesting person, he talks about this as an analogy with the film Independence Day. So if anybody's seen the film Independence Day, all of a sudden, overnight, huge spaceships appear over London and Madrid and Paris and Berlin and New York. And I think Will Smith's got about a week to save humanity with the President of the United States, of course. And they do it by kind of bringing the world together to fight this alien invasion. And what Chris Packham says is the level of threat is the same. So that level of really extreme threat to humanity is the same as in Independence Day. The difference is we've got 10 years to sort it out, not a week. And you are Will Smith. So part of my question today is, how can we all be Will Smith? What can we do to make this work? So just go on to the next slide quickly, because the issue here really is that this perfect storm has other repercussions as well. So if you're an organisation, and the bigger you are and the higher profile you are, the bigger this will hit you. But whoever you are, there is a perfect storm whirling around you. We've got direct public action in the way that we've never seen it. So we've got, kids going on climate strike. We've got actual colleagues in some places asking, can they go on climate strike? But we've got really significant public action. People's offices are getting trashed by Extinction Rebellion. We've then got knee-jerk public policy reaction, and that can be local or national, and some of it's great and some of it really is knee-jerk, and then you're going to have to keep in control of that and aware of that as an organisation, because there are implications there about restrictions on operations and on taxes and all kinds of things. Then we've got a rapidly growing body of evidence, because all of a sudden Blue Planet in 2017 was amazing, because it kind of gave permission to all the people who wanted to do all this amazing health research around plastic and pollution and asthma and dementia. They got permission to do it. The kind of lobbies who'd been stopping them do it were really, really dampened down. And so that's been going through a process, loads of investment, people having work peer reviewed and published. And we're going to see so much more on that health agenda around environment very soon. And then we've got media and social media amplification of the whole thing, which is, enormous. So if you're in an organisation, you're in the middle of that, and you're trying to innovate and change because all of your customers, employees, investors, and every other stakeholder is part of it as well. So there's a real urgency and need to react, because of the issues, but also in terms of business and organisational strategy to be seen to take action. So just moving quickly on, I wanted to just, on the next slide, talk about the starting point for that. And what's great is there is a really solid starting point. What we've seen is social responsibility merge now into the idea of sustainability over the last 5 or 10 years. And the reason it's been able to do that so well is the United Nations has actually been working behind the scenes for the last 30 years on this agenda. So going back to Rio and Kyoto and more recently Paris. And so we've got the Sustainable Development Goals, which I'm sure most of you will be familiar with. And we've got this global kind of formula that we can all work to. But if you look at the UN definition of sustainability, it's 3 things. It's environment, society, and economy. And actually, for all of us, the bit that works is the sweet spot in the middle of that Venn diagram. The reason for that is if you jump into doing something for environment without considering the impact on society or the economics of it, it will go wrong. Same if you just do something social. And as an example of that, looking at a supermarket, you can decarbonise food. It's not impossible to do, but the price will immediately go up by how much? 10 times? So those 4.3 million kids I talked about suddenly can't afford to eat. You can stop flying in green beans from Kenya, but the Kenyan village that grew them, unless there's some kind of sustainable transition, will all starve. So even at a small organisational level, it's really worth looking at this starting point. This is incidentally where the kind of commuting agenda and low carbon does work absolutely brilliantly, because it ticks all 3. And there are huge social benefits as well as environmental benefits, and it makes sense financially. So that's a really good example of something working. One thing I should say is, in my experience recently, the changes happening with the financial markets are very fascinating and interesting. And so the action now taken by investors and bondholders, shareholders, fund managers, I think actually is probably the biggest driver of everything that's happening, because even the most cynical financial director is realizing that you can borrow money more cheaply and more easily if you have a sustainability strategy at the heart of your organization. So that is massively helping things. But just move on quickly to the next slide. Just wanted to pick up on Iceland. Those of you who aren't Iceland shoppers, it's a really interesting business. So it's been around for 50 years. It was set up by Sir Malcolm Walker in Shropshire. It's grown to 1,000 stores all over the UK. And if you cross-reference the indices of multiple deprivation from the government with the Iceland estate, the locations are exactly the same. So Iceland serves the UK's poorest communities. It has a very big sprinkling of middle-class kind of food-savvy customers. But Iceland's core customer, in terms of the conversation we always have when we're thinking about that customer, would be kind of late 30s woman, probably with 3 or 4 children, probably with a household income of about £19,000, probably with 2 jobs. So you're talking about people who are working, but on a very limited and challenging household income. So it's not unusual for those people to be spending £25 a week on their family shop. Iceland's got 2.5% of the supermarket overall market in the UK. So although it's a £4.5 billion pound turnover business, it's actually a minnow in the world of supermarkets, but enough to disrupt and enough to drive change when it's done in the right way. All of the things I've talked about play into this idea of doing it right. So doing it right is Iceland's mantra and has been for the last 50 years. So when you talk about sustainability or corporate social responsibility, those phrases aren't always recognised in the business, but the idea of doing it right is. And so what I have worked on at Iceland is the doing it right strategy, which everybody recognises. The 30,000 people who work at Iceland, obviously the vast majority of them are out in the community at the 1,000 stores, and they work generally within walking distance. So 80% of them work within walking distance of stores. So they are the most incredible kind of engine room for the strategy in terms of the insight, customer understanding, community understanding that they have. Absolutely the secret weapon of the whole strategy. And there is a system called Talking Shop at Iceland, which is a representation system with a person in every single store, and a whole system that's paid for in terms of their hours that works around that, which gives them an open door to the boardroom. And that really has been the secret to the success of much of the strategy. So just moving on quickly to the next slide. What really has driven the Iceland strategy is this idea, though, that, you know, there are vast numbers of people who are actually disenfranchised from ethical and environmental conversations in the UK. This became really clear working with colleagues out in stores. And actually, Iceland then went and did some research, which has actually been underpinned by other supermarket research, which tells us that something like 32 million people are excluded from sustainable choices, because in this country at the moment, to make an ethical or a green purchase, almost always there is a price premium attached to it. And when you're talking about people whose choices buy that ethical product at a price premium or put food on the table, then there is no contest. And what we found actually is the most challenged customers are often the ones who care the most. People, really, really large numbers of people really care and really want to make a difference, but probably half of them are excluded from the possibility at the moment because they are not given the opportunity. So again, when you look at commuting and other issues like that, this is a really interesting idea because it's empowering people as well. From Iceland's perspective, the whole drive has been about democratising sustainability, so that everything where there is a purchase decision to be made, because you're buying a product that's got less carbon attached to it, less plastic in its packaging, or no palm oil in it, then the big aim has always been, in fact, the deal breaker has always been that has to be offered to consumers at absolutely no price difference whatsoever. And only by doing that will we actually make a difference to the crisis I was talking about at the beginning. So we've gone to the next slide. There isn't time to talk about the whole Iceland strategy. But basically it falls into two parts: responsible day-to-day business, and that falls into the idea of affordable quality food. So that's not just about the actual quality and healthiness of food that's being sold, but also how to help customers plan and budget and actually buy and cook good food. When often as well, they might be constrained. Lots of people don't have access to white goods. Lots of people don't have a cooker. Lots of people don't have a freezer, which limits their access to frozen food. Frozen food can halve your household budget and reduce your food waste by half as well. And then the second thing in the Iceland strategy is being the hero of the high street. So that's tackling things like food insecurity, working with Marcus Rashford on all of his work as well. Things like free home delivery. So really large numbers of customers would normally rely on taxis to do a weekly shop because they don't have access to a car and their public transport opportunities might be limited. And Iceland offers free home delivery, so you can do your weekly shop in store and then it gets bundled up with everybody else's and delivered back home for you that day, for instance. And then this democratisation piece in terms of offering people really great ethical products at no extra cost. But the other really interesting things about the Iceland strategy are, first of all, people absolutely in the middle of this and driving it. And the other thing is the opportunity for activism because of the nature of the Iceland brand, it being a smallish business, being privately owned and actually operated and run on a daily basis by the owners is very helpful because it makes it agile, able to take risks and able to think about the long term. So Iceland's also become known for activism. So I'll just move on to that quickly. On to the next slide. So the activism campaigns really have been driven by colleague and customer power, and their success is absolutely down to those two things. So the first one was the pledge to remove plastic from all of Iceland's own label packaging in 2018, the first business to do that. Within a week of the announcement, which got global headlines, the BBC, the Houses of Parliament, the royal family, all kinds of people had said that they were going to do the same thing. And within a year, basically, all of the supermarkets and most major businesses were on board with the idea of plastic reduction. Secondly, palm oil. There isn't time to talk about the whole palm oil campaign, but similar kind of approach where Iceland set out to bring global attention to the issue of palm oil and massive deforestation in Southeast Asia. And then that was announced in April 2018 with a pledge to remove it from products. But in November 2018, you may be familiar with the Rangtan film, which Iceland was going to use as its Christmas ad. It was a Greenpeace film. It was banned from being broadcast because of the Greenpeace link. If you haven't seen it, if you look on YouTube at Iceland banned Christmas ad, it is worth a look. When it was banned, what happened was amazing because 30,000 colleagues stood up, but so did millions of customers. And without any company intervention, a customer petition immediately got up to 1.3 million people to have it unbanned. But that meant that the media became interested. As a result, that became the most watched ad of all time, even though it never went on TV. So it was seen 90 million times on social media, 300 million social media conversations, 10,000% increase in Google searches on palm oil. But the most important thing was not only did the regulators, but also the big brands and the Malaysian government all changed their perspective and changed their commitments on deforestation. And then the third piece of activism, which is entirely driven by talking shop and our colleagues, and the lady in the picture is Sally Ann, who is the duty manager at Newport store. So basically colleagues got together and said to the board, you know, this is great. We really care about palm oil and we really care about plastic. But the thing we care about most is children in poverty who are walking through the doors every week. And you keep telling us that they've got to be guardians of nature. And they can't because they've got no money and their mums have got 2 jobs and they're living in a 10th floor block of flats. And so Backyard Nature was born. Sally was seconded to run it. And we actually ran it with these amazing children who are called the Eco Emeralds, who were from Anfield in Liverpool, one of the most deprived wards in the country. And between them, they generated 750,000 hours of nature time for children. And again, lots more about that if you're interested. I think actually they might be on, if we just move on a slide. Yes, and here they are. So there's the 9 children, aged 7 to 11, just extraordinary. And they, the Duchess of Cambridge heard about them. And then again, the world went mad. So she supported them. And then the Duke of Cambridge turned up at school unannounced to see them. But they ended up in his documentary, and they're currently on the Discovery Channel in the United States with 80 million households watching them, which is incredible. Quickly on to the next slide, because I just wanted to pull this together. So small actions can make a big difference. So a huge, huge lesson here about actual employees, what can happen inside the business. So issues like commuting, for instance, and the things being talked about today can actually fit within a much, much bigger agenda, which is actually about collective consciousness, everybody working in the same direction, but people really being empowered so that their own actions can make a difference and their own ideas can make a difference. This list actually comes from Paul Polman, who used to run Unilever. It was his learnings from working inside Unilever. And then just finally, a last comment from me, which are my lessons personally on the next slide. And this is really how can you be Will Smith? Well, sustainability, please don't just think about carbon, please put it in the right place with social and economic issues as well. Get everybody understanding the issue, why it's so important, why it's about kids, why we can all play, why we can and should all play a part in it. You need to lead with passion and vision, but then doing that, you can co-design. Co-design is absolutely worth its weight in gold with customers and colleagues and communities. And if you're based in the community or a public service, you've got huge opportunities to do that. Work together and just tell a great story and share the story, I think, which is really important. And I'm going to just finish with a final quote from a co-consultant to Iceland on the last slide. So this is Nell. She's one of the Eco Emeralds. She's 7. She's a paid consultant to Iceland and is incredibly respected. When the children went to London, they went and told everybody about their campaign, and they met the leaders of Greenpeace, WWF, people from DEFRA, people from the royal household. And at the very end, Nell took the microphone, walked to the front of the stage and said, if you adults don't stop sitting there like lemons, we're never going to solve climate change. She brought the house down, and that should probably be on everybody's boardroom wall. And I think I am just about out of time, so I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Are we live? I think we are. Hill, thank you so much for a really inspiring start to this afternoon. It was brilliant. I hope that session's been recorded because I'd quite like to watch it again. So good afternoon, everybody. I'm delighted to be able to formally welcome you all to this session on sustainable travel habits, data insights, and how we commute and the post-pandemic recovery. I'm Susan Latham. I'm one of the account directors here at Mobilityways, and we'll be chairing this session this afternoon. I'm absolutely thrilled to be in a virtual room with such an august panel of professors. So let me welcome you to the all-star professor panel who are going to be ready to discuss the changing face of the commute and the commuting options we have going forward, i.e. post-COVID, whenever we achieve that. So to set the context, when the pandemic forced us all to work from home back in March 2020, our commuting behaviour changed immediately. Researchers estimate that national lockdowns reduced carbon emissions by 2.4 billion tonnes. And we all noted that, and we all noted how our world changed. The empty roads. For me, it was a time when my bike became a hero again. The last time that was probably when I was a child. And despite the fear of COVID and the unknown, it was this time to really stop, reflect, and think about our actions. And now that we're all commuting again, and how we're choosing to do it is what we're going to be discussing here this afternoon. So let me start by introducing you to our panel. I'm going to work around my screen. So we have Dr. Hee-jung Chung, and I hope I've pronounced that correctly, who is Professor of Sociology and Social Policy at the University of Kent. Hee-jung recently published a book called The Flexibility Paradox, which explores the risks and benefits of flexible working while providing crucial policy recommendations. I then have Glenn Lyons, Mark MacDonald Professor of Future Mobility at the University of West England. Glenn is a passionate advocate for more inclusive transport systems. He also hosts a series of fireside chats that explore transport issues, including today's topic, examining how commuting behaviours have been affected by the pandemic. We then have Greg Marsden, Professor of Transport Governance at the University of Leeds, where for the past 10 years he's specialised in smart mobility, public policy and climate change. Today, he'll be sharing some of his insights from his report, COVID-19, Transport, Travel and Social Adaptation and its implications for the commute. And then we've got John Searott, Director Economics at Jacobs, where he advises on the social and economic impact of transport investments and policies. His portfolio includes HS2, the Silvertown Tunnel, Crossrail, London Gateway Port and Heathrow. John will also be speaking at our best practice session at 2:45, so do make sure you stick around for that too. Also, just before we start, I'd like to say do follow Mobilityways on LinkedIn, because there you'll be able to access the links to Greg's report and Hee-jung's book. So we're going to have just under 30 minutes, and I'd like to open by asking the panel, has any of your own research highlighted a clear change in commuting behaviour and how this is likely to impact commuting emissions going forward? And are we ever likely to return to the pre-pandemic norm? So, Hee-jung, can we start with yourself?
Sorry. Yeah, I was hoping that we will start with the others because they're probably more kind of knowledgeable in terms of the, well, what I can say from our research is that given the very high kind of a steep increase of home working, a lot of people have completely reduced their commute to zero, especially white office collar workers. And you know, as a social scientist, what I can say is that that was possibly one of the biggest benefits people saw in terms of the pandemic, some of the silver lining. People really appreciated having, for some of them, 4 additional hours a day, not having to commute into work and using that time for a number of things, including, and I think the other panel members will be able to say that, to actually improve some of the other kind of behaviors in terms of, you know, doing the other transports, maybe into going to shopping or doing other things on foot or on bicycles, which has really helped shape kind of people's behaviors, not only through the commute, but through other behaviors as well.
Okay, thank you, Hee-jung. Glenn, would you like to take the baton?
I'll take the baton, but I'm well aware, seeing Greg and John waiting in the wings, that they will be our data gurus for this session. So I'm actually going to take us back for a bit of historical context, I suppose. And Greg will remember this in our earlier days as younger professionals. When the 10-year plan came out over 20 years ago, one of the phrases which I always remembered was that the implications of the internet are likely to be profound, but uncertain, and will need to be monitored closely. And year after year, we teach new entrants to the transport planning profession that travel's a derived demand. And yet we really didn't monitor internet use closely. We didn't do enough research into the determinants of travel demand, in my view. And as a result, we found ourselves during the pandemic, and I think this has been observed globally, struggling to have really clear enough reference points to start with to make sense of what was changing and why it might have been changing. And of course, we've been in an experiment collectively, many of us, particularly, as Hee-Jung says, white-collar knowledge workers, for 18 months now, and the experiment doesn't ever really have an end. And I think this is the challenge now. There was a giant switch that was flicked back in around about March last year, and this notion that we're about to come through the mists to a new stable way of working, I think is a dangerous distraction. And we do face, in the meanwhile, a great challenge, and I know Greg and perhaps John as well are rising to this, in trying to track a moving target in terms of how we're changing behaviours and why, and how we might continue or not to change behaviours. And lastly, before I hand back, just worth remembering how much the way in which we can work remotely has changed in the 20 years since that quote I mentioned. And let's not imagine for a moment that the way we're working today through this particular platform is going to be what it will look like in 5 or 10 years' time. It could be appreciably different again, with many lessons learned about how we can use digital technologies to better emulate and create the sorts of interactions we need, particularly as knowledge workers. But of course, that leaves open a huge swathe of the labour force that perhaps hasn't had the same privileges that we might feel we've enjoyed. Thanks, Susan.
Thank you, Glenn. So, John and Greg, who would like to go next? Because when I nominate somebody, they always prefer to sort of pass it on. So which of you would like to pick up the baton? Over to you, John.
So yeah, so sort of picking up, first of all, Glenn's point, I think one, we shouldn't forget that the fact that the majority of people can't work from home, and the majority of people have either continued to go to their workplaces or were furloughed during the lockdowns. So that's the first point. The second point is that, according to the Office of National Statistics, the proportion of people who work from home hasn't actually increased that much as a result of the pandemic. What has happened is that people who occasionally work from home, and the work we've done in the rail industry, for example, which suggested on average the office commuter works at home once a fortnight, that has now changed dramatically and are now working from home 2-3 days a week. And so what we've seen is a rapid acceleration of a trend that was already occurring previously. And until this latest announcements yesterday from the Prime Minister telling us all to work from home again in England, and Scotland and Wales already had that situation in hand, what we were seeing was actually a steady increase of people returning back to the office. You might detect I'm actually sitting in an office and have been all this week. And if you look at London Underground's figure, for example, the City of London, which is predominantly people working in offices, predominantly commuters, they've seen a 24% increase in the number of people commuting into work between September and November. So we were seeing a gradual return back to the office, and that sort of ground to a halt again now. And I think one of the things we've seen, and the research we did on the rail industry covers all the other modes of transport, and it reflects, and what we've seen in the data shows this clearly, that it's rail use which has fallen most during the pandemic, because a lot of office workers are rail commuters. Those who are working in the sort of retail sector, hospitality sector, are more likely to use bus, and bus use has stayed up at a lot higher level, about 80% at pre-COVID levels. And car use is back now during the weekdays, back almost to the levels it was pre-COVID. So sadly, what we've seen is a move away from sustainable commuting patterns to more unsustainable commuting patterns due to COVID.
Okay. And Greg, can I pass
Yeah, thanks. I better provide some data now, hadn't I, Susan, given that everyone said it.
Yeah.
So this comes from a piece of longitudinal panel work that I'm doing with colleagues Gillian Annabel, Ian Doherty and Linus Brown. So we've got about 9,000 people in the sample. As John said, there's a significant proportion who've never worked from home. So in our sample, it's 44%, but that's slightly lower than the national average. So we mustn't forget that part of the population that doesn't have the opportunity to work from home. Those groups have tended to be lower income groups, more likely to live on the edges of cities, and more likely to be doing radial commutes. around the edges of cities. Circular commutes around the edges of cities. The people who've been working from home most tend to work in the city centre. As John said, they tend to be mostly associated with rail, bus, and in fact cycling, commuting as well. So we shouldn't be surprised by the kind of swing in the figures that we've seen. As Glenn said, though, we didn't really used to pay that much attention to it because it was a small part of the bigger picture. Some positive news: we haven't yet found a big shift of people in our data moving out of the city. We haven't yet seen a return to purchasing cars at anything like the level that we did pre-pandemic. So although the overall travel figures are up in England, car travel is about 95%. We actually think a lot of that is stuff that's going on in the middle of the day rather than the commute having returned. And we have to think about what people are going to be doing, where they're going to be if they're going to be at home, like the local facilities side of things. But just to put some context on where we go next. So we did a kind of thought experiment. If people carry on working from home 50% of the time that they did during the peak of the pandemic, then we estimate a 17% reduction in car commuter mileage, but it's a 27% reduction in rail mileage and a 21% reduction in bus mileage. So actually how we manage this, what the collective kind of systemic approach to this is, really matters. If we end up with a very peaky middle of the week, we've got the worst of all outcomes. We've got to pay for public transport at the levels we used to provide it, but we don't have the same revenue base. So actually I think the way that employers, employees and transport providers work together now is fundamental.
Okay. Thank you very much, Greg. Hee-Jung, is there anything you would like to add to that now that we've heard some of the data?
Well, one of the things is that, yes, absolutely, it's only about 50% of the population that were working from home, even during the peak of the pandemic. But I kind of disagree with John, is that the statistics that I've seen and like we keep seeing is that now it has come back, but in the very peak of the pandemic, we did see a drastic increase in teleworking and home working, which if you look at the past, let's say from 2001 data till now, like the past couple of decades, there hasn't been much of an increase that you would have expected with the rise of technology and a whole range of demand for work-life balance, that you would have expected a much greater rise in working and teleworking in the past couple of decades, but we didn't. But the pandemic really kind of shift that let's say, if you want, kind of gear shift in that progress, so that we do see, as you say, more people working many more days from home, but also other people who did not really have that opportunity to work from home, being able to work from home. And I don't know how that would go in the future. We're hoping that we'll do see some of that. But another thing that Greg and everybody was saying is, working from home is one thing. Another thing that we have to think about is also about flexi time and, giving workers more control over when they start and work. And if we, in regards to commuting and especially carbon emissions, one of the kind of biggest problems we have is that everybody has to go into work at the same time at 9 o'clock, which isn't really good for carbon emissions. And given kind of also for public transport, that you stress out the public transport, especially rail, only on specific times. And one of the things that did happen during especially the early stages of the pandemic, even those who were going into work were giving a bit more leeway in terms of when they need to come in and when they leave the office, a bit more flexi time. And these are the type of policies that other governments, such as the Netherlands, have been using to really reduce the stress and the overburden that a lot of the public transportation, as well as a lot of the highways and other commuting kind of services were experiencing during the early mid-2000s, really kind of pushing for what they would consider not necessarily flexible, but smart working practices for the benefit of the public transport, to the point it was actually the Ministry of kind of Environment and Transport that was pushing these things forward. Again, keeping in mind a whole range of different things, including the demands on roads, demands on transport, but also about workers' well-being and also impact on workers' productivity.
Yeah, I can concur with that. I've started cycling in a little bit later so that I miss the school run traffic, and it makes the cycle into the office when I come in a whole load more pleasurable. Following on from that, I've got a question for you. So do you see public transport services threatened to become economically not viable should a return to pre-pandemic levels not materialise? Glenn, would you like to sort of start us off with this one?
Yes, I mean, first of all, I think they have been threatened during the pandemic with a knee-jerk reaction to suggesting they're super spreader environments with no science, as I understand it, to back it up. Now, of course, people simply not going into the city, as Greg has said, unavoidably would have depleted levels of demand. But I think looking forwards, clearly there is a threat. I think what's interesting in terms of what Greg highlights is the distribution of effects by modes of commuting. And the question is, coming back to Hedron's points, what levers, policy levers and fiscal measures can we use to try and encourage redistribution into what is now some unlocked spare capacity, if you like, and certain corridors and modes. Now, that's perhaps a rather naive assumption that because there are more seats on the rail network, that we can start abstracting car commuters onto the rail network because they may not be fulfilling the same OD movements. But I do think that's an opportunity now, depending, of course, upon the pricing. Another way of dealing with the conundrum of the precarious nature of public transport, particularly for buses, of course, would be to really stick our political necks out and treat public transport as a public service where it's free at the point of use, and therefore you don't have to worry about the fluctuations in demand, and you instead turn to your other levers and dials to make it more attractive as a means by which to travel when you do travel.
Yeah, very, very good point. John, have you any comments on this?
I think Greg sort of alluded to this point. One of the concerns on the public transport side, and especially rail, is this distribution across the week. And pre-pandemic, we saw on a Friday morning around 10% fewer commuters coming in on a Friday because they were working from home or working part-time. That has now been highly exaggerated. So on a Thursday, which is now the sort of peak day of the week for people coming into the office, it's around 20 to 30% higher passenger numbers than on a Monday and a Friday. So you're ending up, as sort of Greg was alluding to, the worst of worst situations where you've got a peak of a peak which only exists for 1 or 2 days a week. On a more positive side, what we've seen is a rapid recovery in leisure travel on public transport, and certainly on the rail network. And there is an opportunity in the sort of longer term to start moving towards a 7-day-a-week railway. So if we actually don't have the peak is very expensive to provide the services for. A lot of the infrastructure is poorly used for the rest of the week. And if we can level out that peak, actually that is a good thing. And what we saw, not surprisingly, during the pandemic was rail punctuality was its highest level ever achieved because there were fewer trains, the network wasn't so constrained. And if we can move to that sort of 7-day week type operation, then actually public transport has got a very good future because, as I said, that peak provision is very expensive and is the most costly service to provide on public transport.
Really interesting point. I like that a lot. And Greg?
Yeah, I mean, I do worry about the financial viability of public transport. I think, as John suggests, we just have to reimagine how we're going to put this back, and I think it has to be a dynamic situation. One of the things that's been put to me that has been a positive outcome of this in the rail industry, for example, is previously you couldn't talk about anything other than changing the timetable twice a year, and it was being changed every week. So there have been some taboos broken through the pandemic. But who did well out of the pandemic financially? Those people who could work from home and didn't have to pay £2,000 or £3,000 a year in commuting costs. Okay, so given the rising cost of living in just about every other dimension, I know some of that's offset with home expenditure and so on, but can we really expect people to be wanting to put that back? But for me, it feels like the bargain with work has completely changed, particularly for all those people who were told they could never work from home, who were told that they absolutely had to work from home. You can't put that back in the box. So I think we are going to live with a lower commute-based travel demand. I think it's also problematic for shared mobility. So I've been talking to Ali about what this might mean for Mobilityways and kind of commuting patterns. If people are travelling in at different times and different days of the week, it makes things like regular lift matching much more difficult. So we're also going to have to reimagine how we do shared mobility as well as what public transport looks like as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Hadrian, anything you'd like to add?
I just wanted to echo what Greg said in terms of people's preferences toward commuting. And as I mentioned, we ran surveys in the peak of the first kind of lockdown, but in other surveys following that, one of the things that people really appreciated, despite some of the more kind of unpleasant experiences of working from, especially during a pandemic, was the biggest positive was not having to commute. And I think it really changed people's preferences and expectations in terms of commuting, which, as Greg said, that's not going to go back in that box. And I don't expect. I mean, there might be, there might be people who are being forced to kind of go in, but I think, for general, people who have been working from home, especially given that they have been proving that they are as productive, if not more productive, while working from home, it's going to be very difficult to change that.
Yeah. Okay, so that then sort of leads me on to possibly my final question, looking at the time. Do you think that some groups in society have been disproportionately impacted by limited transport services? And what can service providers do to tackle this as we're sort of finding out what our new normal is going to be, even if it is a bit like a tango at the moment? Who would like to lead on that one? Glenn, I can see you smiling.
Yeah, the way you frame the question is perhaps a little difficult, but I'm going to try and segue into a slightly wider piece. Okay. I think what we have recognised, and I apologise, I'm not speaking from an empirical basis here, but of course, as Heejing has said, it's really opened up a realisation that from a point of view of mental health and well-being and work-life balance, that many people perhaps in the workforce who hadn't been afforded the privilege of self-determination and an influence over their own work patterns. They were at the mercy of the way the systems and the norms of the system were imposed on them, have had to wrestle with that challenge of, and particularly women, of course, in terms of juggling multiple roles. And indeed, perhaps the negatives that associate with the commute. As some of you will know, I've had something of an epiphany through the course of the pandemic. I know now that I'm white, a male, able-bodied, and with significant privilege. I don't look over my shoulder if I'm getting off the bus or getting off the tube on my way to work or back and clutch my car keys in the way that many women do. And so I think at that very broad level in society, we've seen winners and losers, let alone moving into the social inequality, for example, within the workforce in the public transport industry and frontline staff who were exposed because they had to be at work while others weren't able to be to keep those services running.
Thank you. Greg,
maybe a slightly different tack to Glenn, but I think what it shows is that the work of understanding the commute now is not really anymore just about understanding the commute. It's got to be about understanding what your workforce is. What's it doing there? Why is it going to work? Who has got those options? Who hasn't got those options? How do you treat that equitably and fairly? How do you think beyond just what goes on in your office? So, you know, we can ignore all the domestic energy costs and the space costs of all of this, but if we're simply heating two different places, we're wasting a lot of the benefits of home working. So I think we need a much more kind of integrated view of the commute as part of understanding businesses, I guess, as we go forward.
Okay, thank you. John, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I think sort of picking up Glenn's comments, really, you know, we know that bus users are predominantly women and a very high proportion from ethnic minorities, and we've seen major cutbacks in bus services, and they are the losers. And, you know, you shouldn't draw too much out of anecdotes, but, you know, during COVID, I used to go for long walks early in the morning, and you'd go past the hospitals when the shifts were changing. And it was, you know, quite surprising how many staff were coming in by minicabs because there was no public transport provision available for them. And therefore, they were incurring additional costs. Not only did they have the stress and hassle of going to work during the pandemic, and we all saw the pictures of hospitals, but they were also incurring additional expenses of getting there. And, you know, how we address all these sort of social issues, I think, is very important. And, you know, I was interested with Hee-Jung's examples of the Netherlands and what they're doing there to try and, you know, balance out demand across the public transport networks. And it's interesting, you know, picking up another point that Glenn was saying, you know, one of the pressures on reintroducing the night bus network the night tube network in London was female safety, that women didn't feel safe hanging around bus stops late at night or early hours of the morning, and the tube gave them that element of safety. So, you know, getting these balances right and enabling people to travel safely is obviously very important.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got about 4 minutes left. So I just wondered if you'd all like to make a brief closing statement on this topic. Hee-Jung?
Yeah, well, I mean, just to kind of sum up, as everybody has said, I think one of the things that Glenn said that I really agree with is it's about kind of the need to publicize public transport, because, you know, we talk about like the costs and the inaccessibility for people who probably need it most. And if we think about the societal costs and the environmental costs that it is causing, as John said, because if there are no other alternatives, there are people who are potentially without sufficient income security, having to do that just to keep job security, which has environmental costs and impact on family, etc. So really think about, and I think Greg mentioned this, kind of looking at it at a much larger scale in terms of the larger impact it has on the environment, impact on well-being, impact on not just the workers who are commuting, but their families, relationship, etc. And think about different levers you could use. And, home working is one, as I said, flexible schedules, but generally kind of providing a bit more control over when and where workers work is one thing. And another thing I just wanted to throw out there is about shorter working, because we know that shorter working hours is directly linked to kind of carbon emissions and environmental sustainability. So, and these things are all kind of things that we might need to think about in relation to not just commuting, but, enhancing social well-being as a whole.
Okay, so more flexibility, possibly shorter working hours. Glenn, Greg, John, do you think that is a reality going forward?
I think let's not forget, we're facing the climate emergency, the fight of our lives ahead. So first of all, not only do I disagree with any notion that we're going to come through the other side of this perturbation in how we work to some new stability, but we can't afford to in any case, because we're going to need all the levers and dials to achieve the sorts of reductions in emissions in the next 8 years. And we're really not seeing, as Greg and others have said, any serious signs that that's happening. And yet here we've been shown the opportunity. Not everyone can seize it, of course, and we've seen that just because you can doesn't mean you will when it comes to working from home. But if people are put under a different set of circumstances and pressures where they do have to take their share of reducing the burden in terms of transport, then I think it would appear that working from home for those who can is the sort of discretionary type of travel rather than the more important social travel that we're seeing, as John mentioned, bouncing back and filling the void.
Thank you. Greg, anything to add?
Yeah, if we don't capitalise on this as a serious piece of demand reduction, as Glenn said, then when are we going to create an opportunity this sizable? I also agree this is not the beginning of the end. This is the end of the beginning in terms of what's happening with behaviour change. But I do think the next 12 months is going to be critical. It doesn't take much to tip public transport into a negative spiral of decline, even though there are aspirations all over the country for a positive cycle of growth. And that will have knock-on impacts to other forms of shared mobility and integrated shared mobility platforms. They all rely on a very strong spine of public transport. So the decisions we make in the next 12 months in terms of how we support the emergence, at least into slightly more stable waters, and we understand what working from home is really going to look like, is critical. And I'm not sure I see that necessarily yet in government.
Okay, thank you. I think we've run out of time, so I'd just like to say an enormous thank you. It was a really enlightening and productive session, and I hope everybody enjoys the rest of the afternoon here at ZC3. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oz Chowdhury. I'm from Enterprise Holdings. And next slide, please. I'm here to talk to you today about one of the projects that I'm involved in the Highlands and Islands called Go High. So really excited that Enterprise is part of this very innovative and leading project, which is main objective is to deliver a mobility as a service platform to the Highlands and Islands, giving people, residents, local businesses and tourists access to sustainable transport solutions. Also, really being quite a rural area. I mean, the Highlands is probably the size of Belgium, so there's a lot of gaps. Really understanding how through MAAS, mobility as a service, we can deliver some innovative solutions that really help decarbonise the journey. Just to point out, Go High is led by Hightrans. Hightrans are the regional transport partner, and Enterprise with its partner Mobilio, who operate the MAAS platform, jointly bid for funding from the Scottish Government, and we were successful in receiving funding, and that's how we've been able to deliver the MAAS project. Next slide, please. So one of the key things that we've learned, and this project is now live, you can download it from any of the app stores or even for desktop. But what we've learned as we've deployed through the implementation project of the MAAS project is that obviously when you're traveling in a very rural area, particularly in the Highlands and the Islands, it's a lot more than a journey. It's often referred to as an experience, and that experience can be good, bad, and indifferent. And I think that's one of the key things that we're seeing as our project evolves and as more people are using the Go High MAAS project platform, is that we are starting to see people adapt to how they use it, whether it's for personal travel, leisure travel, commuting reasons, or for staff travel, business purposes. Next slide, please. So the main objective and what we had to deliver was the following. It was a white label branded MAAS platform that allowed you to plan, book and pay for integrated modes of transport. What you're seeing on the screen there are actual screenshots if you were to download the app itself. One of the key highlights is where we're able to integrate demand responsive transit into the platform. So Moray Council were operating a dial-a-ride service for residents, but we were able to integrate through Shuttle, one of the DRT companies we work with, their back office so that we could digitize the way that you access DRT. So very exciting. And also one of the things you have to do when you see a lot of gaps with existing infrastructure for public transport in rural areas. Through the MAAS platform, we've integrated the e-bikes through Bewegan. We've also got bike hire through Brompton Bike Hire. And as a car club operator, Enterprise was already operating in the Highlands, but we've expanded our services across the rural areas. It's live. As I said, it went live in June. It was nice to see Greg on the previous session. So the University of Leeds is evaluating our project. It's Dr. Kate Pangborn, who is evaluating all the data that we're generating. Next slide, please. So you can see from this screenshot here, that's the actual modes of transport. It's multimodal. So I've mentioned already, you can plan, book and pay bike hire and bike share. We've got the bus integrated. We've got Stagecoach fully integrated, so you can book and pay for a Stagecoach ticket. We're very excited. That took a lot of work. Mobilio worked really hard on developing that capability in partnership with Stagecoach, but we have that. Some of the unusual modes of transport that you have to realize when you're developing a MAAS platform and really targeting it at different personas within a region, i.e. for commuting reasons or for business travel, are modes of transport you historically wouldn't have considered. So for example, ferry. That's a key integration that we need to include, because ferries and actually air, Logan Air, are key ways that you do a lot of island hopping, so you have to incorporate them as well. So you can see there we've got bike, bus, DRT, ferry, train, car rental, taxi, air and hotel. It's really comprehensive. I think the Go High project is probably the largest MAAS project at the moment in the UK, and we're really learning a lot from there. Next slide, please. So what I think has been really important and a big lesson that we've learned, and something that I've noticed from the whole theme of today's conference, is we've got to see more collaboration. And that's something that we really saw in our Go High project. Hightrans, being that regional transport operator partner, really allowed us to create a shared vision. Because if you look at this slide, there's so many established transport operators, all with very defined brands, with very defined marketing plans, and with a very active consumer base. And so bringing them all together to be able to easily communicate how you can communicate to the consumer, make it really important and valuable for them, is a lesson learned. And how we marketed the use of the MAAS platform was really important, and we're still learning there. But very proud to see that MAAS in this instance really allow people to collaborate and deliver solutions for the consumer. Next slide, please. So some of the key highlights for me is, as part of this development, we're seeing MAAS now being used by local businesses. In particular, what you can see on this screen is that there's a desktop version of the MAAS platform, because we realize that we want to start tackling staff commuting. And one of the great ways to do that is to enable the platform so it's intuitive, not just on a smartphone, also on a desktop. So we have the Highland Council that hopefully will be accessing this MAAS platform in the new year for their staff travel, because they're very conscious they're an active user of sustainable transport, public transport, car clubs. And so it makes sense for them to be supporting this project, but more importantly, to be using the MAAS platform. You can see on this screen, we've had the Transport Minister, Graham Day, visiting and accessing the DRTs, the Brompton bikes, the car clubs. So it's exciting to see, a lot of the support that we're getting from government. Next slide, please. And I suppose the point that I'm making here is, as we've seen the Highland Council now starting to move to use this for their own staff travel, some of the key lessons learned is that you've got to be very clear when you're deploying MAAS, who are you targeting? So for us, it's about the residents, the business and tourism. And so you've got to make sure that your MAAS platform evolves by the different modes of transport it can incorporate, but more importantly, by the functionality that it needs to progress over its tenure. Another key lesson for me learned was that it takes time, to embed new solutions or incorporate existing modes of transports through integrations. Takes time. You need to give yourself time, have the right people, the right support. But that's how I believe collaboration is really going to work in the real world as we deploy and make mistakes. But that's okay, because we learn from our mistakes, and that's how we get better as we expand the Go High project across Scotland. Next slide, please. And so just really coming to the end of my presentation, the next project I really want to talk to you about is almost, as you can see, is how we evolve from the Go High project. We're very excited to be working with the LiftShare Group, Mobilityways specifically, Mobilio, the Miles Consultancy and Enterprise ourselves, working with DEFRA. And we'll be launching something very similar to Go High next year. But the main purpose of this project with DEFRA is to really help staff start to look at their commuting patterns and choose more sustainable options not just for staff travel, but more importantly for commuting patterns as well. And so we're really excited because what we're doing is, if you take the example of Go High, we're sort of really evolving it, integrating the lift share platform into that MAAS platform, so staff have an option to understand whether they can share journeys. TMC will be acting as a data warehouse to really gather some of the data to start us to understand where we have gaps and how we can evolve solutions, DRT, etc., active travel. And in enterprise, we're really starting to put telematics into their fleet of vehicles that therefore operate to understand how they can be better shared and accessed. So that goes live in next year, hopefully around April. It's leading the way. I think next slide for me, it's important though to point out that, sorry, next slide if you don't mind, I'm just conscious of time. What we're seeing is that the need for us to really decarbonize the way you commute is important, and also there's a real close connection there to the way people use transportation for business travel and how that has an impact on commuting patterns. Next slide, please. And I nicked this from Ali, please don't tell him, but it is so important that we don't separate the two. And I know we mentioned a lot this morning about reporting on commuting patterns, but we have to realize that unless we really action and give people tools like the MAAS platform, integrating lift share into these platforms and giving people a choice and option to share assets, share the journeys, or choose more sustainable transport, we're going to really struggle, because it's right now commuting is so inefficient. Look at the stats there for Mobilityways. You know, we have to focus on that. So that's it from me. Hopefully you can see we've got really exciting projects on the go. Next slide, please. I know next up is Mark Hand talking to you about how large employers are leading the way. So please stay tuned. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much for that, Oz. Great summary in 10 minutes. You did really well. And we're going to now talk about, sort of lead on from the work that you were describing around DEFRA to the work that some other large employers are already taking on in terms of sustainable commuting. We are waiting for one speaker, but I'll just set the scene while we're waiting for Russell to join us. As Oz said, having nicked one of our slides, yet 5% of all commute emissions, of all emissions in the UK are down to the commute, 18 billion kilograms of CO2 generated every year from that. And whilst we talk about 5%, for many professional services organisations, that figure is much higher. In fact, I was just speaking to one of the delegates at the networking session at lunchtime who had found out that their own carbon footprint included 50% from the commute, and that's a good example. We know in terms of context, there is a lot of public concern now around climate change, 52% saying they're very concerned, and half the population saying that they would like to do something about climate change but don't know what to do. So it is very much crying out at the moment for leadership, which we are seeing from government, which we are seeing from local government, and that we need to be seeing from employers as well. Obviously, all that's within the environment of a changing nature of working within the pandemic. And yet also there are very significant benefits aside from sustainability for employers around sustainable commuting. So whether that's from a health and wellbeing perspective, reductions in costs to the organisation, to individuals and so on. So in terms of reducing commute emissions, what we want to cover today are areas like what works, what are the barriers, how do we change behaviour, how do we get executive buy-in. And to help me, we have three, I hope three, but at the moment two, very different organisations to explain a bit about what they do in terms of commute emissions. So we've got Paul Chandler, Deputy Director of Net Zero Transport for the NHS England. So Paul's setting up a new zero commission travel and transport team at NHS England. And the team will develop and oversee delivery of a national strategy to decarbonise all NHS vehicles and journeys to healthcare settings. Now, one of the things I asked our speakers ahead of time was just to give me a little bit of something that might be considered a surprise about them as individuals. Paul told me about having once been attacked with a machete in Tanzania, which is a little bit unusual. And I should use that as an opportunity to say, if you've got any questions of our speakers, including why Paul was attacked with a machete, then please go to slido.com, put in ZC3, and then you can ask away. Jo is Group Environment and Sustainability Manager for the Royal London Group, and her secret really was that she runs a theatre company outside of work. And assuming Russell will join us shortly, Russell is a Senior Project Manager at National Grid, so very much responsible for National Grid's role in transport decarbonisation, from rapid EV charging to synthetic fuels for aviation. He's got a PhD in mathematics, and once appeared on TV with Nigel Farage carrying a bottle of fizz as he talked Brexit after the election. So it'll be interesting if Russell does come to find out what that was all about. But coming back to the main agenda then, and picking up really from a conversation that was taking place the session before last around the pandemic, the impact of COVID-19. I just wonder, Paul and Jo, in terms of your areas of business, have working models changed within the business? Has there been a measurable impact on your commute emissions? And what does the future look like in terms of your own workforce and the commute? And if I can maybe start with Jo.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, everything's changed as it has for most people, and we're no different in Royal London. We've moved much more to a hybrid model of working with a mix of colleagues working from home and in the office. And after Boris's announcement last night, that's mostly from home. We have very few sort of key workers who need to be in our offices. So definitely we've seen our commuting drop off a cliff really, and our work from home emissions go skyrocketing. But as we sort of transition into whatever that new normal looks like, I'm stopping saying post-COVID now because I don't feel like, I'm not sure when that post-COVID world will be, but certainly for that new normal, it will be a mix, definitely a hybrid of probably 2 to 3 days on average a week for colleagues. Some of those colleagues will be less, some will be more, but it's certainly changed dramatically.
And is that likely to affect the number of offices that you have in the UK, or will that not change?
I don't think so, actually, for us, more that it changes the way that we use our workplaces. So whereas before going to an office was very much go into the office 5 days a week, sit at a desk, go to meeting rooms, have meetings, go back, sit at your desk. Whereas now sort of changing those workplaces to be much more collaborative places, thinking about why are we going to the office rather than it's just what we do. So it's very much, okay, well, why did I go into the office last week? I went in because I wanted to catch up with colleagues. I wanted to collaborate. I wanted to discuss some of the challenges that we've got rather than go in and sit at a desk and work. I can do that much better at home and focus when I haven't got people around me. So I think we're thinking differently about what the office is, and we're changing those workplaces so that there are more collaborative spaces rather than just all desks.
Brilliant, thank you. And Paul, I think from the outside, many people will see the NHS as being an organisation where everyone has had to come to work because we've got a pandemic to deal with. But I think it's a bit more complex than that, isn't it?
Yes, Mark, it was. I mean, certainly in the early months of wave one, it was all hands to the pump really, and everyone was travelling into work, and people who often worked in back office functions or in other estate and might work from home actually recalled to go and work in hospitals and other healthcare facilities. There was very little working from home. We then obviously realised that some patients needed to access healthcare but couldn't come into the hospital. So a really rapid transition to remote or virtual consultations. The scale at which those ramped up was astounding, really. Central projections were that it would take 5 to 7 years to reach the levels of remote consultations that we reached within 2 months of the first lockdown. So that was a massive boon, really. A lot of the kind of theoretical barriers to that were swept aside, really, including kind of staff misgivings and technological issues, and that's become quite a predominant part of outpatient treatment altogether. So lots of different things going on in terms of journeys into hospital, not just staff commute, but patients and visitors as well. Visiting was curtailed massively. That's coming back now. Elective surgery was all but stopped. That's now returned to levels above those that we saw pre-pandemic as we try and recover the waiting list position. So lots of different moving pieces here, but certainly as the pandemic wore on, trusts got a bit more organised and realised what it is that they did or didn't do. More and more staff were able to work from home, and not just administrative staff. Increasingly, clinicians are able to make use of some really exciting technology out there, telemedicine, remote consultations, that kind of thing. So it's been a bit of a mixed economy. We recently at NHS England did a bit of an assessment on the carbon impact of the pandemic, and we found that it was net neutral by and large, with the reductions in journeys to hospital, offset by the increase in single-use plastic PPE and the vaccination program and all of the kind of carbon embedded in that. So yeah, a very mixed picture for the NHS overall. But notwithstanding, still a lot of remote consultations. They are often now done from hospital, so the staff are still commuting in and delivering that as part of an MDT team, and delivering a bit of a mixed economy of some appointments face-to-face and some remotely. So whilst we might reduce the overall travel to hospitals, we're certainly still seeing a staff commute at a similar level in most cases to it was pre-pandemic.
So from a parking perspective then, are you seeing the same sorts of problems that you had pre-pandemic, which I know for many hospitals is a problem?
I worked at a hospital throughout the pandemic. I won't mention which one, but they've got a permanent queue around the block for their limited car parking spaces, and that certainly didn't get any better. In fact, NHS staff were famously given free car parking, either on the hospital site or on the roads around hospitals throughout the pandemic, and some are still benefiting from that. So if anything, staff who used to travel in through other modes of transport were actually encouraged to and incentivised to travel in by car, and there's very little evidence suggests that anyone was doing anything other than a single occupancy car. And I think if we thought about it a bit more clearly, then we might have, we could have designed some incentives that would at least encourage increased car occupancy for those journeys. But obviously that wasn't at the forefront of people's minds at the time.
No. So looking forward, because I know this question was raised on an earlier panel. I don't think it actually came to the screen, but I saw it in the background. The issue of price and parking, and looking forward in terms of commute to both your organisations. Paul, staff used to pay for parking, and it'll be interesting to hear your views on that in a sec. But Joe, as price, have you ever considered charging staff to park at your offices, or is that something you would consider in the future?
So no, we haven't ever considered charging colleagues for parking, but certainly we've had many challenges pre-pandemic around not having enough spaces, particularly in our Wilmslow office just outside of Manchester, where we have most colleagues are driving to work. They didn't necessarily have particularly many other options, and there was huge challenges around that. But charging, maybe I can't see it happening. I don't think it would land, to be honest. And I think there'd be uproar. I think we need to look at other tools to encourage colleagues to think about their commute and change their commuting habits. But I can't see us getting to a point where we'll charge them. Certainly giving preferential parking to those who maybe have an electric vehicle who have car shared, that's an option, but not necessarily charging those who don't. Okay,
and I see you nodding with that, Paul. Is that those sort of carrots more what you've got in mind going forward?
Yes, although it's probably worth saying, we all hear that the NHS is the largest employer in the UK with 1.3 million employees. It doesn't behave like that. There's well over 200 different hospital trusts and hundreds of other care organisations, each with their own separate policies on things like car parking and travel and transport, and lots of different local authorities have different rules as well. And they're all autonomous organisations, so of course, we wouldn't want to specify to them how they would go about their parking. But these are going to be issues that are definitely being grappled with in individual hospitals. So the demand for car parking outstrips supply, and that's not just for staff, that's for patients and visitors as well. Of course, you have to charge for NHS car parks because they have to be open to the public, and if they were free, then they'd be parked in by anybody really. So it does have to be that model. But certainly looking at prioritising car parking permits in future, as Joe suggests, for people who do lift share would be a great incentive, or alternatively subsidising those car parks, providing some electric vehicle charging infrastructure as a perk could be another item. Hospitals for their own fleets would likely charge their vehicles up overnight, and if staff are travelling there in the day and there are redundant charges there, then there may be a way to provide that as a perk. We don't think it's going to be much of a perk really, because most people, if they were to commute in an electric car, say 30 miles a day, would only need to charge their car up once a week. So we don't think it's a game changer. There's been lots of discussions about, should the NHS provide charges for their patients and their staff vehicles, and the jury's out on that. But my own personal view is that probably won't be necessary in all cases. But yes, those kind of things will happen. And of course, as demand for services grows, as we do deliver our elective recovery, record waiting lists, we're going to have to treat many more patients than we normally do, and that will come with a demand on car parking as well. There will need to be more innovative ways of thinking about how we balance that supply and demand. Certainly, the NHS lacks the funding or the land to just be able to expand their car parking spaces. And even if they did, it's the wrong thing to be spending the money on, really. The whole point of this conference and the whole point of our net zero travel and transport team is to try and change behaviours towards more sustainable outputs. So if people did have the money to spend on more car parking, we'd be seriously encouraging them to spend it in more innovative ways that would improve public transport, for example, improve active travel facilities, invest in helping staff to plan their individual journeys to be more sustainable, and get that message across that more sustainable travel for large proportions of staff could be cheaper, could be quicker, certainly better for the environment, and could be better for them as well in terms of their health benefits. So that's really, as NHS England, where we'll be focusing over the next 2 or 3 years to help hospitals make those right decisions.
Thank you. Brilliant segue into my next question, really, which is around how Scope 3 commuter emissions are actually incorporated within your net zero strategies. So Joe, how have you brought in Scope 3 into work that you're doing? Because I imagine previously it would have been a lot of focus on Scopes 1 and 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think traditionally that's been, everyone's focus was on Scope 1 and 2, those more direct emissions. But we've just spent the last 6 months or so completing an inventory of our Scope 3 emissions, our operational Scope 3 emissions, from everything from commuter emissions, work from home emissions, supply chain, everything. And we've sort of done that inventory now from 2016 to 2020, so we could see the trends and look at what that looked like. Obviously, the difference from 2019 to 2020 is significant. You see essentially commuter emissions be replaced by work from home emissions in 2020. But so that was a really key piece of work for us to enable us then to look forward into, okay, well, what's our pathway to net zero across all of those categories of Scope 3? And Mobilityways have played a big part in obviously measuring those commuter emissions, and looking at, okay, well, what's in the art of the possible? And that'll be really powerful in us identifying that net zero strategy. But absolutely, a net zero strategy that doesn't include Scope 3 isn't a net zero strategy anymore.
Paul, you agree with that? Still on mute.
Sorry, bounced to it at one point. Yeah, we've got a strategy for the NHS to reach net zero carbon emissions of Scope 1 and 2 from all its forms by 2040, and Scope 3 as well by 2045. Obviously, we've got a huge mountain to climb. 65% of NHS emissions are Scope 3. And but we've got a huge opportunity as well, because we spend a lot of money on companies that provide Scope 3 emissions. So beyond our travel, or the way that our staff or visitors or patients travel in, there's the goods and services that we buy as well, and how they are transported into hospitals, and all of the carbon embedded in that supply chain as well. And we're doing some interesting things people have alluded to earlier on in the day about using the NHS's purchasing power to require suppliers to think about their carbon emissions, not just in their factories or their or the way they manufacture their materials, but the way they transport them to the end users, us, the way that their staff might commute into work as well. So we every supplier from the NHS will eventually be required to A, report on their carbon emissions, and B, report on how they're going to be reducing those. So the NHS's influence on commute could expand way beyond their own staff to any staff of the 80,000 suppliers that the NHS uses at the moment as well. It's potentially one of the easiest ways that suppliers could reduce their carbon emissions quickly before re-engineering their facilities or the goods that they make. We also need to think a bit about staff and visitors. So NHS staff commutes make up about 5% of our total carbon emissions across the NHS, but patients and visitors between them create another 9%. So whilst we've got a bit more influence, I guess, not direct control, but influence over NHS staff, we will want to see what works there, and then to roll out the methods that do work for regular patients, regular visitors as well, because many of them, the same solutions will for travelling into healthcare settings will apply. So there's a massive prize for the NHS in tackling this, starting with staff commute and then rolling that out to patient and visitor journeys as well.
Thank you. And Joe, in terms of your supply chain, then, obviously you're not the NHS and that scale, but do you have the potential as a large employer to impact on your supply chain and also potentially your customers in thinking about sustainable commuting as well?
Sorry, my Wi-Fi is not playing ball, so you sounded like a robot when you said that question. I heard the word supply chain. I think I'm back now. Could you ask again? Thanks.
Yeah, sure. I often sound like a robot. Don't worry. So the question was whether there's the opportunity for you as a large employer to impact on your supply chain as well, and also potentially your customers in terms of encouraging those people also to commute more sustainably.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're already starting work, although we've been sort of spending that time measuring our Scope 3 over the last 6 months or so. We have actually also been already engaging our supply chain in terms of sustainability and their emissions and their net zero strategies. And for us, it's absolutely about influencing those suppliers, especially our sort of bigger impact suppliers. So for us, that's marketing and print. And as an insurance organisation, that's probably no surprise. And so working with those suppliers to understand, well, what's their strategy? How can we support that? And how can we influence them to be really bold and stretching with their targets and the action that they're taking, rather than us sort of not working with suppliers because they don't have a net zero strategy. It's like, okay, how can we support you on that journey? So yeah, absolutely. In terms of our customers, we haven't necessarily done anything in terms of their commute. Doesn't mean we won't and shouldn't. I probably should look at that, and certainly something for us to consider going forward.
Thank you. I think we're going to take some questions now from the floor, and I think the way this works is that the one that it's highlighted, I'm going for first. So one for Paul, you've got both highly paid staff and minimum wage staff. Are there different approaches depending on disposable income?
So at this very basic form, there's generally different tiers of car parking charges for different levels of staff. If they're going to get car parking permits, some might get them for free or a very low rate, and the amount you pay for your car parking will rise depending on your salary. So there's different bandings. So on that, yes, in that very basic and quite simple way to look at things. More generally, we're only really getting into territory now of mapping, you know, what alternatives there are for individuals. Up to now, if we're brutally honest, then the limit of the thinking on NHS staff commute at the national level, with some notable exceptions at individual trust level, was to, you know, check whether they've got a cycle to work scheme and some lockers and what have you, and assuming if there's some active travel facilities, that will be, you know, that will start changing people's behaviours, and we know that's not the case. As I say, there's some notable exceptions at trust level. There hasn't been a coordinated effort across the NHS to look at, you know, where do staff live compared to where they work, what options might be available to them, what the comparative costs might be of those. As I mentioned earlier, for some staff, who, depending on where they live and their route into work, it could be both cheaper and quicker to switch transport to potentially public transport or active travel. And it's really about, you know, getting that message out to people with some evidence about what their options are locally, so that people can make the right decision for them. But at the moment, people's salary doesn't factor into that. But I think, you know, we might need to be mindful of different messages to different groups of staff about what might resonate most with them.
Thank you. The next question is about how do we get away from the fact that we prefer the luxury experience of single occupancy vehicles compared to public transport? Interestingly, I picked up on a survey that had been done down at Bath, Royal Bath NHS Trust recently, where they looked at commuter satisfaction levels. And this isn't specifically public transport, but it was really interesting to see those people that travelled actively, walking or cycling, were much more satisfied with their commute than those that drove alone. So I found that fascinating. But what's your view, Joe, in terms of that luxury of driving alone against getting on a bus?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting being a Londoner. The commute is never dreamy in a rammed tube carriage, but for our colleagues who, you know, work in sites where they predominantly drive in, I don't know if it's luxury to sit in traffic and the road works, and there's always something, like I'm always hearing my colleagues moan about something about their drive in. So I'm not sure that it is luxury. I guess certainly from a COVID perspective, it might feel safer not to be around other people. But I think, and we've, you know, I've had a few conversations with your colleagues, Mark, around the sort of infrastructure of public transport, and actually that needs to improve if we're because people do want what's convenient, and if their journey is going to be significantly longer, or you know, it's out of their way, then of course they're always going to go for the easier and potentially perceived more luxury option. So I think there's a lot of work to be done in terms of that infrastructure in public transport.
Yeah, agreed. And you know, from my perspective, it's all about matching service with need and identifying that need, and then where the shortfalls are, and then filling those gaps. It was also interesting, another bit of research that was done up at Huddersfield and Calderdale that found that 1 in 5 NHS staff there said that finding a parking space impacted negatively on their day every single working day. That was the start of their shift. So the thought that it is more luxurious to be in a car alone, again, I agree with you, isn't necessarily always the case. Okay, moving on then to have you offered different options for reducing commuting emissions to employees to see which ones they would prioritise from a strategy perspective? Paul, would you like to go first?
Certainly at NHS England, we haven't done that. I couldn't really comment on whether individual trusts have done that. What I would say is that, you know, you need to look at, as I mentioned earlier, where your staff are, where they need to commute to, what times they need to commute in, and what options are viable for them. There's no point in banging on about active travel to staff who live 20 miles away, for example. That doesn't make any sense, or encouraging them to get the bus if it's actually 3 buses and takes an hour and a half to get in. So I think it's having that intel, really. But people, you know, when you ask them an open question about should we be doing more to protect the environment, 81% of NHS staff say yes, we should, and 83% agree with our net zero targets and the way that we've set them and the ambition we're setting. But when it comes down to, and what have you done personally to contribute to that, only about 1 in 4 people reported either getting public transport or actively travelling to work. So there's a big mountain to climb there, really. I'm linking up that, and you changing your personal behaviours to reduce your carbon emissions isn't a strong enough argument in and of itself for most people to change their deeply ingrained commuting behaviours. You need to make it personal to people. You need to understand. I made the switch many years ago from public transport to cycling in London. Never very far, never more than 15 miles a day. But it was, I did it because I was sick of sitting in traffic in a bus lane, and I did it because it was quicker. But there's a myriad of benefits there, and it's about encouraging people and finding out what would make a difference to them, really. So rather than us develop some strategies in a darkened room and then say which ones we like, I think it's more about saying to staff, okay, what would make a difference to you? Is it safety? Is it cost? Is it convenience? Is it, what is it that's going to make a difference? And get them to tell us really, which strategies might work best. I think that would be generally better.
Yeah, I'd agree, and I think certainly for us as well, that intel, that data is, been really important. Having that, we've got that Mobilityways dashboard where we can sort of see what's in the art of the possible for our colleagues, and actually then using the sort of personal travel plans that we've sent out to all of our colleagues, so they can see what's their personal, more sustainable commute that they can take. So it's not just sort of check out the bus routes locally. It's like, this is the route this is a more sustainable option that you've got available to you, so that it is personalised, because I think that's important. And then working with them to sort of address that.
Fantastic. And the next question, I think, really is actually for both of you, because it's really about executive buy-in, isn't it? And from an NHS perspective, of course, there's all sorts of other issues going on at the moment. Joe, in your world, there will also be other issues. They'll be different. And I guess a historic focus on scope 1 and 2, and why on earth do we need to worry about the commute? How do you motivate senior stakeholders to engage and be supportive of the work that you do?
Well, I think for us, like we've said before, we're not going to get to net zero if we don't address all elements of our impact, including the commute. And so there's no point waiting until we've dealt with maybe all of those bigger ones first, and then deal with the commute at the end. That's not going to work, because it's not a switch. And I think sort of demonstrating that to our sort of key stakeholders in the business. And then also, the commute is a really tangible one that colleagues can understand. And so I think actually you'll be able to get your colleagues on board with understanding, okay, I understand that my driving in a petrol car to work has an impact. That's really tangible. And so if you get them engaged on those topics and they start changing the habits there, you can then start addressing maybe some of those bigger challenges that we have as a business, like our financed emissions and our investment, because actually they understand some of those more tangible aspects.
And is there, aside from the sustainability in terms of your key stakeholders, I assume there is a business case for this beyond it's the right thing to do?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but I think that's the biggest bit of it, though, actually, for us, that it's the right thing to do. I think both from a sustainability and emissions perspective, but also, we've touched on the well-being element. And, I know that the times when I've sort of run to work or walked to work, I have a better day. I'm in a better mood. You mentioned it before around, people who cycle, or walk to work, have an active commute. They're much more satisfied with their commute, and that doesn't surprise me. And I think that there's the well-being element to as a key driver, as well as the sustainability element.
And Paul, your views?
Can you re-ask the question, please, Mark?
Ooh, can you guys pop the question up again?
I think it was just about engaging stakeholders. So how do you?
It was. I mean, Yeah, sorry. Firstly, like the net zero ambition is not going to replace the COVID recovery or the elective recovery on the NHS's priority list, and neither should it really. They're really serious issues, and they've got a direct kind of healthcare benefit now. So it's not about replacing those. It's about understanding, as we build that recovery, how can we build some of the gains we've seen from things like the lockdown and different patterns of working into the new businesses as normal. I said before, lots of people think we should be taking more action, but when we talk about what is they've done personally, or should it replace COVID or elective recovery at that point, they all say no. So really, our work is at the moment is identifying the quick wins, the things that aren't going to take a lot of financial investment, and the things that deliver co-benefits as well. So when you think about the staff commutes, if you can get the staff bought in and they realise actually there's a different way of commuting that not only that could be quicker or cheaper or better for their health, so they don't have to go to the gym after work or whatever it is, or that it reduce, then those are the kind of things that we'd be looking at. It's the same when we're looking at, reducing carbon emissions from the estate. Just saying this will say carbon emissions isn't going to cut it. Saying this reduces your energy usage and actually it will pay for itself in 4 years, and then it will be delivering a revenue saving every year. They're the kind of things that we're going to pursue. And they're the kind of things in quite a nascent net zero movement across the NHS that we're going to have to do to lay the foundation to get people to buy into it for the much more difficult battles, the interventions of decreasing returns that will be further down the road. So that's really our strategy in the NHS. And net zero isn't an optional extra, and it's not going to be top of everyone's priority list. It's how do you integrate those things so that it delivers other benefits as well that people are interested in or need to do. That's the approach we're taking in the NHS. So building on people's natural enthusiasm, but then showing them tangible things that don't just reduce carbon, but deliver a range of other important benefits. The early signs show that that's working, and then our role within that is to identify those trusts or other organisations who want to go further faster, who've got bright ideas or innovations, and we support those innovations potentially with funding, potentially with extra support. We help them embed them, refine them, and then we codify them and scale them up and try and disseminate them across the NHS as standard practice. That's really the role of NHS England, Greener NHS programme, and my team within that across the NHS. But it's not going to work if it's just please do this. It will reduce carbon emissions. It's not a strong enough lever on its own at the moment.
Okay, and linked to that, and that again brings us into that next question around incentives. So when I speak to large employers, this comes up again and again. What do you offer people to incentivize them not to drive alone? And my responses are always, well, who are the audience and what's important to them? So it could be car share spaces, for example. If car parking is really hard to get, then that becomes gold dust. But it may be other things. But it'd be really interesting to know what you've both done or you've seen, Paul, other trusts, for example, where incentives have been tried to encourage people not to drive alone. But starting with Jo on that one.
Yeah, we've, having the sort of lift share, specific lift share bays being the best car parking spaces. Now that might sound a bit ridiculous, but, people care about that. If the nearer they are to the office, that means the last minute they can get in and they're straight at their desk within a couple of minutes of parking, rather than, some of our car parking spaces, which might be a sort of up to a 10-minute walk away from the front door. So giving those priority bays to lift sharers, that made a massive difference. And then we have previously done voucher incentives, so sort of grocery store vouchers, and they work brilliantly. But I don't think it can always be that. There needs to be both carrot and stick.
And Paul?
Similar, really. Prioritising car parking permits for those who either drive a more sustainable vehicle or ideally bring a colleague to work. That's not really gained much traction at the moment in the NHS, but you can well imagine it doing so over the next couple of years as demand continues to outstrip supply. And that's the kind of thing that would be looking to trial with a few trusts and see whether there's any unintended consequences before we recommend rolling that kind of thing out. Before there are a few trusts, Manchester Foundation Trust being a good example. We've got staff pledge platforms, so staff go and they pledge and track how many miles they've cycled in, for example, and they can do that as an individual or as a team. And there's a bit of competition against different individuals and teams, and there can be vouchers or shopping discounts with partners or whatever it might be to incentivize people to do that. The competition on its own is sometimes a bit of an incentive for certain individuals or groups of staff as well. But really, for this to be broad scale, it will need to be that these things have intrinsic benefits to people, which might include it being a cheaper form of travel. When you can well imagine with petrol and diesel prices ever increasing as they are at the moment, that the kind of financial involved in designing and shaping those could be more important. But people get into a habit, don't they, of how they commute in, and they very rarely examine the alternatives. So if you've driven to work and you've driven to work for 4 years, what's the incentive for you to consider actually changing your behaviour? There'll need to be strong and compelling arguments to do that, and that'll be a combination of different factors for different individuals, which is why it's important to survey your staff to find out why they travel as they do and what things might change their behaviours.
Okay, thank you very much. Joe, I know you've got to go very shortly because you've got another call. So if we just give you one more question, if that's okay. So as a financial institution focused on the long term, does Royal London have a higher purpose for promoting sustainability?
Yeah, I guess so. And actually, for those who don't know, Royal London is a mutual organisation. So I think that, for us, we're, owned by our members. We're not sort of, we don't need to report to sort of shareholders in that same way. And so actually that purpose is really important. Our purpose is protecting today, investing in tomorrow. Together we're mutually responsible. And I think that links directly to sustainability, all of that statement, right? And that mutual responsibility is absolutely key. We have a responsibility as a financial services organisation to protect our planet for future generations, but actually we all do. It's not something that one individual or one organisation can do. It needs everyone to play their parts sort of systemically and individually.
Brilliant. I want to say thank you very much indeed for your time and for speaking a lot more than we thought you might have to if we'd had 3 on the panel. So thanks, Joe. Really appreciate it.
Please take care.
Paul, if we can keep you for just a little bit longer. So you mentioned NHS is made up of many different organisations, a couple of hundred trusts. How does that impact on your ability to roll out initiatives like the reduction of commute emissions?
Yeah, it's really tricky. Over 200 trusts, very, very different. Some massive, acute hospital groups with 5 or 6 major hospitals. Others quite small community trusts with varying levels of kind of staff. So yeah, absolutely, that's an issue. But also it's a question of mandate and autonomy as well. NHS England mandate lots of different things from every NHS trust in lots of different areas, but there is a limit to what we can do, and this isn't going to be an area that we can mandate people to do certain things. So we have to play more of a supporting role. One thing that we're looking at the moment is potentially, subject to funding agreement, doing something on an NHS wide scale, using potentially some of the tools or techniques that we've heard about today. Individually mapping where staff live, where they commute to, what their commuting behaviours are, what would make a difference. What proportion of staff in each hospital or GP practice or whatever is active travel a actual viable option for them, i.e. they don't live more than 3 or 4 miles away, and then having a tailored approach to those staff to find out why do they drive in, what would make them cycle or walk in, etc. Similar approach then to staff who could take public transport. So what we're going to need to do is segment our approach in terms of different staff and where they live, and that's going to have to be an approach that is that is supported by and mandated by each individual organisation. We can't at the moment mandate that every hospital trust reduces their staff commuting emissions. What we have mandated is that they all come up with a 3-year strategy to reduce their carbon emissions, and staff commute may well play a central role in many of those. But don't forget, this is quite a new movement in the NHS. It was only just over a year ago that we published our national strategy to reach net zero, and we were the first, and before COP only, national healthcare system to pledge net zero, and quicker than the overall government legal target of 2050 in the Climate Change Act. So we are charting new territory for the NHS. It is a big and complex organisation, lots of different trusts, and different trusts will prioritise different things, and they'll go at different speeds. And as I mentioned earlier, what we will need to do is identify the Northern Care Alliances, the Newcastles of this world that are taking the lead on this, to see, how they've done it. Has it been successful? How can we make it more successful? And then refine, codify, disseminate across the NHS. But yes, it will be a very, very complex programme. The thing is, nothing breeds confidence like success, really. So if we can work with the pioneers and we can show that through these trusted, tried and tested techniques that they can reduce their carbon emissions and improve their staff satisfaction as well. So staff can travel to work in a more sustainable way and they're happier with that result, then that's really powerful. And that then starts building the foundation and the mandate for other trusts to act in a similar way. So like all of these things on a national scale, they'll start off small with a few innovators, and we need to get to the point where people are ready for mass adoption, and we've got a role to play in that.
That sounds great. And that holistic approach, it means that at least trusts are having the same conversations, doesn't it? So from you at the centre actually pushing this out, potentially providing funding to help trusts to start to engage, means that they are having those conversations about commute emissions that maybe they wouldn't be otherwise.
Yeah, and the NHS has got a huge amount to do, probably more to do than at any point in its history, and facing a very difficult winter as well. So we also need to be sensitive to what else the NHS is doing and to time our offer carefully as well.
Brilliant. So next one, for hospitals, a big factor in single-use journeys is limited and restrictive access to patient transport. How can this be improved and be made more flexible?
It's a good question. We're just launching, NHS England have announced fairly recently, I think it was August, a review of the non-emergency patient transport contract nationally, looking at eligibility criteria and standardising those, and potentially increasing the number of non-emergency patient transport vehicles and journeys to make it more responsive. That will, if nothing else changes, that will increase, not decrease, carbon emissions from those patient journeys. And therefore we do need to start working out, if that service changes, how do we at least nullify and if not reduce the carbon impact of those increased journeys, like better route planning, for example, more efficient vehicles, those kind of things, remote care delivered where possible. So yes, big challenge, but fixing non-emergency patient transport in the way that you suggest would increase carbon emissions if everything else stays equal.
Thank you, Paul. And this is an interesting one. I had no idea about this. Zurich has just cited the new hospital right by its airport. Main entrance is right by the airport bus station. Any comments?
It would, many of our hospitals, the British Lung Foundation found that 200 of our hospitals in England are based in areas where the World Health Organization considers the air to be toxic. So putting a hospital by an airport and a bus terminal doesn't sound like a great plan, given that those vehicles, certainly airplanes, don't use clean fuel. So I'd question the site in there, but I'm no expert. There might be reasons why they've done that, and of course their buses might be zero emission or at least zero carbon. So yeah, it does seem like an odd choice on the surface.
Paul, thank you so much. We didn't get any questions about the machete, which is really disappointing. but maybe you'll get some later. I want to thank you very much. In the end, it seemed like a bit of an interview, but I'll give you the job. And thank you for sparing the time, and your insight has been brilliant. I hope you stay on for the rest of the afternoon. And the next session coming up, as it says on the screen, Sustainable Commuting, Best-in-Class Examples, honing in on Heathrow Airport. So do stay on, and thanks for sharing the last 50 minutes with us.
Hello, good afternoon. I presume you can hear me. So straight on with the slides. Can I have the next slide, please? So this is about sustainable commuting to Heathrow. Next slide, please. Should be one more straight after. Right. So a lot of people need to get to Heathrow to work, and a range of shifts cover the whole 24-hour period. Some of our busiest times for colleagues arriving and departing are between 4 and 6 in the morning, 12 and 2 in the afternoon, and 8 till 10 in the evening. And not all public transport operates traditionally at these times. So Heathrow has in the past supported services to run earlier or later, or more frequently to cope with the extra volume of passengers, and worked with service providers to provide discounts for ticketing. Active travel is also very important, and Heathrow has provided a significant amount of cycle infrastructure in this century. And the Heathrow Cycle Hub is a shop which gives discounts for colleagues as well as free bike servicing. And there's also some good bus priority around the airport in certain places, and we have a dedicated car share scheme. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, COVID has had a big effect on Heathrow's finances. And so during 2020 and 2021, we had to make significant cuts. And that's resulting some of those early morning bus services being withdrawn, and the ending of some of those important discounts for bus, coach and train tickets. But I'm going to pass over to my colleague, Tim, to discuss what we're planning to do next year to start to reverse some of this. So over to you, Tim.
Thanks, Matthew, and good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Tim Wells, Service Access, Travel and Policy Lead at Heathrow Airport. If we could have the next slide, please. Okay, so I'll give you an overview of what we're looking to do. As Matthew mentioned, COVID's had a significant impact on what we've been able to support in terms of support for our colleague travel, and we've not been sat twiddling our thumbs over the last year. Whilst we haven't had significant budget, we've been busy planning for January 2021 onwards and what we'll look to bring back for our colleagues and passengers. So we've been working with some key stakeholders, including our Heathrow Air Transport Forum, to develop a set of principles that will follow in developing these proposals. And they were to be data-led, make sure what we're delivering is going to deliver the benefits we need it to. And that second point covers that. So effective in delivering modal shift, so reducing the number of single occupancy vehicle car trips that we have for commuting at the moment, and then the resulting environmental benefits of getting people out of their cars onto public transport, walking, cycling and car sharing where possible. We want it to be scalable. As we hit 2022, the airport is still well down on our passenger numbers, so we're going to start from a lower base and build that back as budgets become available. It needs to be easy to use, and that's something that our old support and free travel zone weren't always. It didn't come across as easy to use to all of our colleagues, local communities and passengers. And then equitable. We want it to be fair for all of our colleagues working at the airport. So we've followed these design principles to come up with a set of initial proposals that we'll go into a bit more detail on later. If we could have the next slide, please. So in terms of being data-led, we used this year to undertake a colleague travel survey. We did this at zero cost as an online survey, only to get an idea of what our Team Heathrow colleagues, of which Pre-pandemic, they're around about 76,000. We know it's less than that now, but as for the exact number, we're not too sure. That is constantly changing, somewhere in the region of 60,000, we think, at the moment. So we asked what would encourage colleagues to take public transport, and quite encouragingly, almost 80% would be willing to take public transport for their commute, subject to a number of improvements. Key ones being discounts and more frequent and direct services. Also worth noting that longer operational hours came through as an important reason as well, to match the shift times that Matthew mentioned. We've got very early shifts starting at 4 AM, which public transport doesn't always meet. If we could have the next slide, please. And similarly, we asked about walking or cycling, and again, quite positively, almost half of our colleagues said they would consider cycling to work. Again, subject to a number of improvements, most of these around the safety of routes to the airport, as well as the directness of those routes. And at present, you can't access one of our key employment locations by bike directly, because we have one tunnel accessing it, and there's been a tunnel maintenance project ongoing for a number of years. But in the next year or two, that should be completing. We'll have access to dedicated sideboards for walking and cycling, so we'll allow access to that key employment location in the central terminal area. Okay, next slide, please. So in terms of our sustainable travel zone, we've set some priorities based on our design principles and some of the data we've been looking at. And the first priority is to make sure we've got public transport operating at the times required by our colleagues, and that's purely around shift times, making sure a colleague is able to use public transport in the first place to access the airport in time for their shift. Secondly, improving active travel for those living close enough to do so. Matthew will touch on it later, but we've done some work with Mobilityways looking at postcode data, and we know that over 30% live within a cyclable distance of the airport. So again, significant opportunity for modal shift there. Thirdly, campus connectivity. So first and last mile journeys. The airport is quite large, so getting to one part of the airport doesn't necessarily mean you're at your place of work. And also a number of colleagues need to move around the airport during their working day. And we want to make sure they can do that as sustainably as possible and aren't having to use private cars to do so. Our priority 4 is discounted travel. Whilst this came out as top in our colleague travel survey, we know it's important we get the first 3 priorities in place first. We need to make sure the services are there before we can then offer those discounts to encourage colleagues to use those services. And lastly, in the longer term, we'll be looking at new and significantly improved services to fill some of those gaps in public transport access to the airport. Okay, next slide, please. So our sustainable travel zone forms part of our surface access strategy. So we've got our colleague initiatives here, and this is for the next 5 years, what we call H7, our regulatory period, apart from those on the right-hand side, which are much longer-term projects that we're working with the likes of the DFT to progress. So I won't go through all of these, but to highlight a few key ones that we'd like to do in the coming years, and we've mentioned some of them already. So bring back bus support and free travel around the airport itself. We're going to be improving bus and coach waiting facilities at the airport, again to make it a nicer experience, a more positive experience for colleagues to travel to work by bus or coach, meaning that they would want to do that again if they were trying it for the first time. A number of active travel related improvements, potentially trialling integration of local authority bike hire into the airport. We've got a number of our local authorities who already have bike hire systems, and if we could work with them to provide a docking station at a key employment location close to that borough, we think there could be significant benefits there for reducing single occupancy car trips. Other options in terms of active travel, Matthew mentioned our cycle hub. So we were the first airport in the UK, possibly the world, to have a dedicated cycle shop on site, providing free servicing discounts. However, that's at the northern part of our airport. So any colleague working to the south of the airport may find it difficult to actually access those benefits. So we're looking at whether we can expand the scope of the cycle hub to whether it's a mobile servicing 1 day a week down at the south, or we'll look at different options for doing that. In terms of awareness of what's out there, pre-pandemic, we had what we called our Way to Go campaign, and this was effectively our promotion and marketing to colleagues to get the message out around what's available to them to travel sustainably. So we're looking to restart that as and when we bring some of these improvements back. And looking at creating a cycling culture. We've got cycle champions and we want to make more use of that going forward. Okay, I think that's all I'll touch on for now. So I'll hand back to Matthew for the next slide.
Thank you, Tim. So as Tim said, the things we're looking at doing over the next year include using our data and using it more wisely. So with our limited budget, we know that in the data that we received in the summer, the 54,000 Heathrow colleagues that had active work passes, over a third of them live in just those 15 postcode areas there highlighted on the diagram. And unsurprisingly, they're the postcodes closest to the airport. So that gives us the ideal opportunity for getting them to consider modal shift from car to more sustainable travel. And given the density of colleagues' home locations, because there's just such a large volume in these areas, car share should be a very attractive option, even with the variation in shift patterns. You know, there should always be somebody on a similar shift going in your direction. So we're hoping to use this as a tool, using this to enable us to increase awareness of lift share. Next slide, please. There are many companies at Heathrow, so communicating with colleagues all the travel opportunities is quite difficult. Fortunately, we have something called the Airport Community app with over 20,000 active users, and we've been keeping that up to date with public transport information and active travel and lift share, and we'll be doing so as we make the improvements next year. So we've got to make sure people are aware of the Airport Community app that don't already have it, but we're quite well off at the moment with a big size of the community using it. We also plan to reintroduce the Way to Go roadshows, as Tim mentioned, something that was introduced pre-COVID and involved going to colleague work locations to get the messages across. We also have a lot of signs around the airport in colleague work locations, which we'll be updating early next year. We have developed a Heathrow cycle map, because finding out where cycle tracks is not easy. There doesn't seem to be one place where you can go to look. So we thought we've got to do something ourselves. So we'll be publishing that next year. And with the introduction of the Elizabeth line, which we expect to have next year, there's a good opportunity to review information about public transport for both colleagues and passengers across the airport to raise its profile. And then lastly, the next slide, please. We have the Mobilityways Smart Mobility Report, which through the use of the 54,000 postcodes we've mentioned earlier, we've been able to find out by plotting all the colleague locations, the home locations on a map. We've been able to see lots of interesting benefits, such as where colleagues live to existing, where they live close enough to existing public transport, which enables us to see if there's anything we could do to tweak other public transport to serve large clusters of colleagues. We can see where areas of public transport are not currently meeting the colleague needs. And we can also, the diagram on the right, the green and the purple, is actually showing the average car journey time compared to public transport at certain times. So this example was 6 o'clock in the morning, was arriving at the airport at 6 o'clock, and we can see there that some people in the green can actually get to the airport quicker than the average driving time. And that's great, because if we can make sure that the average bus journey time is the same throughout the day as at 6 o'clock, then it's going to be quicker to get this express bus service that runs between Kingston, Teddington and Heathrow all the time. So that's a fantastic tool, and we'll be hopefully utilising that. And the big thing is that we have access to a tool now which will help us with our future decision making. So I think we're just about on time, and that's that from Heathrow.
NHS Lanarkshire has over 600,000 residents that we serve. We have over 12,000 staff working in a range of 3 large acute hospitals and community sites as well. As we've seen from the commentary surrounding COP26, we need systemic and quite full change across all boards in Scotland, across all governments as well, in order to reach net zero. Obviously, commuting has a huge impact on that, particularly when we consider staff and patient travel as well, which can't be overlooked. Some of those journeys will be essential, but we need to make sure as an organisation that we do that in the most sustainable fashion. ACEL and scoping has been really useful in actually just putting a metric to emissions from staff commuting. It's insight that we didn't have before, but it's allowed us to have that figure to then track and manage over time. It also shows us where staff are commuting from and to. It allows us to then target strategically what sites we go after. Staff travel surveys have been interesting because it showed overwhelmingly that any staff journeys made have been via single occupancy car journey, which I think underlines the importance of what we're trying to achieve. As an organisation, we need to be able to communicate what we're doing, what facilities and resources are available to staff to make small changes in workplace that can add up over time. Some of the initiatives we've put in place to encourage staff to commute more sustainably have been some cycle parking, cycling infrastructure across our 3 large acute sites. We've also seen cycling infrastructure go into our community sites as well. That includes bike repair stands, cycle stands, heated tunnel rails. We have plans to install more of those. I think one of the main benefits staff experience through Mobilityways is the personalised travel plans. That's a huge benefit. It's never something we've been able to offer. Having that sort of automated through the platform is a huge benefit. Even speaking to the staff, I've heard many benefits from just improved mental health. They're getting to work refreshed, ready for the day. I would recommend Mobilityways as a tool for all public bodies. It's a level of insight we've never had before. We're still quite early in that journey on Mobilityways as a platform, but even still it's been worth its weight in gold. I'm optimistic we can achieve zero carbon commuting. It won't be without its challenges, but there is a real appetite out there. We just need to be able to leverage that and deliver that.
Hello and good afternoon all, and welcome to this session on introducing ACEL to you all. For those who don't know, my name is Ali Clabburn. I'm the founder of Mobilityways and LiveShare, and I also created ACEL. We've just seen a wonderful video of how ACEL has been pivotal in helping North Lanarkshire NHS to start to tackle their commuting missions. And I'm delighted to have the opportunity to spend the next 10 minutes to give you a bit more detail about the tool and to hopefully to show you how it could start to help you. Before diving into ACEL, could we have the next slide? The next one, please. Perfect. Before diving into ACEL, I wanted to take a quick look at how similar initiatives in other sectors have had a profound impact. You will all be familiar with energy performance certificates, which in itself shows just how well they have worked. Not only have they brought attention to the emissions from buildings, but they've also helped to change the whole industry. If you look at the graphs on the right, while only 3% of the existing buildings that we have in the UK are rated either A or B, a staggering 84% of new buildings are rated A or B. That's a huge change, and it bodes very well for the future. And looking at the transport sector, pre-COVID, just 21% of commuters were zero carbon commuters. To put that in perspective, we need 84% of them to be zero carbon commuters by 2035 if we're to be on track with the UK's net zero targets. The EPC has shown us how simple graphics and simple language can inform a whole industry. And our goal for ACEL is to do exactly the same for the commuting sector as EPC has done for buildings. ACEL is a standardized rating system that empowers employers and communities to understand, benchmark, and improve their average commuter emissions level. It is measured very simply in kilos per person per year. You'll see from the graphic up on screen that the average is 601. And in the example, this company has an ACEL of 719. So effectively, the average commuter in the UK emits 601 kilos of carbon. The average person who cycles is obviously 0 or walks, and the average person who drives alone to work is just over 1,000 kilos per person. But on average, the average commuter is 600. So if you've got, like this company, an ACEL of 719, you're slightly above the national average. But that doesn't matter. What matters is you know what you are and you set a target to reduce it. So in central London, there are organisations with the ACELs down in the 200-300s. That's great, but still it's got to get down to 0 by 2035. And if you're a more rural employee, you may have an ACEL in 800, 900. But again, that doesn't matter as long as you know what you are now and you can set a very clear target. Can we have the next slide, please? Oh, can we go back one? Sorry. Perfect. So how is ACEL calculated? Well, very simply, we take your total commuting emissions and we divide it by the number of workers. So we either take data from either travel surveys that you've done in-house or from census data if you're more of a regional area. And we use that to determine the number of workers using each mode. And then we use UK government greenhouse gas assumptions, conversion factors, and data from the National Travel Survey to determine the average emissions and commuting distance by each mode. As it is an average, it doesn't discriminate against communities with more or less workers or those that are growing or shrinking, but it provides a very simple benchmark that anyone can use to seek to, and reduce it, even if they're increasing or decreasing their headcount. In fact, some of ACEL's early adopters are what were excitingly some of the UK's fastest growing companies. And what they loved is it doesn't discriminate against them because even though their total emissions may be going up slowly, as long as their average emissions per employee is going down, they're heading in the right direction. We have the next slide, please. So before looking at how ACEL can help companies, I want to look at how it's helping communities, towns and cities to get a clear picture of where their commute emissions are coming from. So they can then focus their efforts on areas where they can have the biggest impact. Looking at this example, we've got South Cambridgeshire. They have an ACEL of 641, which is a bit higher than the national average, but that's mainly because 57% of their staff drive alone to work rather than 50%, which is about the national average. Their commuters emit 45,000 tonnes of CO2 a year out of 50,000. So you've got single occupancy drivers emitting 45,000 tonnes out of 50,000. That's nearly 90%, 89%. So if you're focusing on how to cut commuter emissions, you want to look at that big number and think how to get single occupancy drivers to shift their behaviours. Go to the next slide, please. So here we have another two examples. This time they're neighbours, but they've got very different ACELs. Both regions have a very similar number of employees, or workers, around 50,000 workers, but one has 23% lower emissions. So Scarborough, interestingly, has double the number of people working from home, double the number of people walking, and double the number of people cycling. So overall, they've got twice the number of zero carbon commuters as their neighbour in Redcar and Cleveland. And that results in 23% fewer emissions. It's really interesting. And so if I was in Redcar and Cleveland, I'd be thinking, what are the differences between us and our neighbour, and how can we learn from them? Go to the next slide, please. So, ACEL for employers. Well, ACEL has been very helpful to councils, but what we found is it's incredibly useful for employers too. Now that more and more employers are becoming aware that they need to reduce their commute emissions, ACEL has given them a very simple way to measure and benchmark those and to develop a strategy to deliver a plan to achieve zero carbon commuting. What's great about it is it all starts with just one very simple question. How did you commute today? I thought the easiest way to show you how it works is to talk you through an example. A couple of weeks ago, we were looking at this employer, and it seemed like a good way of explaining it to you. Another next slide, please. So, in this employer, in 2017, undertook a survey. In fact, they do surveys every year. And so I want to look at the 2017 survey. In 2017, they had an ACEL of 906 kilos per employee and total emissions of around 2.7 million kilos of CO2. 906 is almost 50% higher than the national average. And that was due to the fact that this employer had 79% of their staff driving alone to work. If we go to the next slide, please. So in 2020, due to COVID, they suddenly had 16% of their staff working from home. And prior to that, they didn't have any. And this led to 10% fewer cars going to the car park and a 15% reduction in emissions. So COVID showed us that commuting habits can change fast. But as companies set their net zero goals, it's really important that that zero carbon commuting is going to be possible. The EV rollout will clearly play its role, but even the most ambitious forecasts suggest that by 2035, only half of the UK car fleet will be EVs. So if this company is to achieve zero carbon commuting by 2035, we want to see if it's possible, not just with EVs, because clearly there won't be enough for everyone to have EVs by then, but what else can be done? So if we now fast forward to a possible strategy for 2035. So for this employer, is zero carbon commuting possible? Well, we believe it is, which is lovely to see the big green zero on the right-hand side, which means they've got 100% zero carbon commuters. So what they would have to do to achieve that is to keep at least 15% of their staff working from home. They estimate they can have about 30% of their staff. So it's not overambitious to say half of those would actually be working from home. They need to at least double their cycling from 100 to 200. Actually, more like 600 of their staff could easily cycle to work. So 200 again doesn't seem overly ambitious. They need to double their number of people lift sharing from 165 to 330. And those people would all need to be lift sharing in an EV. They need, we're looking to encourage them to support e-scooters when they're legalized and to support e-bikes to slightly widen the range that they can get people coming in by e-bikes and e-scooters. So we reckon with 90 e-scooters, also look to introduce 10 EV shuttle buses by 2035, carrying every morning 120 of their team in, 20 EV van pools with again 120 people in, and then the remaining cars coming in, whether they're single occupancy or shared, would all need to be EVs. But what that would mean is only about 40% of their staff would actually need EVs, which by then would be about the national average. So we think that that is definitely possible. And if they do all that, which doesn't actually seem that ambitious, we think they can have ACEL O by 2035. And what's beautiful is that they would need 800 fewer parking spaces than they've currently got. And if you think that a typical parking space costs £1,000 a year, they'd save £800,000 and more than pay for all of the services they're providing in order to get there. Can I have the next slide, please? So what would the recommendations be to employers? Well, very simply, I would start off by scoping your employer postcodes to discover how low you can go, what options are available out there right now for your staff. I would then survey your staff to discover your ACEL. Ideally do a more detailed travel survey, but at very least do a pulse survey asking all staff today how they commuted in. So you can start to calculate your emissions. And I'd then analyze the two things above to set your target. Ideally by 2030, maybe by 2035, and if you don't want to be very ambitious, by 2040. But we've been delighted to see some of the really trailblazing companies set 2030 net zero carbon commuting goals. And then it's about delivering your strategy. You've seen many examples today of companies already embracing this and forming a strategy and getting on with it. And also, if you want to prove that you're delivering, aim to become ACEL certified by reducing your ACEL emissions by 5% a year. So if you're 600, you need to reduce that by 30 each year in order to get down to zero by 2040. Ideally, you could do more than that. Next slide, please. So rewinding right back to the beginning. Imagine if all employers could cut their ACEL by 5% a year. Finally, transport become rather than the slow sector in terms of really delivering emissions, we could overtake the housing sector, which has done a good job, and trans the energy sector too. We really do need to make zero carbon commuting a reality, and we hope that ACEL will become a tool that anyone can use to start tracking and reducing their emissions. Next slide, please. My challenge to you and to all of us is, how low can you go and just how fast? Many thanks.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. We're just waiting for one of our panelists to join. Still waiting for Chris, I think, but we'll just kick off. No, Chris. Okay, thank you. Welcome. So hello, I'm Jamie Brogan from the Edinburgh Climate Change Institute. I'm currently coming to you from my father-in-law's dining room table in a small village in Hampshire. So I guess that shows you what the future of rural commuting could look like. I'm by no means a rural mobility expert myself, but I do know that rural transport is one of the hardest challenges that we face in some of the targets we've set for net zero as a society, both in Scotland and in the UK. And I know that car reliance in rural communities is very much a kind of factor, and it has a lot of knock-on effects other than just climate in terms of equality, etc., etc. But I'm really looking for, I hope everyone else is excited as me to hear the perspectives of the people in the panel here today. I'll do a brief introduction to Jenny and Richard, and then I'll let them talk about themselves a little bit. Hopefully Chris might join us. Richard is from Como UK, Chief Executive of Como UK, which is a national organisation supporting shared transport across a variety of modes, which is a brilliant thing to hear about. And Jenny Milne wears many hats, but is a passionate advocate of all things rural, and is here today wearing her hat as the founder of the Scottish Rural and Islands Transport Community, which is a place near and dear to my heart as a passionate Scotsman and often mountain climber in those parts. I'm going to throw it over to you guys, Jenny and Richard. Jenny first, if you like, just to introduce a little bit about yourself, your passion in this area, and by all means, a provocation and a call to action for the people in the audience.
Yes, hello. I'm probably not a stranger to many, and not to Richard either. So yes, wearing my hat of SRITC, I think, is an example of my passion. It's very disjointed. It doesn't matter where you are in the world when it comes to rural. There's not like that common voice for transportation. So back in late 2017, beginning of 2018, I facilitated bringing together a lot of different stakeholders from that bottom-up approach that are all involved in rural mobility. And when you start to look at a stakeholder map, which I'm sure everybody listening is familiar with, it's really complicated in rural areas to do, as you say, transportation. You have your usual challenges about the lack of services, but you also mentioned the reliance on car. And controversially, I'd actually say car is very, very important. We have to consider issues to do with transport poverty, but you can actually use the car for more than just travelling of a person. You can put goods in it and actually see it as an asset that's already on the road. So the other hat that I wear is part-time PhD student. The other hat I wear is I've been on the International Transport Forum working group, which has been focusing on rural mobility and innovation. So you can pick my brains in the comments. I'm not going to say I'm always right. I don't know the answer, but if I don't know the answer, I'll go and find it. And quite often I'll put people Richard's way because he'll know the answer when I don't. Richard.
Thanks very much, Jenny. Good to see you as ever, and good to be here with everybody today. As Jamie said, Como UK is the organisation for shared transport, so car clubs, other forms of car sharing, bike share, e-scooter share, lift sharing, DDRT. Those are our focuses. We're not defined by a mode, so we can bring in more variations on those themes as they come along over time. Working with authorities is really important for us. Working with operators is really important for us, and working with third parties of all kind of interested natures, whether third sector, public, private sectors, are also really important. So it's a very much a, it is a collaborative effort. That's in our name. That's what the CO stands for. And I think that's very much a reality in rural areas right now. It's a collaborative effort that I think could do with some more help. It's also a collaborative effort that I think gets asked some very tough, I think sometimes overly tough questions. I often see this sort of, oh gosh, rural's really hard, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, this is never going to work in rural, isn't it? Well, I mean, this stuff's all very well, but it doesn't work in rural. And variations on that theme, which, while there are definitely challenges in rural, there are challenges in this big behaviour change shift that as a country we need to go through in transport to get there on 2030, 2040, 2050, 20 anything on reducing the emissions. They're so high, and they're stubbornly high. So the revolution's needed all across the piece, and yeah, rural is harder on some of this stuff for sure. But it seems to me to rather have the telescope the wrong way around. I mean, if we'd be better off making sure we've cracked urban, suburban, peri-urban before we turn ourselves to a sort of moan fest about rural. But in the meantime, and there's much work to be done on those areas. But in the meantime, then I think we can make some more progress on rural for sure. And I guess it'd be good to be interesting to discuss that, take questions around that.
It's always a business case, isn't it? There's no business case in rural, and there's no money in rural, so that's why we don't do rural.
Yeah, but then there's let's reflect that there's no business case left in public transport anywhere in this country, sadly, as we have this conversation right here, right now, thanks to the COVID pandemic impacts. And there's not been a business case in public transport in rural as a generalization for a generation or 2 generations even. So it's a rather odd starting point, isn't it? And of course, Jenny, you're probably the same as me on this. I think it's all very well to sit here and talk about the business cases. You're quite right to raise it, but you've only got to look at the graphs on emissions to think, well, it's just not all of that's going to be cracked by a business case. And we accept that in public transport anyway, because there's very large amounts of subsidy that went in even pre-pandemic. And in any case, there are obviously different business cases over time to be crafted here than the ones we've got. The ones we've got, structure in but fail to fully price in the use of fossil fuels to an unsustainable extent. So we can run that business case for a while longer, but eventually it actually runs out of steam.
We were hosting the Sustainable Scotland conference yesterday, and the business case thing keeps coming up. But what we have to try and get across is that we're investing in different things. It's not that simple financial return. It's about a whole bunch of other things. Equity. Yesterday, particularly, we're talking about biodiversity, land use, etc., etc.
Yep.
And yep. Chris and Richard, I kind of feel your pain every time somebody says it's collaboration. So somebody who has collaboration in the title of their organization, it is difficult. There's herding cats there, but it's all possible. You said you didn't really want this to be a moan fest, so I'm going to start with a fairly positive question for you both, if that's okay. So in your experience, are there things that are already working well that connect rural communities? And if those are happening on a very local level, what are the challenges to rolling them out and scaling them up at a national level? I'll go to Richard first, if that's okay.
Yes, there are the quick answer. I think they're quite varied, and let's come back to the scaling up question, which is a good one. So just some flavour of what they are. We run a network of community-sized, mostly rural, not always, but mostly rural, car and bike share schemes. They are finding that there's more and more interest in what they do. There's a receptivity there that I think wasn't there to such a degree, say 5 years ago, 10 years ago, etc. There have also been some funding initiatives which have gone in, very geography dependent and far from perfect, that have helped, although it's not been all about that. I think there's now recognition to a greater degree in policy circles, but not much done about it yet, of the role of more informal versions of sharing than those more formal established clubs that are in our network, fixing up lifts via Facebook, whatever it may be. And technology's enabled that, but there's no one sort of got much of a grip on that yet from a policy side of it. There are some things I would point to what Hightrans have been up to here, for example, which is starting to pull these threads more and more together and use technology to try and get people to undertake some mode shift and trying to pull in more threads than just one, which is where a lot of things fall down. You get an intervention which is, let's do a bit of car club, or let's support this bus service, or let's do a DDRT trial. But an awful lot of these things are very lonely, and a huge part of the challenge here is critical mass in shared transport. That's true in rural as in suburban zone. It's just that it's more difficult in rural quite often. And so actually, to my analysis, that's an argument for trying more things that are well designed at once, not fewer. But actually what often happens in rural is you end up with fewer, and so they're more exposed, and it's difficult to to keep them going, which is a challenge. Particularly often we have a capital funding obsession in this country, so particularly when whatever capital funding there might have been has gone, the old cliche about where's the revenue support, there's a major challenge around that. But there are lots of little bright spots, I think, going on. On the sort of scaling side of it, I've already sort of said my piece about bringing things together. I think there's something here missing from regional up to national scale government attention, and it's been interesting with the DfT, for example. They've had a rural mobility strategy consultation piece, which has now gone quiet. There's also been a couple of recent consultations, particularly one on future transport, and in all of that we were saying to them, try some more stuff out in rural, but try it in a small number of places, try it really at scale, really varied, sufficient funding and sufficient length of time, not just something that's got a scant 12 months to try and make something work that's a bit revolutionary before the funding runs out. Just wait to see if that that goes anywhere. But there's an obvious set of join-ups with entities like national parks, with significant public authorities, with employers in rural areas, with local authorities and their own fleets and what use can be made of that, with the NHS, with the education sector, all these people who have, if you like, kind of collectivized kind of skin in the game out there in rural areas already. And in pulling some more of that together in a couple of sandboxes, to use the current jargon in government. That's not happening much yet, but that's a thought on how to scale and move beyond it.
Thanks. And welcome, Chris. I'll try and bring you in with a question shortly. Jenny,
I'm so sorry I'm late, Jamie. I had a nightmare getting in. Completely my own fault, so I apologise.
Don't worry about it. Jenny, some of the things that Richard's described there, I think the more distributed your community, the more dispersed your community, the harder it gets. So again, the area you look after, can you point at things that have worked, and can you maybe point at some of the ways they might be made to work more nationally?
I'm actually going to take a bit, if I'm allowed, of a liberty and go a bit international as well. So within SRITC, we host every month cafes, and it's about cake. Honestly, I'm a cake lady, so you bring along your cake, and we're always learning and sharing. And the one thing that we have learned for the last 3 years is that actually the movement and the change can come from the bottom up, and it's the communities. So the communities know what they need. And I was listening to some of the earlier sessions, and it's like you need to understand what the wants and the needs and the desires are, what that granular detail is. But it's the really important part that many projects and pilots out there just don't do because they think it's not worth it. But it is, because you only get traction if you've got the people on that journey with you from the very start. So it can be a very small project that can only take a couple of £1,000. And as Rich has already alluded to, things like WhatsApp as a way of communicating. But you've got to also remember that not everybody has digital connectivity. I can tell you firsthand that with the storm that we had up here in the northeast of Scotland, it wiped out infrastructure, no landlines, no mobile phone signal, no power, no energy. Literally, it was that bad, and still for some 160 houses, I think, is still in that situation. How do you get information? And I think one of the things that I would say that we've all learned, not just from this last 10 days, is that for communities and transportation projects to succeed, it is about that role of information. So little projects, as Richard says, are really important. And taking an example from overseas in France, in particular, and with Smarter project that you're probably all familiar with, they had hitchhiking, and this is a conversation that's often not discussed, but hitchhiking in rural areas quite often highlights mobility gaps where people can't get to a tourist attraction and the bus finishes at 4 o'clock because the school is needed, and etc. We're sharing those assets, which is great for school bus, but it restricts how people actually move around. So there's some projects overseas that fill that hitchhiking, and I think rebranded the word, is what Alistair Kirkbride once said, is rebrand the word of hitchhiking and you maybe have a solution. So they don't need a huge amount of money. That was only, I think, about 80,000 euros that they had to make a big impact on a community, and it opened up health, education, and others. So that's really important for me. And again, overseas, the ITF report will conclude and show that this mentality that we've got of 6 months, as Richard said, or 12 months for delivering a pilot project is not actually achievable. We have an ask that we need to be looking at 36 months plus. And if you look at Japan, etc., they don't do pilots. They just get on with it, and then that's it staying. So we can't be always restricting. And I think the projects that have succeeded are those that have just started small and just slowly walked, then trotted, then cantered, then galloped, and gathered the money along the way.
Thanks, Jenny. I don't know who's playing the trombone in the background, but I apologise for it. It's nothing to do with me. And Jenny, I mean, you're right. Solutions aren't solutions if they're imposed on people, but they can be relatively simple and effective if they're co-designed. I'm going to very, very briefly introduce Chris, whose business is tackling one of the many, many challenges around decarbonising rural transport, which is around the availability of EV charging points. And I'm going to ask a question that then gives him an excuse to introduce himself a little bit more. So we'll see if that works. So the question is, what role can technology play in ensuring geographic equity and supporting sustainable commuting modes, and what could the future look like in those communities, for those communities? And I am going to, sorry, Chris, land you that one on you first, but you feel free to introduce yourself and your organisation in that context.
Jamie, I'm really sorry to say, but I missed the whole of that question then. I just lost you completely. So apologies, but would you mind repeating the question?
Not at all. So what role can technology play in ensuring geographic equity and supporting sustainable commuting modes? What could the future look like for those communities? And do feel free to answer that in the context of what you guys do.
Sure. So we'll maybe just very briefly on who we are. We're an EV charging and smart cities business. We make all of our kit out of sustainable or recycled materials. We try and deploy the smartest, longest life charging infrastructure that's out there. And our whole mantra as a business, as you had one of my colleagues on earlier on today on one of the other panels, our whole mantra is to try and make EV as accessible as we possibly can for everyone in society, because there are massive areas that have been left behind. So our mantra is all around the accessibility and the affordability and the sustainability of EV charging. So that's a very brief bit on the company. If you want to find out any more, then we're online, so you can come and find out more, and we'd love to speak to you. I think the part that Jenny mentioned there a minute ago around what happened in the last couple of weeks in terms of storms, we actually see, and to come back to your question, what can it do to try and help? I think actually some of the ancillary benefits from EV are potentially huge. You look at all those communities that were completely removed from power supply for many, many, many days. EV is an actual huge opportunity for rural communities to try and increase energy security, essentially. But so that's one bigger area of opportunity. I guess I would focus it maybe, or maybe give me an opportunity to just respond a little bit on the infrastructure piece, because I get people challenging me all the time on, well, yeah, but you can't go and deploy EV charging points in rural areas. I find it quite amazing when they say this, because they sort of assume that it's the same as fibre, and that actually fibre was really difficult to get to rural communities, and therefore EV is going to be the same. It's actually nothing like that at all. So what everyone forgets in terms of the difference between fibre and EV is that when you were deploying fibre, it was completely new. There was no fibre already existing, so you had to put something out completely new. There is already a power network in these rural communities, so actually deploying EV is already an opportunity. And actually for organisations like ourselves, where our big risk is utilisation of charging points, so people not using them, actually the topic that we're talking about here is how do people get around rural areas, because they're difficult to get around, because there aren't existing transport links. You can't walk everywhere because the distances are greater. Actually, as an EV charging operator, those are your perfect clients because they're driving relatively long distances. So you're going to get a higher utilization of your assets. So EV is actually in rural areas is a perfect scenario, but it is an area that's being left behind. We've done an amazing project, or are completing an amazing project in Kent, which I recognise is not the most remotely populated area of the UK, but there are large rural areas in Kent. We're now deploying across all of the parish councils, again, proving the fact that you can actually deploy charging infrastructure in rural areas rather than just dense sort of cities.
Chris, yeah, and it's great that you've actually managed to answer a couple of my questions in there. So well done on that. And it's really interesting actually, because from what you say, there's a perception or maybe a misconception that's actually stopping the rollout of this, particularly EVs across rural areas. Yeah. I might ask the others if there are similar examples of that they might have come across. And because both Richard and Jenny have both talked already about where technology can already support the kind of adoption and the transition to more sustainable modes of transport in rural communities through some fairly simple technology means, actually. But I suppose a question, and I think I know what Chris would say to this, so I'll ask the other guys first. If you had a magic wand and budget was no issue, if I had that in my gift to give you, what resources and sustainable commuting infrastructure would you put in place to best serve the communities that you're passionate about? And I'll go to Jenny first with that one.
I'm actually going to opt out and say it depends on the community, because each community is going to have a different need and different want and desire. The choice of transportation is one of them, rather than it being just necessarily the car. Sometimes they have a train, sometimes they have a bus. Not very many places have DRT. Quite a lot of places have community transport. So if I was given money and I was giving it to the communities, I would ask them to identify what they would want, what they need to be able to access health, education, tourism, but also the other point that we don't always have to be going to the services and the goods. They can come to us. So if we can put some infrastructure in to be able to bring dentists and consultants and parcels, etc., and services back to me rather than me having to go to them, that's what we would look like. And I will probably answer your MAAS question for you at some point as well.
And Richard?
I think I'll, magic wand. It's always dangerous, isn't it? I think I'll go down a slightly different route. I think temptation here is often to say, well, I would provide this fleet of vehicles, I would unite public and community in shared and active transport, I would pump billions of pounds into... And I'm not saying any of that's wrong. With a magic wand, you would go for a revolution on the positive, the carrot side, if you like. But if I had this magic wand, I would simultaneously go for a revolution on the stick side. And I think one of the things that always strikes me with rural conversations is so far we've been largely missing a few of the things that from the urban playbook I think we could adopt into rural, and some of that's around private car restraint measures, whether that's on access or movement pricing, parking pricing, etc. Those things are generally absent in rural context, and just give you an idea of the sorts of things you might move to. So in other words, just pumping billions into alternatives wouldn't be enough. I think you'd also have to be tackling private car use. But in saying that, I thought Jenny made a really good point earlier with saying, we've got to work with the car. And absolutely, I think that's going to be a mainstay of future rural transport policy. The question is, I'm thinking of the stuff Chris was covering here, the question is, how do we get best use out of the car where the car is needed for journeys? So how do we have fewer cars being used more efficiently to provide those motorised journeys that are needed? How are we getting more people in them? How are we reducing their emissions, taking tailpipes out from them, and all of that basket of stuff, as well as mode shift? And that's where I think rural is a different conversation to urban, and likely will always be a different one.
Thank
Jamie, can I just come in on very briefly on that? So I agree with everything that Richard and Jenny have said. The challenge, I would say, is to answer both of those things, and the key thing that's for us when we deploy is data. So data helps you answer all these questions. We make assumptions about these areas and we don't know nearly enough about them. You have to have data because you can challenge so many of the misconceptions that are out there, like the one I mentioned earlier on, i.e. rural communities can't make this stuff work. If you have the data, you can start to challenge it. And it's right, in some of them it might not make sense, but in others it really does. That isn't something that's exclusive to rural areas, I should say. Quite often there are decisions being made in urban areas where there isn't enough data to back it up. But to the point on whether you could get mobility as a service to work, it's far easier to get it to work if you understand the commuting distances that everyone is driving in those areas. And that data does exist. You just have to have partnerships with the right players. So the mobile phone operators can tell you their commuting distances. They can tell you the way people are commuting. So you obviously have to be respectful of GDPR, but there is a lot that data can tell you that can try and actually overcome some of these obstacles.
Thank you. And I'm going to pick up some questions that are coming in from the audience, or some challenges that are coming in from the audience now. One at the top of the list there, hopefully you can all see the slide. There's a question that just builds on what you were saying there about accepting that cars are going to be part of the future. Should we stop talking about cycling outside of urban areas? I live, 10 miles outside of Edinburgh, and I do cycle to work every day, but I'm probably the exception rather than the rule. I don't think most people would choose to do that in a Scottish winter. Is that defeatist to stop talking about cycling outside of an urban space?
I'll dive in on that one if I might. Yeah, no, that would be a disaster. But where I get, I think, at least part of where the question's going is, I think we should stop expecting people to cycle down wholly unsuitable routes that aren't safe and attractive in rural areas. That, we can tell people till the end of time that cycling's great for them. But unless it's actually great feeling for them, they're not going to do it. And so that really, for me, comes down to thinking, let's get the magic wand out again. Let's have a network of genuinely nice cycle routes that over time connect up 20%, 40%, 60%, and so on of the rural parts of Britain, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's the key thing for me there. It can play a really important role to single out what e-bikes can do here as against push bikes in particular. Rural areas typically more hilly and typically longer distances, just perfect sort of conditions for e-bikes. But yeah, I think saying to someone, why don't you go down that unlit A road with 40-mile-an-hour bends and 60-mile-an-hour straights? Well, no thanks.
I think Richard's nailed that one. So I'm going to pick up another. There's a couple of questions around this business case thing that frustrates us all, frankly, and a couple of suggestions from the audience that some of the public sector organisations that kind of try and drive transport have gone bust. You could then move that out into the private sector to take more responsibility, but that brings its own challenges. And I maybe ask Chris for some thoughts on that, because you're a business that has decided to take on part of this challenge at least.
Yeah, so I suppose the way I would think about it is none of this makes sense. And I not to challenge what Jenny said, because I think Jenny made a good point earlier on, but for us as a business, none of this makes sense unless we get scale. So scale, we think about EV charging points as EV charging infrastructure. Everything has to be infrastructure. And if you want to deploy that, you need to think about scale. That means I can bring funding, and it means I can think about things as a portfolio. So it means I can actually balance lower performing assets together with really high performing, high utilization assets. And when you also think about infrastructure, you think about long-term contracts, and long-term contracts allow you to earn a small amount of money over a longer period of time rather than having to earn your money back really quickly. I think if we're looking at some of these areas now, you're unlikely to make money if you talk about sort of product life cycles of sort of 5 years or so. So you need to think about things slightly differently. But again, I come back to the data point. If you've got the data, you can justify that this works. I saw one of the other questions on there which said, if it's so easy, is EV actually better than diesel already? And I didn't know how I should respond to that, because yes, we should be switching already. And actually it makes economic sense for most people if they're able to do salary sacrifice schemes and things like that. So I think the business case is there as long as you get the right contracts in place. And we're very lucky in Kent. We have a contract directly with the Kent County Council, which allows us to bring our own private funding to fund the projects because we have a long-term tenure.
Yeah, and you need people who have the skills and knowledge to create those in the right way and are progressive about how they design them so that you get the right outcomes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then there are really good blueprints now out there. So there are some great sort of examples of where this has been done. I think they just need to be promoted a little bit more, but certainly there are some great councils out there. The challenge is most of the councils don't have sufficient resources for this, and they're really stretched because of COVID, which was one of the other questions, on doing all kinds of other different things. So they get a lot of blame for not moving quick enough, but actually they're under huge pressure.
Yeah, I sympathise with them entirely. I'm going to go to Jenny with a couple of other questions, actually, which are kind of related. There's a question about how we get political buy-in locally for decarbonising transport, and then there's also a question around what central government can do more of, which kind of speaks to what layer of political support you need to optimise your solutions. I'm sure Jenny will have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I do. One of the reasons for starting SRITC was because there wasn't that voice within government, and you've just taken the questions away, and being dyslexic, I need them in front of me, but it doesn't matter. The important bit for me, and taking away the present, that doesn't help me.
Political buy-in locally,
Political buy-in,
and what can central government do more?
Thank you. The political buy-in, I was part of, I think Richard was as well, the DFT roundtables. Thank you very much for putting them back up. DFT roundtables on rural mobility. And I think what came across for me is that you need to have the right people there to be able to put across the right points. So you made the question earlier on about getting rid of cycling in urban areas. And one of the calls that I've been on in different guises, people were like going, well, why would you want to cycle in rural areas? I'm like, well, why would you? Because you've got wagons going past at 60 miles an hour and you've got motorbikes going at 100 miles an hour and there's no segregation, etc. So I think there's got to be a very clear understanding of the practical problems within the roles of people within government. And I'm not having a go at any civil servant out there because I know many of them, but that's lacking and that knowledge is lacking. So we need to have people that understand and live in rural areas actually representing rural areas. And in a previous life, I've worked in intelligent transport solutions and being a Chris in a previous life. And I think the other problem we've got is we're trying to put urban solutions into rural solutions, and that doesn't necessarily work. They're not backwards and well as forwards, and Chris is nodding his head here. So the same applies for when it comes to government and policy and regulation. You need to have people that understand the rural problems, working on the rural problems and the solutions rather than it being urban. So how do we get that political buy-in? I can tell you SRITC now has 400 people worldwide from America, Australia, New Zealand, all coming together, all different governments and organisations. I've interviewed governments for my PhD, and the problem isn't unique to the UK or Scotland, but that buy-in has to be a visual, and quite often it's monetary. And I'm rambling, but I'm rambling because you talked about business models, you talked about MAAS. Yes, MAAS can work in rural areas, but the model isn't what you all think it is. It's not put a pound in and get a £1.10 back a return on investment. There's that decarbonisation, environmental, social value that we're not counting at the moment. In the UK, they are in other countries, and there are other ways of making this work that can give scale still on a low density. So yes, rural MAAS works, and I can tell you where it works, but not just now.
And what I hear from all of you is the importance of that kind of place-based approach and grounding things in the needs of a particular area. That was brilliant. Thank you all. We could talk about this for a long time, but we're not allowed to because we're over schedule. So thank you for your contributions. We'll wrap up and hand on to the next panel.
Hi, everyone. So I think that's everyone here now. Very swiftly moving on because I'm not very good at keeping to time. Hi everyone, and welcome to the final panel discussion of the day, Inspiring Your People. Not too ambitious, hopefully. I hope everyone's had a great day and enjoyed some of the other brilliant talks that we've had already at ZC3. I'm absolutely honoured to be joined by some of the leading experts now on your screen on the topic of behaviour change in sustainable travel. Just briefly on me, in my role as project officer for Sustrans, I'm in the workplace engagement team. So I'm fully immersed in the day-to-day of trying to encourage and enable the incredible staff of NHS Lanarkshire to travel more actively to work and during the working day also. So I'm very familiar with how difficult it is to inspire your people, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from our very knowledgeable and experienced panel on some of the ways that they've been achieving this. If I can manage to keep us to time, we hope to have 5 or 10 minutes at the end of the day to put your questions to the panelists. So as you've been doing all day, do please go to slido.com and put in the code ZC3 and enter your questions there. And upvote or like your favourite ones, and hopefully we can get to those at the end. I should say I've never hosted a panel discussion before, so do bear with me. And panellists, if you do want to chip in at any point, please do. Don't feel you have to wait for me to come to you. The more conversation we have, the better, so let's keep it playing. We have only got 45 minutes to get into this very meaty topic, so I won't spend any more time waffling, and we'll introduce our amazing panel. And then we swiftly into discussion. So first up, we have Shona Drummond, who is the face behind the incredible Travel Know-How Scotland website, which is the most amazing resource for all kinds of travel planning. I've personally benefited hugely from these resources, and I know a lot of other people tuning in today will have as well. Next, we have Adam Tranter, founder and CEO of Fusion Media, the integrated marketing communications agency for active people. Adam was previously the bicycle mayor for Coventry, and just this week he was announced as the West Midlands' first cycling and walking commissioner, which is so good to see. So congratulations, Adam, and yeah, can't wait to see what you get up to in that role. Big welcome also to Hannah Bike, Partnerships Manager at Better Points, who are doing amazing work to incentivize behaviour change in how people travel through some really innovative technology, data, and some tried and tested behaviour change techniques. So I'm looking forward to hearing more about how you managed to make all this work together later. And last but certainly not least, welcome to Chris Wade, the Director of the People and Places Partnership. Chris is currently working on the Park Active programme with the British Parking Association, building healthier communities and developing sustainable travel solutions across urban centres and also some large public services like the NHS. And being based in the NHS, it's been really interesting to see some of the work you've been doing there. So welcome all, and without further ado, let's get into it. There we go, there's Slido. If you've not done that before, just head there, pop in your questions, and yeah, make sure you're voting your favourite ones, and we'll try and get to them at the end. So I wonder if we could actually start, Chris, with a bit of an introduction to Park Active. Maybe you could just let us know a little bit about it, and get the ball rolling on whether there's been any key lessons learnt through the scheme, either in terms of challenges or particular successes you've had maybe in changing people's behaviour. Thank you. Don't know if you're there, Chris. You might be muted. Okay, not sure we've got Chris, but we'll come back to that question. I might open up to the rest of the panel. Don't know if anyone else can relate to that question in terms of particular challenges or successes they've had in their area of work. Yeah, I don't know if we come to you, Hannah.
I mean, you're very welcome to come to me. Like you, Joe, it's my very first panel appearance, so excuse me if I look a little bit like a rabbit in the headlight today, so I apologise in advance. So I think, I guess it's always good to shout about real kind of good news and the things that have been happening with us that are great. So in my earlier presentation, we talked about Bologna, which is one of our Italian partners, Italian programs that we had. Charlotte very kindly introduced that, which was great, and we had some real success there in kind of measuring and changing behaviour of an entire city, really. And when I say an entire city, every single person, of course. There was 22,000 people across the 2 years that we had that programme, and combined within those 2 years, we had 78% of people that took part walked more, 58% of people cycled more. And so by using the incentivization tool that we've got within the app to do that, we can encourage that kind of behaviour change, get people out of single occupancy vehicles, get people car sharing even more. So I think the biggest thing for us is being able to gather that data and using that data and iterating across our kind of behaviour change programmes, regardless of where that is, whether that's in Italy or indeed the UK. I think it's really important that we use the data that's at our hands, I guess, and because the app very cleverly tracks via GPS and uses the algorithms to distinguish the mode type, we can then target certain subsets of people that are doing certain behaviours and try and get them to shift those behaviours and incentivising them in slightly different ways and learning from how those incentivisations work to try and kind of explore all the routes to change it as we go through. I hope that's not too rambly, but
no, that's perfect.
Where we can start.
yeah, no, that very sort of personal approach, like targeting specific behaviour changes. No, I like that. Chris, do we have you back? I don't know if we do. I'm not hearing Chris. Anyone else hearing Chris? maybe try again. No, it looks like your mic is not working, Chris. Maybe try change the settings.
While
Chris,
while Chris is giving that a go, just to mention from my perspective, I guess I have two hats on. One is that I run a company, so I have experienced the impact that doing that can have on behaviour change. Ultimately, slightly different because we're an active company already, so I appreciate, and we're quite a small workforce. But I think that links into some of my experiences going to see local businesses as well, is that the workplace is a really interesting kind of category. And because I have a communications background, I often look at, how do we most likely, impact people's behavior? How do we get them when they're most, susceptible to change? And some of the big things that are most likely to make you change is an actual change in personal circumstances. So moving to a new job is one of those, or moving house and having to find a new commute. We are ultimately creatures of habit. So being able to reassess how you might get to work, combined with if you work somewhere that provides you with the facilities and able to champion active travel or lower carbon commuting, I think that can be really helpful, and it's really beneficial to have. I've seen in some workplaces having buddying schemes, if you like. One of the biggest, my job as cycling walking commissioner is going to be to try and develop a genuine cohesive network of cycling infrastructure across quite a large region. That's not going to happen overnight. So in the short term, we're going to need to have this sort of local expertise from local people, colleagues, friends that can help people cycle across some of the quieter roads, some of the kind of I'm not a massive fan of it, but the fact that we have to hack the system is wrong. We shouldn't have to try and find these routes that keep us safe. But finding sort of specialists and people who know what they're doing in a workplace, you can say, actually, I'll come with you on your first ride, and I live near you, so I go this weird way through like the park and whatever, but it cuts out the main road. That can be really helpful. And I think the workplace is a great environment to be able to do that.
I think I would agree with that, Adam. I think that the leadership within workplaces can be really influential in giving permission in terms of kind of opening up people's opportunities to look and explore differences. And I think the pandemic has really opened that up for a lot of us. I know I'm working with an organisation at the moment that very much has done that. Their leadership has kind of gone out and said, right, we're going to shift our focus. We're going to look at a remote first stance. What does that mean? And taking their employees on a journey and led by example. And that allows people to get comfortable with, it's been a very uncomfortable 18 months for everybody as we've found our feet. They've used it very much to look at sustainable travel, but look at it in the same, in a context of health and well-being of the individual. So really putting the health and well-being of their staff at the centre of it. One of the added benefits is that is the kind of carbon reduction, the environmental impact, but they've come at it very much from the employee point of view. And I think that's where workplaces have a huge amount of influence, and that, a responsibility that goes with that influence. You're seeing it going forward in terms of reputation. We talked at the start of the conference about, the importance of corporate reputation alongside sustainable travel. It's all tied in, and it needs to be led from the top.
I think that's such a huge point. Arguably could be the biggest focus of all of this. If we're talking about inspiring your people, senior management can really define a culture of a workplace. So should we be talking about how we inspire senior management to get on board to then inspire their people? How much can that come from the bottom up? Does that need to actually go to the top and then come back down?
Yeah, I think dependent
how
on.
Would you recommend doing that?
Sorry to interrupt, Georgie. I think dependent on the type of business it is as well. I've worked in my early career, worked with some really large firms, traditional firms potentially as well, DHL being one of them. And it sets the tone, right? You get into the car park and there's 5 reserved car parking spaces for the managing director and everything like that next to the start. I mean, I'm not sure how much that happens right now, but I think we need to set the set the tone, and I think that leaders of workplaces can really inspire from the top by going car free themselves, for example. Often for executives, a car is a status symbol. One of my kind of advisors in business used to be a CEO at DHL, and he made a point of giving up his car allowance in a Volkswagen Polo, and he used to go and pick up the international executives from the airport in it and make a point that they weren't going to spend money when they didn't need to. I think that can be modernized a little bit in terms of I started working with the Mayor of the West Midlands, Andy Street, this week, and yesterday I did 22,000 steps, basically walking around with the Mayor, because he walks everywhere. He doesn't ever get a car anywhere. And I think you can really bring in like a leadership position by setting a good example. It's basic stuff, but it really, really works.
I think also what the last 18 months have shown us, and as a lot of workplaces are looking at, what does the return to work look like? And we've had speakers talk earlier today about, looking at the change of roles within offices. What are we using our offices for? What are we going in for? So this idea of purpose, thinking about your commute based on the purpose of your commute, rather than it's just something I do every day because that's what I've always done. So, are you client facing every day? Are you colleague facing? Are there things that can be done from home? Are there things that can be done, so looking at it very much purpose, looking at allocation of car parking on purpose or required needs, necessity, rather than seniority, preferential, things like it's about flipping the whole business model. A lot of businesses, and the ones that are being most proactive, are looking at it holistically, and that really starts to, I think, have more of an impact on behaviour change if you look at it like that. If you look at it from a purpose point of view, do I need to, ask yourself the question, both in terms of leadership, but also kind of from a collective responsibility point of view. Each of us as individuals have that responsibility going forward to say, right, looking at the travel hierarchy, how can I move myself up that travel hierarchy based on the task that I need to do? Do I need to go into the office? Do I need to get in the car? Can I, adjust my working pattern to go in flexibly? That means I can take that bus or that train. We all have a responsibility to start looking at it in that way, and workplaces have a responsibility to enable that.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, Hannah, did you want to come in on that?
No, I think my mind is drifting onto a very similar point. I think we're talking about giving flexibility to staff and giving them, thinking about how people travel. But I think it's wider than just travel. I think it's thinking, and I think particularly over the last 18 months to 2 years, thinking about the impact of what travel choices do for people's mental health as well, and physical well-being as well. I think that's so important. If you're all of a sudden telling everyone to work from home or get a bus in, you've got to think about the impact of that. So I think my mind was probably just jumping perhaps to another question, but certainly I think it's important you take a really holistic view about how you're asking your employees to travel and why. And some people are motivated certainly by a cost saving perhaps of getting a bus, but I think other people could be more motivated by the physical well-being, feeling better and mentally feeling better when they get to work. And I think Joe Walker earlier on was suggesting some of the same things, so that was kind of where my mind was.
No,
thank you.
I think you're absolutely right to come on to that. It's actually exactly what I was going to say, because if we are taking this holistic approach, then we really need to be considering what it is that motivates our staff and our colleagues. And I know that this is the Zero Carbon Commuting conference, but personally in NHS Lanarkshire, we've consistently found year on year that it's not the environment that's the biggest motivating factor. consistently in the last 2 years, exactly 38% of people have given that as a motivating factor. And actually, it's been the physical and the mental health benefits that have been far and away more important to people. So I guess it's a question of, do we sort of meet people where they're at and play on those benefits, or given the scale of the crisis that we're in, is it our responsibility to bring those environmental factors more sort of onto people's agenda?
I think it's a hybrid. Certainly, it's looking at, and using your words, Georgie, meeting people where they are. So what we often do within kind of our programs is we'll be given a brief and some KPIs around, well, we want to see this many car journeys replaced, or we want to do X, Y, or Z. But often what we find is once we start to engage with a general population or a workplace, it's often the motivational stories about people's health improving, or, you know, them feeling better, or whatever it might be. And then what we do is gear our messaging around that, because it attracts more people. But the kind of the collateral around that is that, oh, well, actually, we still have saved 50% of car journeys of those people that we surveyed, and we have saved this much carbon, and so on and so forth. So I think you've just got to go where the energy is with a lot of these things, because otherwise you're going to be kind of hitting your head against a brick wall in a lot of cases if you're not working with, you know, like I said, where the energy, where the flow is going. So that's where kind of we see it. I don't know about Adam or Shona and what they think on that.
Yeah, I was just going to say this is sort of a difficult topic, because you know, when we're looking at recovering from the pandemic and not going back to the way things were, you know, I think there is a tendency of trying to encourage the economic recovery, which is, you know, absolutely right, and you know, regions like the West Midlands, we need our towns and cities to be kind of thriving again. But one great way to save carbon, right, is to not travel. So, you know, if we're going to be doing 2 days a week in the office, and then we can start to reshape our communities so they are more like 15-minute neighbourhoods, then you might have a better chance of you know, reducing the carbon. And when there is a necessity to travel, that journey is likely to be more like cycling, walking, or public transport journey. So often our workplace journeys, you know, the mode of transport we take is almost forced upon us based on the location. Unfortunately, we're not at a stage where we have lots of choice across West Midlands and other regions. So I think it's interesting that people will maybe travel less, and I think we're going to need to do that, because as electric cars, you know, have many positive qualities. One of the poorer qualities of them is that they make it quite cheap to drive. So they encourage people to drive more, and that's going to exacerbate some of the problems we have in our towns and cities, like in terms of congestion. So we need to be encouraging people to potentially travel less and walk and cycle wherever possible, which sounds obvious when you say it like that.
Welcome back, Chris. Do you want to give it another go?
Oh, I really want to know what Chris sounds like as well. Like,
hopefully,
I think what you. Sorry, Georgie. I think what you're saying there about, you know, workplaces and bringing the solutions based on where employees are at, I think that goes back to the key message, which I think I've heard in every session today, is data, and the data being really key. And I think that's certainly my experience has been the value that we can add when we're talking to organisations is helping them to source that data. In a lot of cases, workplaces are looking at, you know, how do we start this transition to net zero? And that's how they're talking, you know, how do we start that transition? But ultimately, they need to start with understanding the data, and not just who's doing what in terms of modal share, but why, the insight into the attitudes and behaviours and, you know, perceived barriers. Not all of these barriers may actually be actual physical barriers. And it's really important, I think, to do that. And we've heard that all day today. And that's where I see there being a real need to support workplaces to do that, because it's like the area of sustainable travel is vast, you know, and you touched on it there, Adam, you know, e-vehicles are not the solution to everything. It's got to be a multimodal approach. And for workplaces, particularly smaller workplaces, looking at this, you know, it's a huge sector to try and navigate. But if they have an understanding of their data, a breakdown of kind of where their employees are, in terms of both location, but also in terms of attitude and receptiveness to other options, then that really helps them to adopt a more adaptable approach and evolve in doing that. This isn't just a kind of one-time solution. This is about a continuous program of activity. It takes time. It takes a lot of time in the early days to kind of establish this and embed it. And behaviour change doesn't happen overnight. It's drip-fed and evolves over time. So I think, yeah, the starting point always has to be getting that data and continuing to get that data.
Well, I think Hannah might be our data expert here with her work with Better Points. I don't know if you want to come in on maybe how you use that data in terms of incentivizing and trying to use the tech side of things to really change people's behaviour.
You probably saw my face light up. I really love a spreadsheet. I love lots of data, which is really a sad thing to admit, but hey, there you go. So there's a number of different data collection methods that we use. Certainly the GPS track data, which I think I've mentioned about 1,000 times today, so I won't labour that point. But we take kind of average date, time, speed, mode, all those kind of really kind of detailed things. But in addition to that, we also take a lot of that qualitative stuff. So we baseline all our users as they come in. We provide exit surveys as standard. What we also do is, and trying not to always rely on kind of, you know, a month ago self-report, how did you travel a week ago? What we do is at the time of someone's mode choice, we ask them, did it replace a car journey, for instance? If we've noticed that you're walking or cycling, we might ask that question, and then we can do further kind of surveys. And we're working with a couple of clients at the moment that are doing real more, you know, kind of ethnographic research about, did these particular prompts that we've sent you encourage you to travel differently today on this particular mode? So really delving into the why, because we often get asked, well, so what? You've got all this data, what are you going to do with it? So what we're trying to do more and more is understand the why. Why aren't people travelling by certain modes? Why have you travelled by car today? Why are you doing all these things? And that then encourages us to start to target groups of people, tag people within the system, so that we can then start to really drive certain techniques for behaviour change to these specific people. And so that's kind of how we use our data. And then obviously we export these lovely reports at the end of it that show the behaviour change that we've achieved throughout the programmes. But certainly the data that we collect is, you know, vast, and there's reams of it, and there's a lot of different things you can do with it. And I think every single one of our programmes differs slightly. Each one is configured to the client or to the customer, and so each bit of data that we get out of it is slightly different and, you know, geared towards their outcomes and KPIs. So I think without too much ramble, that's that's our data anyway.
Do you find very consistent responses?
You do tend to find a lot of stuff that's consistent across different programs, regardless of what the overall kind of aims were. So we look at anything between kind of 30 and 50% of responders say that they've replaced car journeys, which is really quite good. We've got engagement rates ranging well above industry average at about 45 to 50%. Depending on the length of the program, depends on how much, you know, CO2 and how many car journeys. But yeah, certainly you do see lots of trends. And if people would like any kind of trend analysis, I'm happy to look at that, to get that information. But off the top of my head, I can't reel off any figures, I'm afraid.
No, don't worry. I wasn't expecting figures. It's just interesting to know that you are, you know, obviously you work all over the UK and Europe. It's interesting to know that the same things are coming up time and time again. I think we've probably all found that in our area of work. You touched on there, and we almost got into it earlier. You know, it's all well and good having all this data, but in terms of connecting with the individuals when it comes to the actual behaviour change, it's often the power of the personal stories that really starts to connect with people. And yeah, if you've worked in active travel for a while, you've probably seen some of the work coming out of Greater Manchester, and that Chris Boardman has talked about time and time again, the power of stories for connecting with people. And I know you've done a lot of work on this as well, Adam. Maybe I can come to you first, given you're about to take on your own walking and cycling commissioner role. And yeah, just touch on that use of stories to connect with people.
Yeah, I think through this role and through my previous work at Fusion, which I'm still working on campaigns, and we had the Bike is Best campaign, which some people will have seen, and the focus on that is to try and reach new people, try and encourage people to think that cycling, to believe that cycling especially can be for them. And we see a lot when we do surveys and research that people sort of say, oh, cycling's not for people like me, and that's totally understandable. But also, when it boils down to it, it's quite a strange thing to say, because it's ultimately just a mode of transport. It's just something that you go on and use to get somewhere. There's no there shouldn't be an identity associated with it, but there is in this country, and that's because we've treated cycling kind of purely as a sport, as opposed to something that's just a really good tool to get from A to B. So the imagery is really important, and therefore the stories are really important. So we put a lot of effort into showcasing some of the kind of more untold stories that cycling has to offer. But I think, and this will take a lot of time, but it is just slowly just trying to reposition cycling as just a normal thing to do, wearing normal clothes, to do by normal things by normal people. There's you don't need to get dressed up to go for urban warfare to go and to go and do it. So the imagery is really, really important, and therefore the case studies. And when I've spoken to people who have recently kind of discovered cycling, it was often some that combination of the peer pressure and the impact at work. Someone's had to sort of hold their hand, but that someone had helped them believe that cycling could be for people like them. So I think, and that's the case for everybody, whatever walk of life. So we really need to showcase the very best of our case studies, because I think they can be really not just inspiring. Case studies are meant to be inspiring, right? You're meant to be like, oh, that's amazing. But a lot of people just like, oh, cool, like you're doing it, seems all right, like seems easy, I'll do it as well. It doesn't need to be like tear jerking or anything like that. It just sometimes needs to be relatable and normal.
Yeah, I completely agree. Don't know if Shona or Hannah has anything to touch on with stories. I'm sure Chris would have had some great ones.
I'd absolutely agree with that, and I think it's the relatability that's most important in that. It's that we'll all have cycling or walking enthusiasts within the workplace, and they're great, and they should be harnessed as advocates within a workplace. But often it's those that are reluctant, lack confidence, lack the knowledge about routes, etc., that they need that, like you talked about right at the start, Adam, the kind of buddy systems, to support guided bike rides, those kind of things. It's about building that confidence and building the base, expanding it out, so it's not just a kind of the elite that always do it, and they do it for the reasons they've always cycled or walked. It's about broadening that out and making it accessible to all. So yeah, I think the relatability is really important. I think also the easy access, this is where workplaces can have a real role to play in kind of filling the information deficit and making information easily accessible to employees, whether that's walking routes, cycling routes, facilitating building confidence, cycle training, all these kind of things, access to timetables, real time, making people aware, because often it's not that services and facilities are not available, it's that people are not aware of them and how they access them. So there's a big role that workplaces can play there too.
Yeah, I guess touching on that practicalities question, you are our sort of queen of getting information out there and having all the resources you could possibly need for travel planning in a workplace. And we saw in the DfT's decarbonisation plan that walking and cycling should be the natural choice. What practical steps would you suggest that workplaces or employers can take to really promote active travel?
There's a few things that they have to do. There's a few what I would say kind of quick wins. The information is definitely one of those. There's also a lot of facility things they need to have in place. You know, we talked earlier about what are the kind of key motivations for people using the car. What we found, particularly in the last 18 months, in terms of what are then the key things that would attract people to look at more active and sustainable travel, and that's having access to all the facilities. So whether that is the basics, showers, drying facilities, changing facilities, good secure lockers, all of that kind of information. And there's a lot of really good schemes throughout the UK that support that kind of infrastructure and can support workplaces to develop that. It is also about understanding how you take your employees on that journey. And that's something I find really enlightening throughout the pandemic, and some of the work we've done with some of the organisations we're working with is that, you know, there's a lot of information, and Travel Know How Scotland website was set up to help organisations to navigate active and sustainable travel and give them information. But what's become very evident is workplaces need support and hand-holding to get on that journey. You know, they need guidance as to how to do that, to develop the strategies that fit within their own organisations, and that takes time, that takes trial and error. And the one thing I would say is take your employees on that journey. Ask your employees what they want. We've done some really enlightening focus group sessions with one organisation a couple of months ago, and it was just the insight that you got from that in terms of people talking about their personal experiences of active and sustainable travel and their reasons that they were almost apologising for not doing it and then talking about why they don't do it. But that in itself is a process, and a helpful process, because it starts to get them looking at the alternatives and they're involved in what that new format can look like. So I think it's very much about taking people on a journey. You know, we talked about cyclists. Use your enthusiasts within the organisation as your advocates and push it through that way. And I think also we've heard again a lot of this today, but I think it's really important, the collaboration. This is not the responsibility of the sustainability team or the facilities team or the estates department. It's got to be across the board. And actually, when you get that collaboration, that's when it works most successfully.
I think subconsciously as well, like we often say we want to do something, but we give off the total opposite impression, in well-intentioned, but not always well executed. An example I can think of, not to do with the workplace, but it will probably happen in areas near me this Christmas, where we say we want to increase sustainable travel, and then we go and offer free parking for Christmas shoppers, for example. And I think it's the same thing at workplaces. If you rock up to your workplace and there's, you know, lots and lots and lots of parking, and you're like, oh, can we please cycle to work? Like, guys, come on. You know, I think there's clever ways that can be, you know, we can use to try and enable that change. And, you know, I was in Nottingham recently, and, you know, I think the policy needs, you know, lots of consideration, lots of looking into, but obviously they were the first place to be able to do a workplace parking levy, which has raised a huge amount of cash for sustainable transport. I was using their tram. It was really, really interesting. They've raised around £90 million from that. But away from that, without kind of all the complexities of that, even saying that's a good idea or not, there's something that employers could do straight away. They could say, if they have enough parking, and if they're in an area, they could say to employers, I'm going to pay you for that parking now. So we let you park for free, but I'm now going to give you £150 a year for the spot. And if you don't use it, we'll buy it off you, for example. Or something like that enables people to think, okay, well, the status quo is fine, I'm not losing anything. If I do something, I'm going to benefit from this, but I have to do something about it. And little tactics like that, employers can go and do right tomorrow if they wanted to.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's a very controversial one, particularly working in the hospitals, but definitely a conversation that needs having. I'm going to have to go on to Slido and ask you about your YouTube plaque, Adam, because that is clearly the main interest in this discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what to think about that. It's almost irrelevant to this. I set up a business a couple of years ago called the Running Channel on YouTube. It's a YouTube channel for running. I'm the co-founder, and when you get to 100,000 subscribers, YouTube send you a plaque and a letter. So I put it up as a slight humble brag. So there we go.
It's not a particularly humble brag, but it's a good one. Okay, moving to Slido. I will just launch straight in with the top one currently. How do you calibrate things employees say will encourage them to cycle against what might actually encourage them? Yeah, very good question. I don't know if someone wants to jump in on that.
I'm happy to I've got a sort of slightly on it. Jen, and it actually links to the Running Channel. We asked people at the Running Channel what content they want to see, and they told us, and then we made that content, and no one watched it. And because the content people thought they wanted wasn't the content they wanted. They wanted to be, we needed to be smarter. We needed to create genres. We needed to do stuff that would make people like it before they realized they liked it. And I think it's the same with infrastructure, right? Like you say, oh, what will encourage you to cycle, and be like, yeah, if you had, showers and parking, all those things will be true. But what actually really might encourage them is making the other modes a bit more difficult, or if your council put in safe cycling infrastructure and the local businesses supported it, which is one thing I should say. Local businesses have a huge amount of sway. So when there is a cycle lane consultation or whatever in your local area, it's really important that businesses champion that and say, actually, yes, I want my employees to be able to travel safely and sustainably. So they're the things that they can do. And often, yeah, it's not what people say. We shouldn't ask people what it would take to get them to do something they've never done before, because I don't think that's a very informed thing. We've got enough kind of data and insight to know what it is really that will make behaviour change, and that's usually good infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, just anecdotally in our surveys, by far the most common response after safety to barriers is shower access, and that consistently comes from the sites that have showers. So yeah, clearly can't entirely depend on that. The next one is just about accessibility to free parking and charging, and yeah, we've touched on that. I think we're all in agreement. That support really needs to come from the council.
Sorry, I missed that. What is the free parking reference?
Third one down at the moment. Accessibility to free parking and charging is key, and all councils must adopt a support attitude, not a commercial attitude, for transition.
And is that for car parking or other types of bike parking?
I'm anonymous, I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I think, I don't know what it quite means, but I would say that free parking is possibly one of the biggest issues we have. So I'm not sure. Yeah.
I think there's certainly a conflict of interest when it comes to the free parking, particularly that's delivered by local authority or business improvement districts, because they're so desperate to get people back into the town centres. It might be too much of a stretch, perhaps, in some locations for people to use sustainable travel. Some people don't have access to a bike, and so the car might be their only route in to go and do the shopping. And I think we're certainly working with a local authority at the moment that is trying to encourage people to do exactly that, go in at certain times where the parking might be free. And so I think that there's definitely a conflict there of what we're trying to achieve as a collective here today, but also this whole supporting local, trying to get people back into the town centres as opposed to using the dreaded Amazon or any other online retailers. So I think that's a whole separate conversation, I think, perhaps.
It's such a shame Chris isn't here to chip in on that, because I know he'd have a lot to say about his Park Active scheme and the way they're addressing that. with people parking a little way out and walking or riding that distance into town. Might be the best of both. I'm really interested in the second one there, actually, the building on the question of getting leadership on side. How important is that visible leadership from all management levels? So yeah, not just getting that in at the top, but I guess getting that message across to, you know, when you work in the NHS, for example, there's an awful lot of layers there. And, you know, how do we, I suppose, yeah, how do we, I think we can all agree it's quite important, but how do we get that in at every level?
I think, again, my experience on that one, Georgie, has been around the kind of idea of speaking to the different parties, and particularly within the NHS, looking at it from a health and wellbeing point of view, and using the kind of health and wellbeing teams within organisations such as the NHS can be key, and particularly currently. Now, the NHS is very unique in terms of what it, you know, the extreme challenges that it's facing, etc. But looking at that going forward as the benefits of more active travel on the health and well-being of staff, but also looking at it in terms of patient as well, and the delivery of services and the impact that a healthier society has on the requirement and access to services, etc. It's kind of got to be looked at again holistically. But yeah, I think to work best, it needs to be integrated in all levels of the organisation, and that is not easy to do. That takes time. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It really needs that holistic approach, particularly coming from the NHS, leading publicly as well as internally, because yeah, active travel, as we know, has enormous health benefits. So the more we can roll that out, the better. I am being told to wrap up now, so I shall. Thank you all so much for coming. Particular thanks to our panelists for giving up so much time. I've definitely learned a lot, and I'm sure all of our attendees have as well. Thank you to Mobilityways for putting on this conference, and yeah, I will leave you all to go and enjoy Tim Anderson from the Energy Saving Trust wrapping up with our keynote. Thank you, Tim.
No worries, and thanks, Georgie, and thanks also from me to Mobilityways for inviting me along to give this closing keynote. I think it's the first time I've been asked to do that. Appeared on many panels, but it's quite exciting. I'm very conscious that it's the end of the day. It's getting dark outside. You're probably thinking about what you're going to cook for your tea, and you're probably multitasking, catching up with your emails while I'm talking to you, but that's absolutely fine. The thing that I really wanted to sort of end today's conference with, and I'm afraid I've not been able to be with you for most of the day because of other commitments, but really is to sort of step back a little bit and think about things, I guess, in terms of the bigger picture, really. I suppose the point of a keynote is to inspire you a little bit. That's going to be my job for this afternoon while you think about what's for tea. So that's what I'm going to try and do. Yeah, again, thanks to Mobilityways. I've been associated, if you like, with Mobilityways or LiftShare for a number of years. I met with Ali quite a few years ago when I started in this role, which was some 15 years ago, actually. So it's an organisation that I think is doing amazing work, and I'm really excited to be part of the conference today. Not least because you're based in Norwich, which is a city that I'm getting to know since my eldest son went to university there back in September, and I'll be heading there this week to bring him home for Christmas, which will be exciting. So yeah, thanks again for having me. You know, at the minute, it feels like we're living in a disaster movie, doesn't it? Everything that we plan, or everything that we're trying to do is being scuppered. There's a global pandemic, which reminds me of the film Contagion, Dustin Hoffman film. I don't know if you remember that from a few years ago, a bit too close for comfort. Amazing weather events, a bit like the film The Day After Tomorrow. There's civil unrest because of issues around race, thinking of the film Malcolm X. And it's almost like fiction is becoming reality, and it's a bit depressing. I've just had to cancel all of our Christmas events for my team, because obviously with Omicron spreading fast across the country, we're seeing all of these news feeds across all our social media and on TV. It's hard not to lose hope. And it's also hard not to give up and think, look, this issue of climate change is so big. I can't do anything on my own. And even my small organization is only just scratching the surface. A few things that are starting to irritate me, actually. I'm going to have a little bit of a grumble now. One of them is eco grandstanding. And I see this a lot on my LinkedIn feed. The rise of the vlogger. People talking about their EVs, their electric vehicles, and don't get me wrong, EVs are good, but I'm going to have a little bit of moan about EVs because, what you hear is the same story over and over again. I've got this lovely, beautiful luxury EV, but the charging infrastructure is failing me. Well, got some news. EVs are here. They're here to stay, and they are great, and they are going to get better and better, and the charging infrastructure needs to improve. So, yeah, let's move on. But even the haters will catch up. So let's not worry about them. The people that say EVs will never catch on, because they will. There's also eco-hypocrisy. And this is where we start to get a bit closer to the sort of theme for today around how we commute. But I saw a really interesting story on my LinkedIn feed, which was somebody who had flown to New York with his wife to do some Christmas shopping. That is on an aeroplane, right? And he was waxing lyrical about the fact that he had got a Tesla New York taxi from the airport, JFK, into the city. And I'm kind of sitting there thinking, that's kind of hypocritical. And there's quite a lot of that stuff around, people flying around the world telling us that they're going to talk at conferences about electric vehicles or sustainable transport. I believe it's time to move the conversation on. And one of the things that's important that we move the conversation from is that you need to have a metal box that sits on your drive for most of the time, whether it's a petrol, diesel, or electric. Much of the narrative, and our organisation, the Energy Saving Trust, have provided a lot of advice and support and incentives from government to promote electric vehicles. But my thinking is that we need to go beyond that. We need to go further than just saying you can take your luxury BMW and buy or lease or have a company car from a diesel to an electric. So in Scotland, we've heard a commitment that car miles will reduce by 20% by 2030. And equally in England, in the DfT decarbonisation plan, we've heard a similar statement that half of all journeys in towns and cities will be cycled or walked by 2030. These are great ambitions. It is a great start. It's really good to hear that actually we need to go beyond just having a different kind of car, and we need to actually drive less. And I think that's where the commute comes in. And by the way, when I talk about the commute, I'm not sure if this has been covered today, but I actually also include the school run. I think actually for many of us, although we're not commuting perhaps as much as we used to offices, the school run is still something that's largely done by car for a lot of children. So, and these are both a commute to work, if that's still happening, and the school run are quite tough nuts to crack. The commute has changed. I think there's some good news there. It's one of the few good things that's come out of COVID, which is that, there's less traffic during the rush hour, there's less commuting time, and for many of us, it's meant a better quality of life. But it's not good news for everyone. Let's remember that there are still people commuting. I'm sure I heard in the last discussion mention of NHS. We desperately need our doctors and our nurses and all of our NHS staff, frontline staff, to get to work. So let's not remember that, and remember the fact that they work not 9 to 5 most of the time. There's also teachers like my own wife, have to get into school, desperate to be in school, really don't want to be working from home at all. It is a disaster for children's learning. So really important that, we do look at the commute, and I'm really grateful that we are looking at that today. I'm also a bit concerned about the fact that not many people are going into the office. I think that's quite difficult for particularly young employees who are not picking up the same soft skills that you would do if you were in the office and being mentored by other people. So actually the commute in some ways is still going to be important as we return to some kind of normal. When that will be, we don't know. As I say, the school run's also something that I feel quite strongly about. I see the kind of disaster that happens outside school gates where I live and in other places. And the issue of emissions and safety, I think is really important to look at. So, I'd be really urging us to be thinking about the school run as part of this dialogue around the commute. So what are some of the solutions that we're going to take forward? Well, I've got kind of three big areas that I just want to share with you. Firstly, I just want to challenge us about how we live. As I said before, old habits die hard, and the car industry has been very powerful in convincing us to buy their beautiful, shiny models. And don't get me wrong, I'm not anti-car. I love cars. I'm in this industry now and in this job now because I came from the automotive industry. But the problem is we all aspire to owning that beautiful car, and that is a culture that we need to move away from when we think about the fact that our lifestyles are changing, and that for a lot of the time, perhaps 95% or more, that car, that beautiful asset that you have sitting on your driveway, is only used, is completely idle. And it's a disaster if we're a business and we were thinking about assets that are idle. If we were an airline thinking about our aeroplanes, it's a disaster if they're sitting on the ground doing nothing. And likewise, there's an awful lot of money tied up in our cars. One of the things that I've been really interested to learn about are 15-minute neighborhoods. That's really cool because, actually everything that we do on a day-to-day basis, on a regular basis, can be within 15 minutes walk or cycle from home. And that really excites me because, if we were taking our children to our local schools rather than choosing the better schools, which were 20 miles away, or if we're doing our shopping in the local area and supporting the local economy, or if we're even working locally, that's not to say our office is local, but we're going to local work hubs instead of perhaps being at home. Those could all benefit us and help us eliminate the need for long commutes so that our commutes, if you like, or our school run journeys are really short. And I think that's really interesting to me. That thinking differently about how we live, in other words, a low carbon lifestyle, I think is the first key thing that we really need to think about. Sort of forgetting some of our deeply held beliefs or our bad habits that are generations old now, and thinking differently about how we work. As I said, it's perhaps one of the good things that will come out of COVID, and we need to go further. Secondly, and perhaps most relevantly to this conference, is the idea of shared mobility. Sharing our vehicles, sharing our infrastructure, and perhaps sharing most easily the issue of the provision of transport through public transport. Shared mobility isn't something new. We've had buses and we've had trains and we've had trams for many years, many generations, in fact. What we need is a superb public transport network. In this country, I think, I'm sorry to say, it doesn't work as well as it should. It's unreliable, it's too expensive, it's patchy in places. Where I live in northwest Leicestershire, I can virtually get nowhere in public transport, I'm sorry to say, which makes us very car reliant. And that's a real problem. While we're waiting for the Johnny Cabs of Total Recall or flying cars from other films that we've seen that project the future, we should be encouraging shared mobility, and in particular, public transport. But we need investment, we need commitment, we need to be doing what other countries are doing, which is providing it, well, in some places for free. I don't think that's realistic in the UK, but certainly it needs to be affordable, it needs to be practical. And for the commute, that's essential that we get people back onto the trains. I mean, it's perverse because obviously we haven't got the same issues of overcrowding that we did, but it also means that the train companies are really struggling, and that's not a sustainable way forward. Also, integrated mobility, and I'm sure and I know you will have heard some really interesting case studies today about how mobility is being thought of differently in the sense of different modes all coming together and working together. I think that's really exciting, and I was at a conference just last week where we were thinking about this, and really excites me that we can do things and offer different services as long as there isn't a weak link in that chain. You know, to have an integrated mobility system is brilliant as long as the train that is part of that system arrives on time. So I sort of come full circle. And I know that you covered this earlier, but I mean, I live in a semi-rural area. A lot of mobility solutions seem to focus on urban areas or suburban areas. Really important that we don't leave the rural communities behind. And I really believe that, and I kind of live that myself. As I said, where I live, there's huge high car dependency, and I'm not in the middle of nowhere, by the way. I'm in a small market town in northwest Leicestershire. So yeah, let's think and have a system that includes rural communities or semi-rural communities. And then finally, the sort of last area that I want to cover and think about is the stick, if you like. I guess I've talked a little bit about the carrot so far. The stick is that I believe we need a system where the polluter pays. Now, politically, this is not popular, but it's the way that we most fairly implement a transport system where people who travel far and pollute more pay a greater burden of the tax. You see, long car commutes, in my view, shouldn't really be socially acceptable. You know, the fact that we can and we have a right to travel as far as we want to and from work or to and from the kids' school, actually, you know, they create a bigger problem. And, you know, the idea that we just have this sort of right to do that without it costing us any more, the same car tax, if you like, that somebody would pay if they did 1,000 miles a year compared to someone who's doing 50,000 miles, just doesn't, to me, seem fair or sustainable, especially as we start to see the tax income, the tax revenue from electric vehicles sort of really hitting the pockets of government. One of the other things I think is not right either is the fact that you can fly for £5 to pretty much anywhere in Europe. A friend of mine said his brother flew to the south of France for £5. I find that slightly obscene, and yet you can do that. I believe that people who drive more, who fly more, who have a greater burden on our infrastructure and pollute more in terms of CO2 and air quality should pay more, because ultimately it's the next generation that are going to pay for this. And so the responsibility, I think, for those who are doing it now lies with those. So I think that's the fairest way to move forward. I think road pricing is how that will happen eventually. I can't say when, but I think we need to be thinking of it. And the solutions that we've been discussing today really provide us with the way forward. That's the exciting bit. That's the positive news from all of this, is to think about how we get to work, how integrated mobility solutions can really be the sort of big fix-it for this big challenge. So just to finish, look, it's important we work together. There's amazing things going on in the private sector. There's some ambition in government, which is good to hear. There are organisations like ours who want to sort of push the envelope a little bit on the narrative, from just going from buy an EV to think differently about how you live, think about alternative mobility solutions, and also thinking about how we tax ourselves for the privilege of being able to move about. This isn't about just grandstanding about how shiny your new EV is. It's about asking deeper questions about our need for travel. Listen, travel's fun. Travel's great. I love to travel. And this isn't about all of us staying at home. But when we ask these questions of ourselves, I believe we will find really interesting and innovative solutions. And so that's where I'm going to end. Thanks again for having me. I hope there was something in there that was interesting and exciting. And I'm now going to hand over to Ali for his closing words. Thanks again. Bye.
Tim, thank you so much for that. For someone who says they haven't done a keynote before, that was absolutely fantastic, to the point, honest, and very far-reaching, and makes us all think about the topic. So it just falls to me today to bring this to a close, to say a huge thank you, first of all, to my team at Mobilityways. The guys who've organised this event in record time have just been incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the team who help put everything together also in the background. Thank you to the chairs of the panels and to all the panelists and speakers. Today, I mean, I'm blown away, to be honest. I'm properly excited and humbled and thrilled that there's been such a rich topic of conversation. A few years ago, zero carbon commuting wasn't really even talked about at all. And suddenly there's this huge amount of momentum building in this space. And it's been great to hear from some brilliantly passionate, expert advocates in this space today. Today is really just the start of the conversation. And in a perfect world, I'd like to say, let's all go to the pub now and go and chat more and get to meet each other. But sadly, we can't do that. So I encourage you all to look at today as being the start of the conversation, to join the conversation online. I'm going to point you towards mainly the LinkedIn site for Mobilityways. Hopefully you can come on there and put your comments. I'm really keen. I don't really believe in networking. I believe in connecting. And there's so much collaboration that needs to happen to make zero carbon commuting reality. If we can help connect you with anyone you want in the space, if you want more information from the speakers, from the panelists, from anyone today, then please do reach out to us and we will do our best to connect you with everyone we possibly can. We can't do this alone, by no means. We are all tiny parts in this huge, big puzzle, but together I really believe we can make this a reality. So to close it all, stay safe, stay well, hope you have a wonderful Christmas, and hopefully we'll see you having this conversation together again soon. Thank you very much.